Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nun bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY. Dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
What is up, MPL MY? Husky here to give you guys a quick wrap-up of what happened in week 3 and what to look out for moving forward. Now, before we proceed, I gotta introduce you guys to my favorite Filipino. That is...
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be your burial ground.
You get it, it's Lapu-Lapu. This hero from the Philippines has been tearing up the land of Dawn, ranking first in terms of picks in MPL PH and 6th in MPL MY. Let me tell you why he is so strong. The recent patches have given Lapu-Lapu some pretty insane buffs, but the most impactful buff is actually his second skill in the Bravest Fighter form. Storm Sword now grants him 10% damage reduction for every single hero hit. 10%! I want you guys to quickly pay attention to this clip. Lapu-Lapu is being played by Siska from Untitled. He chases the Granger away. Here, he hits 3 people with the Storm Slash. He gains 30% damage reduction, which allow him to soak up some damage afterwards. And CG, they were doing their very best to take him down. procs his passive 1, heals up with War Axe, comes back, hit by spread, doesn't go down, goes into lane, heals off the minions from War Axe, and procs his passive back up to get a second ultimate. He still goes down, but the earlier damage reduction kept him alive for long enough for the rest of the event to happen, and that is just Lapu right now. Sometimes teams even would consider picking him in the gold lane to replace a marksman, but it does open up options and conversations, considering the fact that double fighters meta right now, at least in MPL MY, has been quite popular. Bottom line is, if you want a hero that is tanky, deals a ton of damage, can go mid to late game, and is extremely cool, Lapu just might be the one for you. And now, for my favorite Lapu clip. Can Cram make magic happen? Bravest by the back up! Cram! With the steal of a lifetime! Wisdom Nature outpost for me, Cram swings away! And CG bites the damn dust! Chills. Literal chills. And that's it for the MPL Malaysia wrap up. Enjoy your Lapu games.
Guys, we are back for some more gameplay from the Futures Pros Tournament Phase 2. So, I'm about to show you the top 3 gameplay from the 20 teams, and let's jump into it.
Let's go.
Wow, there's a very coordinated diving actually. This play, I like it. It's very aggressive. They know how to zone from the second threat. Really good, really good. Good diving from the team.
Nice engage from Megatot.
Very cool, very cool. What a counter set for Gatot. Completely dominating them from the 4-man counter set.
The Gatot out into the pot out.
Very, very clean mechanic. So I would say that there's a lot of good Gatot player upcoming in our Futures Pros Tournament.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik pemula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom-DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom-DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our eSports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas.
TRON Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. TRON Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch TRON Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase TRON Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu ke-4 hari terakhir. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And as of this week, kita sudah saksikan banyak kejutan berlaku di perlawanan. Tetapi kita tak ada lagi pasukan yang dapat secure playoff slot. Ada beberapa pasukan dalam zon bahaya dan ada pasukan sudah bangkit dan mengutip mata. Kita punya top 6 as of now masih lagi sangat-sangat sengit. Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada carta liga, points dorang agak close, which means that no teams are still in the playoffs. But the question remains, adakah pasukan hari ini will go to the playoffs? We will see at the end of the day. Tapi sebelum tu, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan hari terakhir, kita akan tengok Selangor Red Giants menentang Games My Kelantan. Di atas kertas, SRG masih membawa aura pasukan defending champion, manakala GMXK berada dalam fasa menguji kapasiti sebenar mereka. Inilah masa latihan real time untuk mengukur jurang asas yang belum stabil, menilai disiplin pasukan dan konsistensi execution bila berdepan dengan pasukan gergasi. Adakah GMXK mampu menjadikan perlawanan ini batu loncatan atau SRG terus membuktikan standard mereka? Untuk match kedua, and I feel like match ini ramai orang nantikan, CG eSports menentang Todak. Di permulaan minggu, CG sempat merasai 2 kekalahan berturut-turut, sementara Todak juga berada dalam kedudukan yang merisaukan. Perlawanan ini ada naratif bertambah menarik sebab Ciku yang pernah mengangkat nama Todak kini CG menentang rumah lamanya. Adakah CG dengan wajah baharu mampu menutup minggu ini dengan senyuman ataupun Todak akan bangkit? For the last match of the week, Homeboys menentang Monster Vicious. Kalau kita tengok track record, sejak musim 13, Monster Vicious belum pernah dapat kekalahan daripada Homeboys. So technically, they haven't beaten them yet. Tapi dalam regular season sekarang, dua-dua pasukan nampak sangat-sangat on form. Adakah sejarah berulang dan Homeboys sekali lagi berjaya menghentikan rentak Monster Vicious? Atau malam ini, Monster Vicious akhirnya pecahkan badi itu? Jawapannya kita boleh saksikan di last match. Tetapi Tapi untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok live stream MPL MY di rumah anda, korang boleh isikan ini gaya kod di bawah ini dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. Mana tahu dapat skin? Of course guys, Rosa tak sabar untuk mulakan game pertama di hari terakhir. Tanpa membuang masa, let us show it to the casters. Casters, let's go to the land of dawn.
Thanks, Rose. Welcome everybody to the MPL MY. So far, Season 16 has already given us plenty, but now past the halfway mark and after the transfer window, day number 3 to conclude the week. Teams need to end it strong. My name is Getting Q, of course, with LaFell here at the desk to keep you guys company throughout all 3 of our best of 3s today. But you watched yesterday. Do you have any expectations for today? Is it going to be better? Is it going to be worse?
I would say the only expectation I really have is for the third match because Homeboy Xenia has been looking pretty good, but MV, Sora being the head coach, he is more than ready to ban out specific for the team, right?
Oh yeah.
Like we got must bans like the 1-1, the CC, and etc. But I kind of feel like Sora is one of those coaches that's willing to let those go and just shut down one of the players. And I'm looking at Daniel. I wonder if there's no more pick of heroes. What else does he got?
That's what I'm curious about too, whether or not his hero pool is deep enough. But is this an innate problem here at the MPL MY? I'm looking across the globe. I'm looking at their picks and bans, and it feels like they've kind of solidified upon some really strong power picks or what they consider S tier. I feel like MPL MY is a bit of an outlier with a lot of the bans really focused towards the teams more than anything else.
Personally for me, I kind of feel like this is a good time as a caster as well as a coach because the meta feels a bit open, right? There's plenty of heroes that you can use as long as you make it make sense. And you don't let go too much of the counters.
Hey, speaking of counters, and more importantly, speaking of things that just don't make sense, have you heard about the Infinix GT30 Pro? If you buy one today, maybe you should come and check out the Infinix TikTok Malaysia because they're also promoting the fact that when you buy one today, you get a free magnetic cooler. And the thing that doesn't make sense is that the GT30 Pro, you would imagine that is better, but the GT30 is priced below 1.1K and still provides you the GT triggers, the 1.5K display, and the 144 Hz refresh rate. Make that make sense. So also supports steady performance with 120 FPS guaranteed in MLBB with 2 exclusive new colors in green as well as blue. So maybe you want to add the GT30 series to your wish list.
And I gotta say, Gideon, as we're jumping off of that, you were talking about the meta, and I say like it is pretty open. This is something that I want to bring up ever since EWC and MSC. Chiku guys, well now just Chiku, when he live streamed, he did say Malaysia has basically 2 identities. Number one, either you play the macro by playing both side lanes, right? Split pushing. And the other one is the catching kind of style, which is very roamer-centric, where use the Chos, use the Kaja, use the Francos, and I gotta say, Yums, he definitely delivered when we're talking about all this catching kind of styles.
And that's exactly what we're hoping to see here today. Now let's look at SRG's lineup. If you don't know about them yet, Malaysian representatives and also one of the first teams that are able to achieve an international finish in MSC 2024. It is the Selangor Red Giants OG eSports with Innocent, Yums, Stormy, Sakai's, and as well as Krams. Now we talked about Yums initially, but we also have to talk about the support system. Ironic, right? With Roamers. Stormy alongside with Sakai's, because I feel like this time around, Stormy's doesn't look as underwhelming in the regular season compared to Season 15.
I gotta say, I kind of feel like for Stormy, he's in a way testing all the other mid duos, right? Where he's using heroes that he can essentially 1v2. And he does want to see, like, can you guys actually do anything against me? Because we see whenever Coach Arcadia gives Stormy a hero, previous season, a lot of Valentina, a lot of Kimi. Now we're seeing a lot more Selena, where basically like his idea is make sure those two don't move around the map. Let everyone have a 1v1, and no one can win a 1v1 against Innocent as well as Cram.
I think they're trying to expand their toolbox, right? If nobody's willing to beat them in that 2v2, might as well start pushing the limits with a 2v1, something which Games MY Kelantan has been struggling to do. I'm QT, Martins, Maima, Jaja, and Munsters. The only win that we've seen coming from them is with double fighters, and sometimes, I mean, Jaja, he's doing pretty much as he possibly can as a jungler.
Honestly, Jaja is amazing, but like you said, they perform very well whenever Munster gets that CC, Maima gets the Angela, and then Mandins uses a Gata. This is a very good 3-man combo that really accentuates that you can do both things. You can catch as well as you can team fight, because in terms of catching, CC got you covered, and the Angela making sure that CC stays alive longer. When you want a big team fight, that's where the Gato Kacha comes in. But again, going up against a team like SRG, I really don't know how the EXP is going to deal with it.
That's the thing. That's why I feel like SRG are getting away with a lot, because there's so many aspects to the game that these teams unfortunately need to kind of step up and trying to make it work.
Ini bateri kali. Dia ambil tu. Dia ambil dekat level 2 tu.
Tak level 2. Oh, tapi kalau ramai ada dapat sih. Ada.
Masuk belakang jungle.
Kita face bawah ni ya. Dengan saja. Gila.
Wahai Habib hidup berzindagi hafalnya. Jiba jiu jo hai sama.
As long as we're having fun. Hey, welcome back, everybody.
Chat.
Great to have you
We didn't say
alongside with
anything
us.
offensive.
We could have. You don't know.
Hey.
Try and clip it. There's no audio. Oh man, it's gonna suck if they're gonna have a side-by-side with somebody who can like lip read.
Oh yeah. we tried sign language. We have no idea how that works.
I'm sorry to every sign linguistic. I don't think that's the right term. No.
I don't think so. That sounds like a pasta.
It's. I think you're talking about linguini if we're being specific. Overall, yep. Rehashing what we were talking about early on, we were talking about potential predictions in this upcoming game, and I think that GMXK could maybe surprise us, but it really depends on the
I almost don't want to be
draft.
surprised.
You almost don't want to be like.
I mean, Cyclops.
Cyclops, like, what is it going to take?
Okay, so the thing is, GMX Clanton, they've lost whenever they're going for a very gimmicky draft. I'm talking about Baxia, Kimi, Franco, never worked out. The moment they're like, okay, you know what, screw it, let's pick up like even a Grok. We'll see how it works. And then they won.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, here's the thing, Gideon. Like, behind the scenes, we're talking about this with other casters, talking to players as well. It's like, because the meta is open, it doesn't punish you for playing what's comfortable for you, right? Because I kind of feel like everyone's trying to execute the combo. But I kind of feel like in this meta, you just play on tempo, right? If you're good on that hero, then just play it. You're not going to get punished.
Absolutely. And I think that especially with the map changes, right? The random randomizer that we usually have generally affects the game in minor ways. Now, Player call coming in from Jaja. Maybe my team couldn't fully adapt to my gameplay because this roster isn't entirely from the MAL lineup. Only Martins and I are from the original MAL roster. The rest joined during MPL, but I don't blame them. Against SRG, we'll just do our best and fight as hard as we can. What matters most is staying confident. That's the right mentality, but also a really good point coming in from Jaja. 2 members of the original MAL squadron is left. Everybody else is new.
What if that's not what he said? What if the guy taking the quote just edited a bit? He's like, oh yeah, they suck. It's like, I don't blame them. I don't, whatever.
Hey, look, maybe GMX may be at the bottom of the leaderboard, but their PR team is top notch. Let me tell you that.
They know how to talk on the mic. Not everyone knows how to talk on the mic.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, Jaja is actually pretty decent on it. Even Martins and Mama.
Dude, honestly, like, you never know how good you are in front of the camera until you're put on the spot. As we know this morning, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Shout out to Michelle, you tried your best. it will look good. It will look good. But yeah, because trust me, I've met people where like talking about the players like, how can you not answer the interviews? And I see the way they talk is like, bro, I don't think you can talk in front of interviews as well.
It's a difficult skill, and I think most people get a little camera shy. You know, some people get camera shy. Some people get audience shy when there's like live eyes and ears looking and seeing everything that you do on that day. And that's why we have players who are like, oh yeah, we're scrim gods, but as soon as we're up on stage, we're little baby ducklings.
Yeah, that has been for years, and even the teams that I handled before, I can definitely attest to that.
Oh yeah,
we scrim. We even try to one trick it, right? We only play this and nothing else. Especially during those times, the bans is not really that punishing. You only had like 3 bans each or 2 bans each, right? So we usually get the draft, but then I'm like, bro, what are you guys doing? We already had this there. And it's, I don't know, man, I forgot. And I'm like, even your eyes are wrong. And I'm like, I don't know, man, I forgot. Like, I don't know, something about that stage could be haunted. I blame demons. I blame demons.
No, I swear.
That's why yesterday Siska said they started winning because they prayed together. This time they brought Stoneman with them. When they say Allahu Akbar.
4 people on the team praying is not enough. There's still a sensible person in there. But now with all 5, that's the difference maker. Now, let's jump into this game. SRG, 86% win rate on blue side, facing off against GMXK on the red.
This is why I love SRG.OG. They respect their opponents. They're going up against GMXK, and they did the same thing against OD last season, where you guys won on a CC Angela. Like, I'm pretty sure Cram will say, I can handle a CC. I'm pretty sure Stormy and Yum say, we can handle an Angela, but the coach is like, you gotta show them respect, right? Betting out both CC as well as Angela. And Gideon, it was the BM caster's fault. Because apparently, they actually switched off the stage box. I didn't even know it was under their seat, but
the stage box?
Look at this.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, you know what? Shout outs to BM casters. By the way, Jushin gets banned as well by SRG. JMX Kalantan, good. They banning out the Kalia, a Yum special.
Oh, yeah.
Some people even call him Kalyum, which is funny because that's his name. His name is Kayum.
His name is Kayum, actually?
Yeah. Q-A-Y-U-M.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah.
That's his name, right?
Interesting.
May have doxed him, but you know, Kayum. Kalia Yum's Kayum.
I thought you were going to talk about Tsunami Slam or something like that, but okay. Interesting angle here.
I'm with it. I'm about to be a dad. I got them dad jokes.
You got them.
When I have kids, I'm talking about cats, not actual people. Not ready for that yet. Kids are expensive.
Kids are expensive. That's the quote of the day. We gotta make these. We gotta get a compilation of the quotes of the days. Oh boy.
Kids are expensive.
Hey, you don't want to love
Yishin Shin?
Yishin Shin? I think Yishin Shin is like okay, but it really depends on SRG on the day. There have been times where they've just completely omitted it.
Lancelot.
They're gonna go with Lancelot first. I'm guessing they're just telling them, yo, we want to respect them. Let's just take away all their comfort picks, right? And see what else they can play.
For now, I kind of feel like GMX, one of the oppressing roamers right now is definitely the Grok, and Martins definitely have shown that he can use the Grok pretty well. I'm worried if they don't take it, then it's going over to SRG. But also, I'm also considering maybe take something like a Cho and maybe even a Franco, because if no one can stop this Lancelot, it's going to be a problem.
It is going to be a problem, and I think space is going to be the key here. And Kimmy, alongside with Arlet. Okay.
Respectable.
It's respectable. The real question is, we've seen Arlet, especially within week number 4, get picked in within the first phase of the game. Usually we're thinking that you want to hold off on your combos, especially on EXP side of things, similarly to like week 1s and 2s.
I'm only worried right now because GMX early picked the Kimi for 2 reasons. Number one, easy pickings for the Lancelot, especially Sky's on the Lancelot. He should be able to dodge any skill shots. And the thing is, Yums and Stormy has fought this matchup quite a few times. Heck, even yesterday.
Yep.
Using the Selena, there was not much that the Kimi can do. And it's not like a Selena winning matchup. It's just that it's just Stormy, man. Just Stormy.
I think right now, I don't know whether they want to pick into their mid lane straight away or get rid of potential counter picks, and they do straight away jump into Lapu Lapu into the rock as well. Very similar to yesterday, right? I think, what was the matchup? It was like Gatot Kimi into...
Selena and I think Kalia.
Selena, no. I think that was it was Grok. It was Grok something. Oh,
but either ways, Grok is amazing here for a few things. Number one, deny, because GMX could have used the Grok and really stopped any kind of advancements coming in from SRG. But also, when the Arlet comes in, there are a lot of opportunities for number one, just to separate him with the wall, or just knock him with the Mighty Swing or Tectonic Charge. Either way, Grok is very good at exploiting mistakes.
And I think better yet, buys just enough time so that if Arlet even full combos your back line, you still have plenty of options to still kind of make space and peel away from opponents trying to take the space forward. When Grok knocks him up, then what can they really do, right? They can't follow up on that damage. Really puts a huge combo breaker in the middle of it. Now, Selena, going to be the next ban, followed up from GMXK. They're targeting mid laners at this point. SRG side, they're probably looking at the other side. Mid laner already shown. EXP already shown. Yishin Shin already shown as well. Now they're minusing off the double fighters.
I feel like something we have to discuss here, Gideon, is the fact that this is dangerous grass. So we got to look at their composition. Does it really benefit them? Because I kind of feel like it's already been like, what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? So they should have a good idea here. I kind of feel like for GMX, have a little bit more advantage when it comes to Yushin Shin as well as Kimi. Quite easy for them to open up the map. The one that I'm worried about is Arlet, because the moment that you start losing, you can't really get away unless there's minions nearby.
Yes. There also needs to be ways for him to actually reset, right? Right now, he only has the Turtle Bow. He's got the Starlium coming in from Kimi as well. Those are two... I mean, Kimi alongside it also gives another stack, but I think they need something that's in the front, right? CC in the front so that he can start the fight rather than letting these squishier heroes take the brunt of the damage.
I'm also considering GMX, if they want to do something crazy, pick up a roamer that can really do well in terms of counter engages, something even like an Akai, so that if someone goes in, you can punish. Because going back all the way to EWC MSC in the grand finals, it was when Sakai uses the Akai to deal with the Lapu. It happened then. And I was even thinking of Mincitar. This is how SRG, they're really respecting, like, these are the possible picks. We're not going to let you guys have it.
Oh yeah, all of the picks that we see here from SRG side has been played historically by GMXK within the regular season this year. But now this makes things really, really difficult. They got rid of the Granger as well. Want to make sure that at least Innocent can't just chunk them out. They could go for Harith.
I'm just worried it's too much forward momentum, like kind of anti-synergy a bit.
Sort of.
I would say it's good synergy with just the heroes, but I don't know if it works well against SRG, where they kind of want to do the same thing. So they go for Gatot first. Trying to possibly deny something like an Eve or a Farsa, because those are the main weaknesses for a Kimi.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Eve would have been good for SRG side, but it looks like GMXK is just one step ahead for now. We'll see whether SRG decides to play a little more aggressive with their laners, or do they want something more independent? That way, they're going to leave Lancelot alongside with Grok to kind of do the rest, and it looks like they are, right? Valentina alongside with Claude. Interesting, because the combos for Valentina is actually really good for the majority of melees, and it deters Yishin Shin from tracelessing him forward.
No, honestly, I was thinking of Valentina, I know my boy Stormy, because in his eyes, all 4 ults right now are super valuable, especially considering this is dangerous grass. Even if you take Yishin Shin's ult, you reveal everyone, right? Makes it easier for, honestly, everyone. Cram, Yums, as well as Sakai's, they know where the targets are, so there's no bad ult for the Valentina.
Well, that's fair. That is fair. And you were talking about the advantages of actually having the Yishin Chin. That's something that SRG can utilize as well. Now with Claude in play, I'm guessing that SRG just want to play a little safer towards that gold side. Just scale up. You know what to do. You're highly mobile. If you get hit by one CC, I'm guessing he has to take Purify. But now it's going to be Lunox one side of GMXK rather than traditional artillery. And it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Lunox just so many ways to not only deal with the composition of SRG, but the iframes. So many mid laners just don't die. A lot of the advice mid laners give each other.
So GMX, they're going for a draft that worked before, right? Luna is going to go mid, and the Kimi is going to go gold.
Yes.
My only problem is that they saw the Claude first. I feel like they should have changed the game plan, because usually Kimi does put a lot of pressure on the gold lane. But the thing is, this is going up against a Claude, one of the more high mobility heroes in the gold lane, making it so that it's going to be difficult, especially later on, for the Kimi to actually target down the Claw. He's going to be just moving left, right, and then you're just going to miss all your shots.
Yeah, and worst comes to worst, you have to go out of your way to buy situational items,
yeah,
stats that don't benefit you at all. Getting a Winds of Nature takes up an entire slot for Kimi, and I don't think that's something that they want to do just yet. But for now, at least we'll see how this is going to play, right? Because the early game is going to be determined by how these side laners actually play. If Arlet does badly, it's going to be painful. If Kimi does badly, it's going to be a slow game. If Gatot makes unfortunately, if Gatot isn't able to keep up with Yums, I think a lot of things can go wrong for them. For safe laners, Baima is in a good position with the Lunox. More importantly, Jaja needs space and time to farm back up. I'm expecting no fights, especially for Turtle 1.
Well, right now we're about to jump into game number 1. This is going to be the first game of the day. It's going to be SRG going up against GMX Kelantan. And we got to say it as it is. The strongest team going up against the bottom 2 team here in MPL MY. So a lot of expectations for SRG and nothing to lose for GMX Kelantan.
I'm hoping that GMX Kelantan play bold, they play brave, and more importantly, they're here to surprise people, right? Natural Grok tech, once again, making sure that the waves get very, very close, but also Yum's getting some significant damage onto the mid lane.
Yep. This is good, especially because for GMX Kelantan, I kind of feel like looking at all their games, they rarely get first priority in mid. And we can look at the confusion here. They're not even sure where should they be rotating. Should they use this advantage to apply pressure on the EXP or just stay around mid?
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, Litho Wanderer being taken away by Sakai's, they're maybe thinking of trying to slow it down, but unfortunately, Mandins has taken way too much damage and has already used his Regenerate. All damage from this point onwards is going to be permanent until his recall or in the next 80 seconds or so. Mandins, oh, he's in trouble now.
Yep. It looks like still fine. He's using the Revitalize to stay alive, and he does. And I gotta say, Gideon, this is gonna be all about the little things, right? All the little details, because look at SRG's laning phase. They are letting GMX Kelantan stay close to the turret, making sure that there's not a lot of rotations going on. And honestly, Cram, even taking away the Turtle Crab, oh, right now Maima looks like taking a bit of damage. Jaja goes in with a Turtle Bow, Stormy still survives, Sakai's not yet level 4, tries to get in, gets taunted down, still gets a kill onto Jaja, he wants to go through, gets level 4 in the fight. There's still no kill onto Maima. Madins wants something against Stormy. Stormy not hitting level 4 just yet. Yums, good wall, just to slow down Madins.
Good space created here by Yums. Generally, very dangerous scenario for Storm, but luckily Sakai's played it well too. Holding on to the Thorn Rose for as long as possible, knowing that the Traceless could come out at any time for Jaja as he builds up on his passive to reduce its cooldown. First Turtle now in play. I think this is where GMXK, they call it off. Go back to your lanes. Everybody's not doing that great. Let's just breathe, first items, and then we'll rethink it.
I like that both jugglers had the same idea that the mid is going to be the contest just before the Troll spawns. It's just unfortunate that Sakai's was the one to get the advantage there, and Sakai's goes in. That's execution just for poking against Madins. Madins going to go back.
Madins, as soon as he shows a cooldown in the mid lane, you can already see that, at least for Sakai's, he's not watching his own portrait. He is watching the map. And he wants to make sure that he doesn't miss a beat. Every single time he dodges an ability, he is getting mega value here as the Turtle finally is taken away by SRG.OG.
Right now, GMX, they're just trying to trade as much as they can. They understand that they can't contest the Turtle, so they're just making sure that Jaja gets a lot of free farm. But again, a lot of pressure here in mid. Madins as well as Maima has no freedom at all to visit any side lanes because, again, something about SRG, they, at least for MPL Malaysia, they like these 1v1s. They're making sure lane versus lane, you don't need macro because you can't even out-micro us.
It's going to be a tough time. And I think that right now, Yums is doing a very good job at keeping Matdins in check. He's blown so many of his resources, now also revealing monsters out in that rotation for mid lane. Oh, an attempt? No, they managed to back away just in time. Stormy taking the safe way as topside gets a hard push. Instantly, you see that SRG, everything just makes sense, right?
And Yums is making sure he's bodyguarding everyone here. Ran with the bravest fighter, Monster.
Oh, no.
No opportunity to fight back. He has to go back. Losing in terms of levels. But look at Innocent. Innocent might actually go down to Maima here. Blazing Duet going up against Imcutie. But Imcutie still gets the kill with the Starlium. And now the fight continues up top. Final slash from Stormy. Misses Munster.
Okay, all right. Cross map plays on both sides. GMXK keeping onto the heels of SRG. With Innocent already down, knowing that it doesn't have Purify, they could set up for another potential dive later in the game. For now, SRG, as much as they wanted to take out monsters, they only denied him EXP.
Yeah, GMX right now, they really are allowing SRG to get all this free real estate, and I can't even blame them. But to be fair, the goal difference isn't that big. It's only about 300.
It's small, very, very small. Now, SRG is in a position where they have to play for the mid game. No major advantages for GMX at this point of time, but man, this mid duo, Maima and Matdins are really struggling here in this 2v2.
Yeah, and again, we see how Stormy as well as Yums are handling the lane here. Stormy is going to handle one side of the map, while Yums is handling on the second part, making it so that they can't really focus on one. And now it looks like Sakai is just some poke damage again onto Maima and Matdins. Looks like this is their game plan. Just make sure that they can't move anywhere, because even if you don't die, at a certain point of your health, you just can't do anything.
Yeah, and then it becomes a little too difficult, right? Oh, there we go. That's that dive that we were talking about, right? The Turtle Boat once again connecting, knowing that Innocent does not have his Purify, or that it's coming up in just 3 more seconds. Time that he was not given. I think this is an interesting play coming in from SRG's side, right? Not only attacking the mid lane, but even if Stormy and Yums don't exactly get a mega trade, the poke damage from Sakai's off of dashing through the wave and getting that Thorn Rose is actually more than enough.
And I like that GMX, they have a game plan here. Sakai goes on to Jaja, taking a lot of damage. The wall comes in, Jaja still able to survive. No, Yums actually gets the kill. Matdins couldn't do anything, couldn't protect his jungler. Let's fight back, Sakai's half HP. But they can't punish here. Matdins still staying, using the Revitalize, wants to fight back. And then AOG only hitting onto Yums. Munster staying close to his turret. Cram 1v1ing, and then final slash. Cram inside the turret. Can Cram actually go down? No, Flickers out of there. No, Cram actually goes down!
Yep, he still dies to the turret, unfortunately, right? I thought that maybe the shield was gonna be enough, but Munster played it well, using the final slash to sweep him underneath the turret and buy him, and made sure that he spaced out the CC to give him the maximum amount of time that Cram stays underneath it. And so, Jaja, this entire fight, yes, he has been invaded. Yes, he is going down in a single level, but he's trying to keep up. He's trying to make sure that his farm is going to be enough to handle the late game section. Innocent now double waving after bot tier 1 collapses.
Something that can be said is that GMX is not taking the bait, because I kind of feel like SRG, they put themselves in a situation where most teams, they want to force a fight there. But then they're like, no, we know this is not a good fight to take. So they just back off, and then once the opportunity arises, then they actually go in. Cram here, I wonder if they're gonna go for it. Cram is able to dodge out of that with the bravest fighter. Still, there's only one minion. Matdins is there. AOG hits no one. Cram still survives, but GMX gets that turret.
Yeah, Cram, I was thinking whether or not it was worth it for him to actually make an attempt, but wait, hold on, Monsters.
Yep, 1v2. Looks like he still survives so far. Good wall coming in from Yums. Looks like the Vengeance is still keeping Munster alive. But look at Innocent. He is getting both turrets down bot. And now Yums might swing onto 2 Sakai's. Looks like he's not going to go for Imcutie just yet. Still waiting for an opportunity here. Finds Matdins. Some poke damage. SRG, they're not really pulling the trigger so far.
Yeah, and I think that GMXK, they gave up all their pressure, all their priority over that turtle, worried that mid-tier 1 was going to fall. And I think that's more important than the turtle as of right now. An interesting diversion coming in from SRG. Deny the supply routes, the reinforcement routes for GMXK to reach bot tier 2. Let Innocent take that space, knowing that everybody's going to be by turtle. Allow him to actually come back into the game even after 2 dives. He's a level ahead on QT, and I'm pretty sure that he's also up in gold.
Let me just say, Gideon, denying supply routes kind of not cool, but now Yums having to use the tectonic charge to get out of the way. And again, don't take away people's food, man. Let people eat.
Yeah, let people eat. I think worse yet, my mom might be in some trouble. What? Did he get punted over the wall there? Was he like...
I think because the ult is still there.
Yeah.
Madines is there. AOG's out of there. Not even going to take the chance. Not only 1 minion doesn't look like SRG can do much, but yeah, I don't know how Maima got out of there. I thought he was the Chaos Assault, but... Oh.
Did he Chaos Assault and then straight away
maybe
make an attempt to like hold on to the Brilliance in case he's Tectonic Charge? I don't know.
That makes the most sense.
It makes the most sense, but MQT now in some trouble here because the guys, he's been farming very steadily. He is doing some real damage to these poor squishies.
Yep. Madine sees the tank is taking a lot of damage to Vitalize, but I don't think he's going to get out of there. Sakai gets a killing spree. And now GMX, they're not fighting back at all. SRG, they're really taking everything for free. GMX is not fighting back.
Yeah, I mean, these team fights are pretty impossible for GMXK with the lead that Sakai's has, right? Unless they can guarantee, look at this, MQT! He's dead underneath this turret!
Sakai's just dives in. He understands he has a lot of mobility, and the final slash didn't hit onto Sakai's. And now Monster gets hit by the Tectonic Charge. Flickers out of there. Even Maima having to use the Brilliance, but Jaja gets a kill onto Stormy.
Oh, look at the guerrilla warfare done by Jaja, right? He's still able to sneak away the mid-wave. Maybe he could have gotten the mid-tier 1, but at this stage, it does buy his team a little bit of time, and more importantly, saves top-tier 1 with the help of Munsters. Lord spawning on the bottom side, and SRG looking for the setup. It's a slow push on bot wave, neutral push on top wave, mid also a little neutral, but Montines is going to try and skew it with Cram correcting the wave immediately after.
Oh, good coming in from Maima, dodging the ult coming in from Skies. Now the Lord is up. It's only a 10-minute Lord, so even if either SRG or GMX gets it, it's not super punishing just yet. But this is where SRG really shines. And this is where I'm a little bit worried for GMX here. They find Madines, again, just poking around, making sure that they don't stay anywhere close. Good wall coming in from Humes. Jaja to the side. Cram sees him, tries to get Jaja. Jaja gets out of there, but Madines as well as Munster, they're staying there. Looks like Madines AOG hits 2, but Sakai still gets the kill. Munster all the way from behind, tries to get Innocent but gets stunned up by Cram. MQT getting chased by Stormy as well. Humes and Sakai gets a kill onto Munster. There's 2 fights going on, and both of them SRG won.
Yep, SRG winning it pretty hard as well. It was a good attempt coming in from GMX, but unfortunately Jaja getting zoned out from that fight and losing his turtle ball.
Oh! Graham predicted it, and now Maima gets caught. Godlike for Sakai's, able to puncture out of there. Stormy goes in, using the Brilliance, making sure that he doesn't get sacrificed. And now SRG, they're looking at mid-tier 2, and looks like they're not going to get it just yet.
I really hope that they change Valentina's IMU, that no matter what ult you steal, it would be the Valentina colors. That way you know exactly whose it is, rather than like whose Brilliance is that. Especially when they're like point blank at each other, you can't really tell.
Hey, I'm colorblind, it's worse for me.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm worried, even if they make the change, I still don't see it.
Well, to be fair, they do have the colorblind mode, so I think that's where you know, I'm pretty sure that Monton will be thoughtful enough to also implement that for Valentina.
Shout out to everyone that is impaired in color. It's a struggle, guys. It's a struggle.
It is a struggle. Now, Lord is already on that push in GMXK. They're down by 6,000 gold. It's getting a little dangerous, and I don't think they have significant plays, right? What could they do? At most, they push maybe Stormy in. I mean, Innocent's a little harder because he's got Purify, and they don't have a way to chain CC naturally.
One of the most dangerous things about GMX is that they can't have their damage deal free damage. Look at that, Sakai's just like that, already forcing out the Brilliance. Jaja tried to punish, but unable to right now. Cram as well as Humes trying to make sure that they get this inhibitor, and it looks like they're getting it. Good job coming in from Sakai's. Basically just making sure that the damage dealers, they can't stay in the fight.
I mean, here comes the second wave, right? Do they get another inhibitor off of this? My team tries to hold the wave, but now the siege continues.
It looks like they are going to be able to clear this out. Still good coming in from GMX. Again, just with the draft, I'm not so sure what's the opening here, because the Lunas can deal good damage, but usually you want someone like a Cho, someone like a Kalia that can set it up for you. Mundin's on this Gathot. It's not going to be easy for him to set up. Same as Munster with the Arlet.
Yeah, I think everybody's very all in right now. unfortunate. Wait, concealed? Are they trying to turn this? Martin is going to make an attempt.
Yep, they're attacking Yumes now, even using the final slash, trying to get this Gothot. Sorry, Yumes, and now Innocent goes in. Cram is there. Martin's trying to run away. Sakai is actually low HP. He gets shut down. MQT gets the kill, but then flicker forward by Cram. Everyone's going to get taken down. MQT having to use the wind of nature. And now GMX, they're protecting their base, but it's a 1-for-1. Sakai's for Munster. Cram goes back in, taking a lot of damage from MQT.
Munster doing a surprising amount of damage, not going to lie, and I think that even Sakai is a little surprised that he died in that fashion as well.
Mandin's still there. He still has the AOG, and Stormy goes in with a final slash, but reaction good there. Maima gets hurt, but still the kill goes over to MQT. Looks like they're forcing SRG out now. Jaja, good stun, but Yumes counter back with a tectonic charge. Maima has no mana. He can't fight back.
I was thinking whether or not SRG was looking for the turn, and Yumes isolating Jaja by himself. Perfectly played, and Yumes anti-CC. Nice calls, knowing that Munster was going to make the attempt for the final slash. Not going to make the same mistakes twice. But so far, SRG, they're getting a little bold, they're getting a little brave. Stormy and as well as the guys giving away their lives like that, not exactly ideal.
I think they're getting slightly impatient because just like, okay, this is a bit annoying. You guys keep on clearing waves. We got to take you guys out. Good move coming in from Stormy, but GMX, they saw that from a mile away. They were more than ready to dash out. But either way, SRG is still in winning position, 5,000 gold, and now having the Lord at minute 14. Sakai's having that BOD. Someone's going to get executed.
Someone's going to get hurt. And I think right now, the biggest problems that they have is they can't really stop the counter engagement with the AOG alongside with the final slash. But I think bigger problems yet is even if they want to take out people like Jaja, that's not a problem. But he's a little too fast sometimes. So their next best target is Maima, but he has the brilliance. They've gotten the brilliance out of him multiple times. And I think that MQT is a non-factor in a lot of these situations because it just depends on whether Munster or even Matnitz lands the initial CC. So SRG, they're going to dance around it. They're going to have to utilize Yumes. They want to make another super play. Maybe Stormy could look for it, but Cram, he's patient and he needs to wait, right? Because we see that GMXK, every single fight that they've lost so far really boils down to I throw my ult, but then I get a little too close together, and that's when Cram takes them all out.
I would say for GMX, they're hoping for the Sky Piercer stack to do a lot of work. Because right now, MQT has either 30 or 20 stacks. Yumes showing his face, sieging the mid. Looks like they're going to get mid for free here. Martin is trying to taunt them out. The Lord is here. All the minions are crashing in. Martin's trying to delay. Cram goes in. Right now, Revitalize not going to be enough. Martin still survives. AOG out of there, but Cram gets Maima first. And on the Blazing Way coming in from Innocent gets him dead. But SRG still ends the game.
They close it out nicely. They were working on that base, having a couple of people to peel. But when it all is said and done, they still crack open the crystal. SRG.OG take game number 1 against GMXK. Now, we have to think about adaptations here because I feel like GMXK had to let go of the handlebars by mid-game, right? It was just not in their control.
I kind of feel like they gotta build a draft that's very easy to execute because, again, the setups that they have, the Gothot as well as the Arlet, isn't really the easiest for both your Lunox as well as Kimi to deal out free damage. In comparison to Yumes on that Grok, he can solo zone anyone, and then if anything goes wrong, he can tectonic charge out of there. Heck, if he sees the opportunity, he's gonna tectonic charge forward and gets a big setup.
And I think that both sides, I think it comes down to the draft, right? Those side lanes, those early side lane picks from both SRG alongside with GMXK, Arlet, and Lapu Lapu, they had their roles, and they deterred a lot what the mid had to provide. So I'm thinking right now, is the mid... We had the EXP problem of pick EXP too early, you're going to get counterpicked. I feel now we've kind of transitioned into mid is running out of options, especially when EXP laners can do so much.
Honestly, I talked this with Sunfrost, and I kind of feel like we're going to talk more about it once we see the itemization, but even though the meta is wide open, I kind of feel like for Malaysia specifically, there's one type of draft or gameplay that heavily gets punishes, and that's actually trying to play counter-engage. Because Malaysia, now we're understanding how to play macro. We know how to play the objective. So if you're waiting for us to engage, we're just not going to do that. We're just going to take the turrets. We're just going to take the turtle. And since you're not built to engage, they're never punished.
It becomes a little difficult to actually make it happen, right? I think that at least they need to find something that creates space for them to breathe. Let's jump over to our MVP real quick here. Let's see who it's going to be. And it looks like Yum's MVP of game number... Oh, no! Whoa!
That was the mighty swing. That was the mighty swing coming in from Yums. And again, I mean, he's a legend. Not yet because not full 10 seasons, but still, the guy has accomplished a lot. He's like, what, 7-8 seasons worth of MPL? But again, I kind of feel like, especially against a team like SRG, where they don't always feel pressure to start a fight, trying to play counteractive, maybe not the best way to go.
Maybe not the best way to go? Doesn't mean that they have to take a more aggressive composition.
I kind of feel like if they have that kind of draft in, say, MPL ID, where they do like to skirmish, they do like to fight, it could look good. But here in Malaysia, it's like, once we know you don't want to fight, we also won't fight. We'll just push the minions in, we'll have someone zone you away, and then we're going to get the turret. Because we know the chances of you fighting back is so low. So it really is understanding your opponent's win condition, and then just don't get baited.
Don't get baited by it. Don't fall into that trap. Don't stick your finger in there, sir. That's a power socket. Even if we changed up a couple of the picks, I think that SRG did a really good job in terms of picking order rather than just the draft itself. I think there's a lot of scenarios where you probably would have picked your mid laner within that first phase, but holding it off and more importantly getting access to Valentina here really made the difference. I want to say made the difference, but I think the laning phase was so evident that Yums and Stormy were just dominating, right? Early resources being blown out of Madin's. Maima is actually pretty sustainable by himself. I would have imagined that they could have let Madin's go to some of the side lanes.
And we got to talk more about Yums, because the way that he played his Grok is the reason why he's the MVP, because I like that the Grok right now, you kind of play more macro than micro. Not saying you can't play micro, of course, but especially here in Malaysia, even in ranked games, very good Grok players just denies the enemy of any forward momentum, making sure that they don't hold the bushes, they are not in position to contest for anything. And the way that Yums did it really made GMX unable to move. Like, really attest to the hero, it is a wall. And the big difference between this Grok and the previous Grok is that he actually has a pushback mechanic, and believe it or not, it cancels a lot of things, even like a Tigreal dash.
A Tigreal dash, a taunt when you're channeling it on Gatot.
Cancel so many things.
There's so many good things you can do with it. And also, it kind of changes up the, it doesn't feel so bad anymore with old Grok, because if you take the wall, you got to make sure that if you're proxy, well, not really proxy, delaying all 3 waves, the one wave that you're going to follow, ideally you want to delay it again. Now you can kind of use it as a tool to be like, I delay it once, and now I look for bigger trades by isolating my targets and punching you against that wall.
Yeah, honestly, this is my favorite way of playing a Grok. Kind of like uninteractive, but at the same time, brilliant. GMX Kelantan, again, I kind of feel like going up against a Grok, one major weakness compared to the one before is that when you hold the first kill, you're basically immune to most CCs. Now you can still immune, but it takes timing, right? They should have a hero to counter that. So I really feel like it is about the draft, but at the same time, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just not comfortable with certain picks to counter what SRG had.
Maybe that could be the major problem coming in from GMXK. I think that Rich Guy carry as well as best wingman from SRG side, very understandable. Sandbag going over to Madin's clearly from the laning phase mid game as well as the late game. He had to open up the map. He had to be the person who takes the damage. He had to pull the wave, especially when it's coming up to your inhibitors.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing, but I kind of feel like both the carry as well as Sandbag, a lot of the numbers is from that laning phase, because again, like Stormy does a lot of poke damage. He just dashes in, one splash, and then gets out. He doesn't overcommit. He doesn't stay there for a long time. The ult that he took isn't even damage based. It's about setting up for his team. I'm actually surprised it was not Sakai's, because he poked so many times against GMX.
Yeah, no, he really did. I think those 2 deaths really costed him quite a number of stats overall, and he has been power farming throughout the entirety of the game. Let's look at the highlights just in case you guys forgot, because again, this early laning phase, really brutal for people like Maima alongside with Matdins, but Innocent also part of that conversation. And I like the fact that GMXK, they're like, okay, we may be losing priority, but we're still trying to make it work, right? Bot side, heavily punished. Jaja making sure that these waves are managed while his team is fighting.
And this really separates SRG.OG apart. Like, yes, many people know that SRG should be the one winning. But the way that they play, the way that they draft, this separates them from everyone else. Because going up against GMX Kelantan, you will have other teams experimenting, right? We're going to try this draft, see if it works. We're going to try this hero, see if it works. But SRG, their bans are very specific. They will not ban the same way against other teams. And number two, even in the play, I feel like even chat can list out the teams that they will take advantage of this and just fight because they know they're mechanically better. The fact that SRG.OG still played the macro game, just played smart, shows that they really have that mentality of a best of one. People keep saying it, but they really show it.
Yeah, no, they practice what they preach, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
They look to make sure that everybody gets their fair shot, but I think that this time around, I mean, comparative to last season where it's like, you could see that they were kind of like mucking around a little bit.
Yeah.
You saw that Coach Arcadia was kind of letting go of the reins. It's like, all right, I'll give you 4 picks rather than 2, and you get to decide. Now, they've taken away the gimmicks, right?
I mean, they lost MSC, man.
They did, well...
That might have stung more than they like to admit. So they're like, okay, you know what? We're locking in. We're number 1.
We're locking in. I really thought they were going to adopt the same strategy of we're only going to play 1 comp the entire season. That's what I was thinking they were going to do.
Again, I kind of feel like we have to go back to the conversation where the meta is really open to the point where they're drafting in a way that is like the most optimum, right? Where each hero has a lot of opportunities to basically be the MVP. Like even the Valentina, we don't see a lot of Valentinas, but when you see the opposing side, when you see the map that's being used, any ult Stormy gets has full value.
Yep. And I hope that at least for GMXK's side, they go to blue side, right?
Yeah.
A lot of teams, I don't like it when, especially when they figured out exactly what the drafting pattern is supposed to. It's not like a single change is going to really affect it. Like I think if they swap the Arlet for something out to hopefully, you know, change up what the first picks are going to look like, that'll make a difference. I personally don't think so because the bans is the major problem. They don't have access to the power picks that they want to. I'm also surprised that Fanny wasn't picked up at all by either side and the Yishin was highly prioritized. It's interesting, but at the same time, I think for GMXK, with the level that they are at currently, it's a good pace of learning.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like GMX, they are going to get first pick here. We do have to say, like, technically this season is not relegation. We're about to move to a enhanced franchise for MPL MY. It's okay for them, especially as a new team, to learn as much as they can for this season and see what they can apply, because once we start the enhanced franchise, that's when everything gets real, right? That's where, yes, right now everyone is taking it very, very seriously, but there's going to be a new culture moving forward.
And I hope that it changes because longest time, I don't know, maybe this is just being in the scene for so long, especially for MPL MY. A lot of teams get very comfortable with where they are. They're like, I'm getting paid to play this mobile game. It makes a lot of sense. And only people with high competitive drive move further and further ahead of the rest leading up to SRG. But once we get into that franchise system, I think the stakes are even higher because investors and teams, and especially the money within esports to keep these teams afloat is at stake. Every player is probably not only worried about their own gameplay, but their jobs at the end of the season.
And I really hope for teams, I feel like in Malaysia, you're required to have like a mental coach.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is, fighting against SRG is just demoralizing. Like, SRG is good and bad for Malaysia in the sense that they're bringing good name to Malaysia, but at the same time, teams that had to face against them week in, week out, especially if we go to franchise, say they have to fight twice.
Oh, double round robins?
Right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine it's like, we fought them twice and we lost both times. Like, again, like, players will not admit it, Gideon, but you can see in their eyes. They have it in their head like, we know we lost, but we still don't know how.
Yeah, it's
a mystery, man.
It is a bit of a mystery. I mean, they are outclassing you in a lot of different areas, and it's hard to identify every single one of them. Hopefully, with Coach Vivi at the helm, maybe they're going to get a rough idea, because now we start moving into the second game. It's going to be Kalia alongside Fanny Ban for GMXK. CC, Angela, I think Coach Arcadia and Azorvecki have agreed we're going to do the exact same thing, right? It's changed. Maybe we'll tweak the last couple of picks, but for now, as long as the Angela and the CC are out of the picture, we've got a chance.
Again, to know, this is dangerous grass still. Honestly, Gideon, my personal opinion is that Dangerous Grass has been nerfed quite a lot in the recent roam changes, because with more grass, it would actually make it easier for you to proc that EXP gain. But because the gain is low enough, making it so that you can't use damaged roamers. So everyone theory crafted Natalia, the Hellcurt, maybe even the Water Girl, Kadita. Yeah.
I was about to say Kalia.
Kalia too, I guess.
Yeah,
Water is good with grass.
Yeah. It works.
It makes you grow.
It makes it grow in the best ways possible, right? I feel,
in my personal opinion, it's just that you only had 1 week to test it out. But because I feel like Dangerous Grass, that's the most optimum to have like an assassin roamer.
And it makes sense, right? Especially with like prior to the hotfix where you would hit level 2 really fast. You can like make immediate impact on the map. Now with 1-1 already gone, traditionals are out of the question. Baxia, as expected, for the side of SRG.OG. First pick over to GMXK. Do they start off with the Yishin once again?
By the way, Gideon, I had this theory craft. I don't think I've talked about it on broadcast. I wonder, maybe in the playoffs they will do something like this, right? Ban out the Lunox. Because a lot of strats that we were talking before the patch comes up, like the Hilda, right? Hilda just using the grass, using the broken walls, able to interrupt everyone. The big problem is that Lunox, right? Phoveus doesn't exist because of that Lunox. Using tank junglers in Malaysia is so difficult because of that Lunox. Honestly, even Grok. Grok is very difficult dealing against a Lunox. So I wonder if one of these days they're like, we really want to use a tanky lineup. We are okay dealing with a carry, maybe even in a ton, but you gotta take out that Lunox.
I think it comes down to, because what is meta and how to counter it is evidently, I jump in your face, I force you out of your whatever you're channeling, right? Artillery mages struggle when you have strong divers on your side. Lunox literally does not care. If you got the mechanics, you can get out of it. It's just a game of managing your resources, and I think there's not enough things in the meta right now to bait those resources out to really incentivize banning it. And for now, we do see the Zushin finally getting let through as GMXK forced to ban out that Fanny. Joy gonna be the follow-up pick as Lancelot is the opener for GMXK.
SRG with just 2 picks shut down 2 different drafts. The Jushin, if you have a lot of frontliners, not gonna have fun. And if you have a lot of backliners going up against the Joy, also not gonna have a lot of fun.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know whether GMXK is gonna go really gimmicky here once again, where they make like a bold call to go for Mincetar straight away, or whether or not they do need
even something crazy like Odette.
Yeah, I mean, Odette makes a lot of sense. Tigreal also makes a lot of sense, but I think Odette even more so this time round. Not only has CG played it and showed off what it can do, but more importantly, just makes Joy's life difficult. Instead, GMXK go for the traditional way, just a Way of a Dragon and a Kimmy.
Again, that's good, but again, Kimmy just gets punished just a little bit. Like, like when me and Husky are here, we really meme this Kimmy to death.
Yep.
But sometimes it just doesn't make sense. You're going up against a Joy. You need someone that can protect yourself. Either gold lane or mid, not gonna have it. Not gonna have a good time.
Yeah. I don't know how they're. I guess they're just hoping Biba outplays it, right? Hop over a wall, take a flicker, pray for the best, maybe, I suppose. SRG, they could go back into the Grok strategy one more time, and I think that would be totally fine, but instead they go for the Gathar. Oh, to be fair, the Kimmy is flex pick for QT as well.
So now SRG picking up the Gatot, which, by the way, is one of the heroes that Yums used, and he did lose. Although, to be fair, his Gatot was one of the best Gatots that we've seen, even though he only used it for week 1. So now for both SRG as well as GMX Lantern here, the only thing is, I wonder if SRG, they're gonna go respect the respect Munster and making sure that they deal with all the OP EXP laners, thinking of Esme's.
I don't think Esme really bet.
Right, so I really don't know any EXP laner that's a problem for SRG.
Yeah, I think that SRG just want to set up for Lapu. At this point, right? Like, you set up for Lapu, you attack gold lane? I guess they want to make sure that GMXK says, or at least make IMQT feel, I must take this Kimmy, I got nothing else in the tank to play. Oh, Phoveus? Really?
Are they trying to get Arlet again? I mean, like, to be fair, they already have 2 heroes with a lot of dashes, and if you're batting out Phoveus, means the damage profile that you have is not bursty to the point that you can deal with the Phobias. Like maybe they're going for more DPS as well.
Could be. If that is the case, GMXK, I would say getting rid of the Lapu makes a lot of sense, right? Make it a little bit more volatile, make it a little bit more, hey, you can't just dive however you like to. We only want to be able to deal with the Joy and maybe the Gato AOG after, but that's about it. They also...
you read through it.
They banned out the Arlet. Now, what does GMXK have left in the
only
tank?
thing is, because GMXK, they ban out the Phobias, if I was in a coaching position, I kind of want to assume that this Kimmy is going mid, because if you let go of the Phobias, there's still an opportunity for you to pick up Lunox and Cho, which is going to be easier compared to the previous game. So then it's better you just let go all of this front line, right? You can deal with it. So they're banning out this Phobias. Maybe it's Kimmy mid, so that they just don't have the damage if they deal with this tanky EXP laner.
Okay. I like the way they're reading into this, right? Because
I kind of feel like they should ban Lapu as well.
Right? I definitely think that Lapu needs to go at this stage. Make sure that the EXP is hyper volatile, so that at least you know, if I'm going to get attacked, these are the few hero options that are going to be jumping in my face 90% of the time. But instead they get rid of the quad, even though they successfully dove the quad twice in the previous game.
SRG is going to pick up Lapu, but the pick that I want them to pick is actually Alice. Because honestly, it looks like a pretty good Alice draft here where you can go in and you just stick on the Kimmy. And whoever the mid/gold laner is going to be. Because the Lancelot is not going to stick on the Alice. You want to go to the back line.
That's true.
Okay, they pick up Obsidia.
All right. Look, Alice could still be on the table, to be fair. I think they want to see the full lineup. And if that is the case, I would agree with SRG. See what the full lineup is going to be first before we decide on this Alice, because I feel like it's going to be a nothing burger lane for EXP unless we've got some dangerous counter picks on the opposite end. Monster must now have to go blind in the draft to figure out what exactly is he going to get counterpicked against, so he needs something that at least sustains him in that lane. SRG, they go for...
There's still Granger if they want, but again, it's just that the Joy kind of makes everything depressing.
Yeah. Esme?
Among the plains exists
Eve, so it looks like... well, kind of the same thing, even though, yes, this Kimmy is going to go gold, but they don't have the damage to deal with a very tanky front line.
Yeah, also they don't have, like, the burst, right? They've got...
And Lapu is still good here for SRG if they want.
Exactly, so this is a little counterintuitive. I would imagine that Kimmy was going to get thrown into the mid lane. That would make the most amount of sense.
Show kick someone. Will they have enough damage? Kind of don't think so. It almost feels like they just want to chain CCs, right?
Yeah.
Right? Chain between the Cho kick into the Kimmy, either Starlium or the traction pull, and then hoping that the Lancelot has enough damage.
Maybe falling Star Moon if
Maybe
necessary.
falling Star Moon as well.
But then you're calling like 5 people to make sure that this one pick actually comes through, and that's a lot of resources. Ideally, we would hope that the copies is going to be a little bit more efficient. Is it going to be Dyroth? Wow. All right.
They did with the Esmeralda.
It's a good and bad thing, right?
It's good, yeah.
It's great in lane, but now it gives GMXK a potential lane to punish. On Lapu, it's a little bit harder because he can sustain, he can clear the waves fast. Dyroth, he kind of doesn't have a disengage mechanic, right? He just fights you until he gets his cooldowns back up, and maybe he can just hop on out of there.
And this is again what I say about SRG.OG. They just take the life out of you. Because I kind of feel like when they pick up the Dyroth, and the Dyroth bullies the Esme so hard, and then in your head, you know it's a losing matchup, but at the same time, you're using one of the most meta EXP laners, and then you're losing by that much. Something about SRG.OG, they're being very smart, but at the same time, they know how to demoralize you.
They really know how to squeeze the life out of people, and I think that right now Munster is going to have a very difficult position to play in. Not only does he have to hold out that lane, he's got to peel, but as we head on into the land of Dawn, we can only hope and pray that GMXK finds and can weave these opportunities into their plays, because mid was their biggest problem in the early game. That mid duo, they've got to fight, and more importantly, they got to make sure that they have resources when they leave that lane.
And again, we got to note that this is not the first time Cram has used this Dyroth. Even in EWC, I forgot who the opponent was, but he used the Dyroth as well, and he won by a lot.
He won significantly, right? This is an impossible matchup.
Yeah.
Monsters. He really shouldn't be here.
Yep.
He really shouldn't be using resources like that. So it's going to be Brave Smite. He's going to make sure that he has the Rupture alongside with the Festival of Blood, making sure that he has fighter emblems Oh, this 2v1. No, he's not gonna win this.
Yeah, because the healing coming in from the Dire is just a little bit too much. And then dies right in. First blood for Cram. Martin's so low. And this is... You know that. Oh! Lakers forward tries to get Martin's. Able to dash out of there with the Jeet Kune Do. And again, this, like, even on Facebook, people be talking about pick up the Dire to do with the Esme. It's just that it's good for solo play, not for a team play. But if your team is SRG.OG, you don't even need that good of a teamwork. You guys just do your own thing and it will be fine.
Yeah, and now they're coming for another counter engagement here. Yums is here to make sure that once that first nail is in, that it's not coming out. Oh, wait. Actually.
Gideon, Cram's level 4, Munster is barely level 3.
Wait. This could be even better than that. I think they can take like potentially 3 kills here, but they decide to back off instead. If somebody gets taunted, I think they're gone.
Now Jaja trying to fight back with the Taunt Rose. Down bot lane, looks like MQT is handling Innocent well, but again, this is Obsidia. Obsidia doesn't have the best laning phase, but once you get the items and hits the hunt of bone, it's gonna be scary.
Yeah, until then, it's gonna be pretty painful, and MQT is doing a good job, right? He's taking the gold plate as well. Hold on.
Now, right now, Sky just jumps in, and Mandin's taking a lot of damage. Cram hits the ult, gets the kill, but look at the turtle. Jaja gets that, but still gets punished. Stormy pulls him in. An easy kill for SRG.OG.
Good stuff coming in from Stormy, putting himself between the exit. Oh, hold on, RWM coming out too.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage here. SRG, will they get punished? Yum still survives. Cram gets out of there. Stormy making sure no one takes enough damage. And Sakai's, he was thinking about it, but it's like, maybe not.
Maybe not. I think the funniest part about it is that everybody decided to walk away. Cram's like, no. I can out-heal through this. I can power through. Believe me, friends. Just peel me after I'm done.
Cram is that one friend when you tell him, it's like, hey, they're rotating towards you, and he's like, I can outplay this. I can outplay this, guys.
Guys, watch me. Eyes on me, sir. MQT so far doing very, very well against Innocent for the time being, but it looks like SRG's has decided to kind of flip the script here. The rotations, making sure that they are looking towards that bottom side path. Obviously, oh, good game sense coming in from Yums, expecting an ambush on that mid.
Now looking at the top side here, Sakai's as well as Cram is there. And Munster really has to be careful. He's already losing a level. He actually jumps back in, trying to trade with Cram. But the healing is a little bit too much, but Madins is here. Flick him forward, way of the dragon, 4 on them. Cram runs away! Safe and sound!
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That's ults. Demoralizing, Gideon.
3 ults committed. Slightly bad no, then don't tell me.
Maima gets caught, AOG jumps in. Madin's trying to get away. Sakai's taking a lot of damage from Maima. Sakai's also did not get caught, but Monster to the side gets Sakai's with a falling star move.
I really thought that Stormy was about to pick him up there, and Maima luckily drops down the RWM in time. They get only 1 kill for that, unfortunately. Ideally, they would have liked a little bit more, but everybody's just too far behind.
Now Stormy looks like able to purify out of that, but Madin's might get Punisher, gets taunted, killing spree for Cram. SRG.OG is still controlling the map. Looks like GMX, they want to contest for this turtle. Gotta be careful on that one. Jaja tries to time it, gets the turtle, and now they gotta get out of that. Monster trying to run, even using the flicker, making sure it doesn't get punished by Cram.
Good call by Jaja, but is the punish gonna be followed up? No, SRG, give the respect. They don't go for the full squad invade on that orange buff after. They know that the retribution was used. They saw it happen. They could have gone for it, but instead decide to give respect. They're waiting for their first item power spikes to start rolling through at this stage. And for Dairoth, Cram, he's having the time of his life, right? He's 3-0-1, he's up a level, and now he needs to impact the rest of the map.
Stormy, oh, Innocent. Almost gets taken down by MQT. Madins is here to make sure no gank is gonna come onto him. Innocent is still fine. Even though the bot turret is actually taking quite a lot of damage on Cram, will he get Punisher? He does! Monster gets a shutdown! And nothing that Sakai's can do. He can't fight back. Not a good position there.
Dairoth is great in the 1v1. It's great when there's minions nearby him. Trigger his passive. More importantly, get mega heals, but good coverage coming in from SRG's side, making sure that they don't lose any of their structures. However, the bot side, as expected, finally, after immense pressure, IMQT cracks open bot tier 1.
GMX is actually fighting back quite hard. They almost have 1,000 goal lead at 5 minutes against SRG. SRG has 4 kills, they had 2. Yum taking a bit of damage here coming in. But still, so far, so good. MQD now having that Sky Piercer. Any kills he has after this, it's just going to stack up more and more.
This is the value. 25 seconds left on the clock, and SRG are going to be the first ones on the scene. They want to not only control, but they've even implemented a lane swap. Make sure that Obsidia has something to farm, and that's the problem with Obsidia, right? She needs to consistently farm. Without it, without those stacks, it becomes even ever so hard to play the game.
Yep. Monster showing his face against Cram as well as Innocent, making them know that they cannot get this hurt for free. Maima is concealed. Looks like Cram knows where he is, same as Yumes. Innocent as well as Cram moves forward. MQD is here to join the fight. Looks like it's going to be a 5v5 here.
Yeah, but the RWM was used early on. Stormy didn't use any of these resources, and now the fight begins.
Martins trying to get Innocent. Innocent flickers out of there. Martins does use the kick, but against Cram, looks like he's going to get taken down by Stormy in the backline. Look at the turtle. Looks like Jaja steals the turtle away. And now Munster still trying to make sure that Jaja gets out of there. He has to puncture. And so far, his save, no crowd control to stop the Lancelot.
Nicely played by Jaja. An honest 50-50. And unfortunately, it goes into the hands of GMXK. Wait, hold on. Cram, he's in trouble.
Munster is looking good. They forced Cram to use the flicker. Munster maybe taking a little bit too much. Jaja jumps in. He wants Innocent, but Innocent dodges that. Munster flickers forward. Unforbidden hits onto Innocent, but still killing spree for Munster. Munster willing to trade his life. It looks like he will eventually. Whoa, RWM coming in from Maima, saving him, but Sakai still gets that shutdown. But all the while, MQD is down bot, wanting to get that bot turret.
Oh my goodness, just look at the impact plays on the GMXK side. Munster's buying plenty of time. I'm QT going for the split push by himself. He is getting hella gold solo farming in these side waves. Hella gold from these structures. And look, even GMXK willing to go into enemy territory.
Madin's zoning out quite well. Stormy having to use the Crimson Beacon, make sure it doesn't get caught. MQD is still 0-0-0, even though no Sky Piercer stack so far, but at least he's been taking quite a lot of turrets, because right now for SRG, they only have 1 outer turret, and GMX, they're looking to get that one.
There's the next contestant. They want them in tier 1, and now the fight breaks out.
Look at Sky. Skies goes to the back. Yumes already getting targeted by Jaja. Madin's making sure that Cram has no way to get into the fight. A lot of damage. But again, Jaja is just poking them out, making sure that they don't join the fight.
Yikes. Yikes, that damage though. Cram, he already completed the War Axe very early on in the game, but I think that his build might have to vary from his traditional bruiser side of things. I really want him to eventually get the Brute Force Breastplate, but I don't think this is a situation for it right now. It's a little tough. He needs to survive the initial damage. And now the Lord might just fall into the hands of GMXK. SRG a little late to the scene this time.
Yeah, Madins is there. But Yume, Stormy, everyone runs. Jaja still gets the Lord. Madins have to use the flicker. And so far, GMX, they've been a very disciplined, making sure that they don't leave the chance. Just flicker out of there. Don't try to outplay it.
Yeah, I mean, since keeping it simple, they have a 3.4k lead. I mean, now with the Holy Crystal, oh no, Madins is in trouble.
Bone, but again, Madin still very, very tanky. Not enough damage coming in from Innocent. The last item that I saw him build, what was it again? It was the Windtalker.
Windtalker.
He only had a Windtalker, so I'm not so sure whether he has 3 items just yet. He should. Looks like it's still not enough to deal with the Cho. A 0-3 and 1 Cho.
Yeah, no, Cho, currently Madin's in a pretty decent position, right? And I think worse yet, this is the biggest lead we've seen from GMXK, 3.9k.
Oh, looks like it's only 2 items. Only the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Windtalker. Definitely not enough damage. Heck, look at the goal difference, 7,500 against 5,006. GMX, they're taking this turret for free as well. We're seeing the reverse here, Gideon, where SRG, they can't fight back. And GMX, they're just taking what they can. The Lord down bot is still marching.
They still have the holy shielding to deal with the Lord, but they need to make sure that the extra bit of damage that it applies doesn't end up losing them another inhibitor. Like, even delaying that mid-wave. I mean, SRG is putting up a decent defense here, but with all outer turrets missing, I'm thinking about how they're going to make the next play, because now GMXK, they can start setting up for ambushes. They can start setting up for cutting supply lines for SRG.
Important items here. Madins has completed the Dominance Eye, so able to deal with Obsidia a little bit more. And Jaja having that endless battle as well. A lot of on-hit damage. Like we saw, just one hit onto Cram is already strong enough. Yumes gets caught. Cram moves forward against Madins. AOG hits no one. Sakai's trying to get onto Maima. Didn't get it. Monster still front-lining. SRG. Botch engaged. And now RWM. Monster moves forward. Yumes taking a lot of damage. Cram is in the middle of the team fight. Stormy gets a kill. Cram has to get out of there. And now Jaja, he got caught. Stormy gets a double kill. But hey, look at this. MQT is shooting forward, gets a kill. Monster secures Innocent. Maima, full HP still. Sakai, he wants to go for this power play. He wants Maima. He wants Maima. MQT still there. Unfortunately, there's nothing much that he can do. But he showed his face. Sakai's on the hunt.
Gonna keep dancing around him forever, right? Doesn't seem possible for this catch to actually work. 4 months. There's great stuff coming in from Sakai. He's utilizing those dashes well. But man, that was a game of chicken between the gold laners. Whoever stopped auto-attacking first would have lost, and unfortunately, Innocent was the one who backed out of it.
Honestly, I didn't know how to call for that one because I really thought MQT would have died there. One stack on that Sky Piercer. I kind of feel like for the value to be there, MQT needs at least 2 more because I kind of feel like 3 stacks on that Sky Piercer is when you can really see a difference.
Yeah, that's when it feels really nice to play. And I think better yet, Innocent, the fact that he doesn't have this DHS. Wait, hold on. Okay, Mandines, a little out of position here, but at least Maima is able to back him up. He's rotating from that mid lane. He wants to get a decent RWM, and he's going to take the safe path to make sure that he ends up as the final bastion as Monster can see everything happening off the map and will even brass tag Sakai's. He could die here.
Yeah, but looks like they're going to trade for the Lord here. Jaja, this is your moment. Sakai gets the Lord. Storm even gets a kill onto Madins. GMX moves forward trying to get killed. But looks like Cram is still being safe. He gets a kill onto Munster. This is a big mistake coming in from GMX. They lost everything.
When Jaja had won 2 50-50s in a row, the one that mattered the most, it was too late. Unfortunately, Sakai is going to win out that 50-50 himself. And luckily, as this fight progressed, we did see that Stormy got to breathe, got to play. But I think that Innocent, good use of the Hunter Bone, right? Shutting down Matnin so that he couldn't get a 3rd hit of G-Kundo, couldn't find the way of the dragon onto Sakai's.
Oh, we might see a 1v1 up top. Lancelot against the Joy. Looks like both are still full HP, so they're not committing just yet. Innocent now having the Malefic Gun. Gets taunted here, Madines. Oh, but look at that flash of pulse. MQT gets Innocent. And now AOG out of there. Yumes survives. But Stormy's all alone. Able to dodge Madines. Even using the Purify to get away. Stormy's still alive. Jaja coming in from the flanks. Got to deal with Cram. And now Skies jumps in. Electrifying Beats trying to get a kill, but gets kicked. But so far, MQT gets taken down by Cram. This is not looking good for GMX. Kalanta, the cavalry came from SRG, but Jaja gets a kill on Cram. Can he do more? Yes, he can. A double kill. Get some guys. Yunes is on the table. No AOG to run away. And now looks like Maima secures the kill. Only Stormy is left.
I don't think he can clear the wave in time. Who does he have coming up? Innocent is going to be the next to come with him. And this is a dangerous position. They might actually drop this game against GMXK.
RWM hits onto Innocent. Innocent taking a lot of damage. Gets out of there. They got the inhibitor mid. Munster has to use the flicker to make sure he doesn't die. GMX, they're in a good position to actually win this one, Gideon.
They've got one hell of a chance.
Shout out to chat, by the way.
Ooh, they got one hell of a chance.
Shout out
here.
to chat.
Big shout outs. And now, with 24 stacks already in play, Innocent, he's got some decent damage, but he hasn't been able to apply it. He thought the counterplay was the Hunter Bomb needs every single time, but he also doesn't want to break it off too early, and that RWM is just too big of a problem for him to handle alone. He must be the last person to walk into these fights, and unfortunately that means that Matneeds will get away with the dragon on one of their frontliners.
Talk about a confidence boost, Gideon. Like, even if SRG wins the overall match, imagine GMX being bottom 2. I think Dota is the very last team right now. They get a point off of SRG. Now, if I was the boss of GMX, sure we lose, but who cares, man?
Yep. They'd be extremely
We got promise.
happy. Yeah, they've not only got promise, but I think that GMXK, I think this is going to be the confidence boost that they need, that they can say, yes, we can go toe-to-toe with some of that best. And maybe it's going to be what they need to inspire them. Now, 6-0-4 Stormy is going to be the big problem here, right?
Look at that.
Munster.
Munster finds Cram. I thought Munster was gonna get punished. Look at the Lord. Half health. Look at Skies. Look at Jaja. Jaja taking damage. Skies goes in. Jaja gets it and gets out of there. In the back line, it's Madines. Madines is gonna get targeted. He's gonna get taken down. RWM, unable to save him, unable to punish. But if I was GMX Kelantan, I'm happy with that trade.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that they can power through to get them in just yet. But if they just slow it down, take a breath for a moment, Innocent is very susceptible. Going for the Malefic Gun, giving that extra bit of range, helped him out to space against Deans, but that doesn't necessarily apply to people like Jaja or even Maima. He's got to be extremely careful here. And Monsters, he's completely outscaled Cram. It's a nothing fight for him. Cram doesn't get any value off Monsters.
Trash and Pulse hitting no one. GMX looks like they're not able to use this Lord advantage at all. The inhibitor does get taken down, so that's something. Jaja goes on to Cram. Cram taking a lot of damage from Jaja as well as Maima. Good coming in from SRG, making sure that they don't lose anything. They lost bot inhibitor, but in the grand scheme of things, that's still all right.
It could have been a lot worse, especially considering how late it is into this game. That Lord is scaling quickly. Innocent, final item, Berserker's Fury. Rather interesting. I mean, he's not running the golden staff anyways, so it makes a lot more sense. His crits already hurt. That Talker, especially on hit damage, can also crit, and it's starting to really pile on. Now, whether or not it's going to be the difference maker, we'll see in this next upcoming fight, because look at both of these... Oh wait, hold on.
Jaja gets taunted and gets hit by Innocent. Thunderbolt actually gets Jaja. Legendary for Stormy gets Maima. But MQT still gets Innocent. AOG hitting onto 2. MQT still free hitting. Jaja is no longer in the fight. Is this good for SRG or GMX? GMX still moving forward. Monster is hard tanking. Cram finds MQT. MQT trying to run away. Madines protects him. Good flicker from him. Surviving Cram. Cram is still there, but look at Skies. Skies is going to end this. MQT, it's him against SRG. And SRG gets it. Stormy in the front lines there, making sure that his base doesn't get destroyed. Woo!
What a position. What a position to be in, right? We saw the mid lane already pushing through. I was trying to figure out why the sides were so open for GMXK. They were leaning so heavily towards that top side that they didn't realize they had already been intercepted, cut right in half, and broke their back. SRG, now they've found the win condition that they are looking for. And GMXK, they have to play a little bit tighter. They can't afford to be that spread out. SRG is really good at running down your targets one by one, so you have to make that initial impact. If we're talking about initial impact, oh my goodness, the damage coming in from Innocent, if he was allowed to free hit anymore, guaranteed an endgame scenario.
I got a shout out to MQT, man. Even though he got taken down, look at the happy feet that he had. He dodged as much as he could. He used everything in his kit. He did get taken down, but he did not make it easy for SRG. They had to send everyone for one Kimi.
Woo! Dangerous stuff. Really dangerous stuff. I mean, both Mark MQT as well as Cram having great laning phases, really feeling that impact 19 minutes into the game. You would have imagined that at least would have dropped off like Cram, but scaling from QT.
Madines, he gets Cram. Cram gets caught, gets into the traction post. Cram gets taken down. Sakai's, he wants MQT. Madines to protect him. Munster trying to zone Innocent away. Sakai's trying to make sure that he makes sure he stays there. Munster gets Innocent. Yums, AOG's out of there. Stormy, he's still waiting. Stormy's in the flanks. Can Stormy do something? Looks like he's just gonna recall, and GMX, they're making the call, Gideon. They want to end this now. They don't need a Lord.
They don't need it at all. Their wave clear is not that great. Sakai's will try his best.
Sakai's jumps in. Electrifying feed gets knocked up by Madines. Gets stopped into RWM. Gets kicked. MQT gets the kill. Minions still in. Stormy moves forward. Stormy, will this be his birthday? He gets Madines. GMX Kelantan. They're doing it! They found the base! 1-1!
You can see their faces. They were surprised that they have taken that game. SRG fans alongside Galata fans celebrate. What a game this has been. They're putting on one hell of a show in this best of 3, and now GMXK feel alive. SRG, they knew they made some mistakes. They understand it, but GMXK, you can't help but feel happy for them.
If you want hope in your league, it's when you see games like this. I hope every other team here in MPL looks at that game and say SRG can bleed. If GMX can do it, then everyone else does not have an excuse.
Woo! It's not going to be a spotless record for SRG, unfortunately. That's the second game that they have dropped this season so far. But in terms of series win, they are still coming strong. And SRG, they know, you can see the look on Coach Arcadia's face. He knows we messed up. It happens, it's fine, but we want that series win at the very end. I'm going to give you the right tools this time. Because now, this Flex McKimmy, what a problem.
Dude, I can see why SRG wanted to scout Jaja, man. And now I kind of feel like for every other team, they're asking GMX Kalanta and be like, do you consider selling your gold later? We got cash if you want cash.
Oh boy.
Either ways, like that was an amazing game. Because let me tell you, Gideon, when I woke up this morning, when we were talking sign language,
yep,
we just did this for fun.
We did it for fun.
Caster curse, maybe.
It could be a caster curse, but it's still an exciting time to be alive to see GMX play like that.
This is hype.
This is hype, but at the same time, what exactly changed, right? Because GMX, they've taken a different approach this time of saying, hey, we don't need to necessarily force fights, but more so, we saw them adapt on the fly. They didn't try the same tactics again and again and again.
Something that I can say is the Gatot. Because so far, one of the worst win rates here in MPL MY, and even Yums can save it. The only time Gatot has won is when there was a CC and Angela as well. And both, all the ways actually, it's from GMX Clan, and I think one for Team Ray.
All right, so that means for game number 3, adjustment period, blue side SRG, don't play Gatot, right? Just don't get into that hole. Just don't dig yourself into that hole anymore. I think that is clear. Based off of the stats, I think it's a fair argument, but dude.
Now here's the thing. Cheese with the what did Crime use again? The Dyrov? Cheese, sure. But it's not that he's never used it on the international stage.
Yes.
He has, and he has won. And you can't deny that early lead, that was substantial.
It was a substantial lead, but let's look at, I want to talk about the items because
let's
that's
talk about the MVP
part.
actually.
Let's jump into it first, right? First MVP of this game coming from GMXK, Jaja, without a doubt. He's able to clean up these fights. He's able to capitalize on the opportunities his team has set up for him. But now we need to also start talking about the item builds, right? It is interesting to see that at least for Jaja, he was allowed to be greedy in this game. He was able to get significant poke damage, but more importantly so, he understood that they are able to apply a lot more to him than he can to them.
Something to note as well, Gideon, if we're talking about pocket meta here, it looks like for a few weeks, we have prioritized Yusun Shin over other junglers, but for this match, we see both Sakai's as well as Jaja prioritizing that Lancelot. And even though, yes, the nerfs has happened, I would say the gameplay changed just a little bit because one of the adjustments is towards his HP. So instead of using the Lancelot as an all-in, trying to get a savage kind of hero, you're really just trying to poke them down enough and deter them from actually going into the fight. Because so far we've seen the same playstyle by both Jaja and Sakai's. They're doing enough damage that makes the opponent can't move forward.
Yep, and it's difficult, right? Because again, all of this is because of the War Axe as their first item. It is such a problem, right? After dashing over 3 minions, you've already got enough stacks to start chunking out at least a quarter of the HP of mid laners, alongside with the support sometimes. But at the end of it, we look at the items and look specifically at Cram, right? He's going for a traditional fighter build. At the end of it, he only had the War Axe, Radiant Armor alongside the Oracle. He had no time to build anything else other than the Immortality. And every single time he gets into these fights, he has to flicker to escape. He got outscaled by monsters, and I think with the lead that he had, it probably would have made sense for him to go full damage, but I think they would have lost even harder if didn't actually supply help to that EXP.
But now I kind of feel like we got to talk about the elephant in the room, or the dark elf in the room. Obsidia. MelQD so far made it look quite good, but Innocent was not able to do it. And I was about to comment it in the game, but then it just speeds up at the end of how Innocent had full items. This is going to be the maximum capability that Obsidia can do, and I'm really waiting for that damage chart to see if it's worth it to pick up this Obsidia.
Well, okay, I'll take it with a pinch of salt, because we also have to remember that the early game was pretty non-existent for him. He lost very, very hard to Kimmy, and I think it's understandable. It's not like Obsidia has like great tools in pre-level 4 to deal with the 1v1, especially since she's so dependent on her passive to get the damage out. In terms of damage dealt, though, 43,000. Is this satisfactory to you? Because on the opposite end, it's going to be 75,000 for IQT, but he got a lot of space to do it.
I would say it's very not satisfactory because, again, Stormy's damage was close to him, and the Jushin is more of a control mage than a carry mage. A lot of the kills did go over to Stormy. Good positioning, preventing a lot of more deaths, honestly, for SRG. Even despite Innocent, actually, Innocent took more damage than I thought. 52,000 damage taken. Again, benefit of doubt, maybe he just needs more practice, or maybe the hero itself needs some adjustment before it can really be professional, game viable.
I don't know. I think that Obsidia is one of those few heroes. It has such a simple kit, but it's so easy to break because of that passive, right? Yeah. And I think that, how would I fix it? If I was in Munton Game Dev's council room and they're like, Obsidia, scales too slowly. What do? Speed it up. I'd probably be like, no, sir, please sit down. That's not a good idea. Making her scale faster doesn't necessarily make it work. I think that they need to increase her base damages, especially for her first skill, and then maybe consider that if you do get a elimination on a hero, that you get extra stacks.
And I'm looking forward to see if this is indeed the very best build, or someone will find some special interaction with her kit to find something else that works better, right? I mean, I know people have tried, and even you yourself, you said the crit build is the way to go. But there's always this what if in my head, right? But anyways, we're going to be looking at the highlight here. Shout out to Maima as well, the carry, dealing a lot of damage. And I feel like SRG, they're going to make one simple change.
One simple change?
If they see the Kimi, they're going to pick up the Claude. With the Claude, a lot of game plan coming in from GMX is going to get disrupted.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to get to the backline as easily as they did in game number 1. The one big fight that we saw SRG winning out after the resurgence of GMXK was when they caught them in mid-river, right? Topside river. They literally broke their backs and their battle lines in half after taking so much damage, because running away from GMXK is a bit of a pain, because Maima kept on pulling them in with the net. Dropping down that RWM really deters the entirety of SRG from taking space forward.
And something to note, this season, there's a lot of games that SRG cannot 2-0. They've already got 2-1 against Homeboy, CNG, and now GMX, where in previous seasons they only had like one game that it went 3 games, right?
I mean, it's a testament to every other team slowly getting better.
I agree, yeah.
I suppose. I don't know. This is one of the few outliers because the draft is so funky, right? Yep. When we are seeing things like Dairoth get away, Obsidia as well, tried and tested, and unfortunately just not enough in this particular game.
We got to talk about the interactions of draft here. Like, part of the reason why GMX Kelantan won, number one, we got to talk about that Kimi Obsidia matchup, right? Because Obsidia couldn't win, 2 free turrets went over to Kimi. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah.
A lot of gold. And then now Jaja with this Lancelot, it makes it a bit easier compared to the Joy to actually get Turtles and Lord. Even though, yes, Sakai's got 1, but the rest of it, Jaja got it, right? And that's also a big lead in terms of gold for the team as well.
Oh no, it's huge, because how do you deal with Phantom Execution, which goes based off of missing max HP, on top of the Retribution, where Joy, her initial burst, the fact that she has to use Electrifying Beats to try and compete, just does not compare. It doesn't come in the same frame in comparison to the Phantom Execution. Now, coming into game number 3, right? That slight adjustment into picking up that Claude, GMXK, they sniffed it out early on in the second phase. Does that mean that we have to start shifting priorities within the first? Because Coach Arcadia has not shifted at all. Same exact bans for the first 3.
The way that Arcadia drafts, he always keeps Innocent's hero number 4 or number 5. Doesn't really change. Doesn't matter locally or internationally. So I really feel like he's going to wait And we gotta look at when the mage gets picked as well. Because if the mage gets picked last, or number 4, it usually counters the opponent draft. Because this is the pattern with Arcadia. Mid as well as the gold are the ones that he is more comfortable delaying. Even if the opponent first picks a jungler, he's more than happy to show his jungler early because he already knows the matchup. He doesn't think of, oh, I'm gonna lose opportunity by picking up a jungler first instead of a mid, instead of a roamer. He doesn't think like that. He really wants to know the matchup before committing to a pick.
Okay, but it does mean that he has to have a certain level of foresight to foresee the end game composition, right? Because we have seen, it's like, oh yeah, you get a couple of counter matchups, but the whole composition is anti-synergist, and that really works against most teams. But somehow, SRG has been able to pull it together. Just last game, probably the only outlier we'll see from the season, or who knows, we might see a little bit more. But I think for GMX, that slight adjustment, going over to bluest side, changing that third ban as well, did them a lot of good, as well as banning out the Clon in the second phase. But I think they're only going to get access to red side. I don't know if they're going to be able to re-simulate it again.
Just no Gato, man.
Just no Gato.
I'm going to keep it simple. I'm a roamer, and I used a lot of Gato last season, but this season I've not touched him at all.
Oh.
I basically one-trick clear Grog. I've not used anything else. I mean, I had that one high-loss game, but other than that, I've used nothing else.
Understandably. Very understandable. I think Mudbean should get the Cho again. I think he played a good Cho. I think he was forcing out battle spells all the time. The only time where I thought it was a little iffy was probably when he tried to 2v1 a Dairoth prior to, you know, First Blood already being given over to Cram. That probably wasn't the best idea, but other than that, it was great.
But this is SRG. You know the meme of when they lose, they start sitting up straight, right?
It's time to get into gamer positions.
We've seen whenever they lose one game, all of a sudden they're like, okay, you asked for it. So I'm really looking forward to what SRG.OG can do game 3. And I'm also looking forward, if GMXK actually wins this one, hey, chances of going to playoffs is there.
Hey, keeping playoff qualifications spicy for everybody else.
Even if they don't go to the playoffs, people are like, bro, we want to see you next season.
Oh boy, we might see some of these faces for the following season if they do. 6 more seconds until we start heading on into the draft, and I think the vibe has definitely changed. Innocent, he's got his wrists, he's got his forearms on the table. He ain't mucking around.
He's gonna be looking at Vecchi and Arcadia. I swear to God, if you give me Obsidian one more time.
To be fair, I feel like Innocent was the one. Coach, trust me, Obsidian.
Actually, yeah. Sounds like an innocent thing to do. Is like, come on, man. It's him, cutie. What's the worst that can happen?
What's the worst that could happen? Now, SRG, same exact plan. Beautiful adjustment.
I like that.
Beautiful adjustment.
Beautiful.
Because this means that Maima now finally has access to artillery mages. And that's been the biggest problem, right? Every single time we've seen Maima play, his signatures have been the Eve, have been the Farsas in previous seasons. And now that they have the Flex Pick and the Kimi as well, it's going to pose more problems for SRG. And try picking that Dairoth one more time.
This should be a Lancelot here. But they're looking at roamers. Oh, Baxia. So they want to change it up?
Do they?
Because I kind of feel like giving Jaja the Lancelot is going to be pretty good.
I mean, they've got everything. They've got Baxia, they've got, wait, Kalea's already banned. Fanny, Lancelot, Ishin, Baxia. Okay.
They pick up the Baxia. Also, in a way, it counters the Kimi in case they want that Kimi again, right? Just gang the Kimi nonstop. But by the way, is this rigged? Dangerous grass again.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's rigged, but it's usually on Sundays where it feels like the script is the tightest.
Yeah.
Every other day, it's like, it could be anything. Who knows? GMXK now looking to reply through the box yet. They're not going to have as much fun on the Kimi pick anymore.
I feel like you can blind pick the Cho. That's safe.
Blind pick the Cho? Would you rather blind pick the Cho or go straight into blind picking Grok?
If he wants the Grok. And to be fair, he played a very good Grok. I believe it was against Team Ray. So either or. I just think you got to pick up your roamer now.
Going to be 5 seconds left on the clock, a roamer and a +1. Are they going to go dangerous and show their EXP lane early?
Oh, now glue early.
I feel like glue's a flex.
It could be a flex, but now I'm thinking about it. The other EXPs right now, the Fovias, the Esmeraldas, I guess they don't have a lot of mobility. Oh, and glue is an amazing counter for the Baxia.
Ah.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of interaction, and I played that matchup myself. and I hated glue so much. That day specifically, I banned all glues.
Yep. No, it sucks. He can pull you out of position from your shield unity, deny you the hop as well.
Yes.
That one's super annoying.
So actually, smart pick. Counter the Boxia.
Let's see how smart this actually is. If you don't know what role it's going to lean into first, that's the benefit for GMXK. Kimmy gets picked up by SRG for some more early game power, and they're going with the Esme alongside it.
I feel like they gotta pick up that Eve. The Eve is still looking okay. If they're worried, pick up the gold laner right now. Lunas. All right. Hey, actually good.
It's
it gets
even better.
Boxia as well as the Esmeralda, and they have a catch with the glue.
Yeah, no, and best part, the brass tacks isn't that heavy if Kimmy ends up being the mid laner anyways. Pretty good options coming in from GMXK's side. Good drafting from Vivi right now. As we go into the second phase, this is where it all matters, right? This is where the big changes happened for GMXK. Will they find the same success? Because I feel right now, the SRG, they want a traditional marksman for sure. They're probably not going to go into the double fighter section of things. But GMXK, what are they currently missing? Mid laner, potential flags, as well as a jungler already there. So gold laner hasn't been predetermined, and they're also banning out the Grok.
Shoutouts, by the way, to Pepe's Top G. I agree with you. Whatever he said in the comments, I agree with you. Hey, you can check it out on the Infinix. But either way, Grog gets banned out here. Again, good pick. I really feel like Yums is going to be the difference maker. Maybe even consider something like a Cho. Like, you don't want anyone to be able to have the opportunity to counter the Lancelot. Because I really feel like as long as Jaja is free, you can always come back into the game.
Yep. And I think Jaja has been doing very, very well on these types of heroes. Cho, looks like Coach Arcadia heard you. They're like, aha, inside information. Let's ban it out. GMXK now holding priority at this point of time. Get rid of gold laners at this point. The damage,
I feel like it's fair if you want to ban either a Claude or a Granger, or maybe even a Harith. There's a lot of gold laners that is fair for you to ban out.
Would you prioritize getting rid of Trinity build style gold laners, or do you just
I personally would actually get rid of Granger, because I kind of feel like with the draft that they have, it's going to be quite difficult for them to catch the Granger.
Yeah, and worse yet, it just sucks if SRG ends up having Harith alongside with, like, I don't know, maybe Natan. It's just a lot of magic damage already from SRG's side.
So maybe they will get the Granger here.
Possibly. It is red side first.
Again, Franco ban, making sure that there's no counter for Jaja, and then you see Yums pick up the Kufra. What other things can he use? I'm going to check out the tanks here. Minotaur?
The Minotaur doesn't make sense because, again, two heroes that utilize iframes. What kind of set are you really looking for? Kaja is there's a possibility, but there's not a lot of burst on SRG's side.
Wait. Chip is still open.
He is. Do they need the global presence? Do they need the global? I mean, potentially. Kaja ban's coming up from SRG's side as well.
Interesting.
They go Cho. SRG goes Chip. Or
Chip or Granger here.
Yeah, Chip or Granger. Is it even worth picking up the Chip? I feel like you're not getting as much value as I would imagine it. Like, it makes more sense for GMXK to pick it up for themselves so that they get a presence across, because SRG generally want to be deathballing with the two tanks that they have.
20 seconds to consider this. Again, there's a lot of picks here, and Chip is good, but still pretty much counterable.
Yeah.
And I feel like the changes of the EXP hurts Chips the most. So they pick up the Badang here. Also, in a way, denying SRG from possibly picking up the Chip, because there's a lot of way for basically GMX to counter.
For sure, and it's just a good way to peel this Boxia off of you, right?
Agreed.
The Esmeralda a little bit harder because you generate shields, and that's what she loves. She loves absorbing those shields, but that's why you have Lunox to kind of do that as well.
I wonder if they're forced to pick up a Gatot here.
I don't think I mean,
I don't like it, but the options are thin, because I did say the Chip. Other than that, it's the Gatot, man. And Kufra as well, as I said, to deal with this Lancelot.
Yeah, unless they want to
Hilda?
completely disengage. I mean, the Hilda is like okay at best.
Gatot, look at that. Gatot Moskov.
Dang. I don't know.
I gotta see, if SRG loses this one, Gatot stock will be the lowest in history.
Sell your Gatot stocks now.
Lower than the time he wasn't played at all.
God. god.
If they lose.
If they lose.
If they lose, of course.
But still, I do quite like the Moskov pick here. At least then, there's plenty of counterplay, able to create space for yourself. And still, cross-map ability is always great. However, GMXK need to decide what is the gold lane matchup here. Are they going to go for the Granger, or are they going to go for a traditional Trinity build style?
Maybe even the Harif, because that is one of honestly, Granger and Harif are MQD's like signature, I guess. But again, those were the heroes that he used a lot during MEL, because we got to be frank, those were the meta.
Yeah, that was just what everybody was playing, right? They still have 5 seconds left, and it looks like they lock into the Harith. Good call, LaFell at the very end. Whose composition are you liking? Because right now, it's hard to wait. Are they giving Monsters the Badang? Why are they giving Monsters the Badang? Okay, there we go. Finally change into the glue. All right, so Magnate's on this Badang. Has a lot of work that's actually kind of set out for him. It may seem simple, but it's a balancing act between Monsters alongside with Magnates to make sure that the front line doesn't get a lot of value. However, if they use too many of their cooldowns, they're almost guaranteed to get hit by the AOG. So battle spells will come into play. Early game, I'm thinking, I want to say lean into the EXP lane a little bit more, but I think it's going to look like game number 1. Attack mid.
For context here, I feel like GMXK might have a better draft depending on just one person, and that's the glue. The glue is what's sticking the team together. Pun kinda intended. If the glue sucks, GMX has a bad draft. If the glue does well, hey, we're looking at a winner here.
Hey, we're talking about the scales being tipped in their favor. Monsters is going to do everything possible to make that happen. If not, we're hoping for a 5-man fist crack combo.
And there's a pause.
Hey. Now that's how you kill the crowd.
Now that's how you kill the crowd.
They felt that one.
Here's the thing, right? If GMX wins, we can ask everyone, where were you when GMX defeated SRG.OG?
Dude, it's gonna come out on news.
Where were you?
Sure. Kalatan is going to go wild. They're like, we beat Slangor!
Exactly. like it was heartwarming to see the Slangor fans congratulating the Kelantan fans, but then it's like, we're nice now. Back home though.
Back home.
Hey, Facebook. Facebook. Check it out.
Friends in the arena, enemies online.
Yeah. They got to make sure to be like, we're different regions. We're nice in person. Online toxicity, that's where it's at.
They heard the announcement, the safety announcement protocol at the very beginning. No sharp weapons.
No drugs, no alcohol. Yeah. Either way, we're jumping straight into the game here, Gideon. And thank you very much, lovely woman, sir. Lovely woman, sir. That's what it is. Thank you. You're awesome. Danielle.
Let's jump right into it here. Both squads.
That's not her name, by the way.
You didn't have to, right? You didn't have to undox it.
Undox it. Everyone search up Danielle. It's just
who's this person?
Dude?
Some guy.
It's like, no, sir, that's Danielle.
Someone's cat pops up, and you're like, what? This is not what I expected. Now, early to mid game, gonna be where a lot of the progress is going to happen. Monsters, no, sir. No, you don't trade at level 1.
Look at it. Look at the switch up here. This time, SRG, they're like, you know what? Screw it. We don't want to be smart. We want to win the lanes. Look at both Stormy as well as Cram, the way that they're moving. They're in the faces of their opponents.
And look at this. Cram, he doesn't even care, right? It's like, okay, where's your jungler? Where's your jungler now, huh? Who's going to come save you?
He's actually there, but right now, it's basically 2v3. Jaja looks like he does not have the puncture. First blood goes over to Cram. Looks like there's your jungler.
Yep. Cram very confident at having full control over the lane, but also having tabs on where he is. The initial invade coming in from Yumson as well as Stormy to figure out the pathing really made the difference here. Fortunately, poor Jaja won't be able to outplay it. For now, as we see the initial invade towards the orange, into the orange buff, Yum's very far out.
Yeah, but now we can see why Sakai jumps in, tries to trade against Jaja, and Jaja does not get it. The main win condition of GMXK is denied of food and water, and that's not nice, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone does that in the world, go to hell.
It's the borders are locked in tight. The river inaccessible to GMXK. SRG now trying to set up checkpoints in the choke points of GMX's jungle. They will not be allowed to move around freely. Ooh!
Retraction Paul sitting on the 2, and this is what Stormy has been doing all season. He's basically 1v2ing, allowing Yumes to free roam.
Once again, look at that. Oh, the toll post, the toll from Yumes. They just cannot. Wait, hold on. They're gonna go and take it even further.
Dude, they don't want Jaja to get anything, and Sakai's gets another kill. Let him breathe. Let him go. Shout out to the 23 Malaysians coming back. We love you.
We love you. Glad.
I'm glad you're safe.
Yeah, glad that they're safe. But now we have to worry about these drone strikes coming in from SRG. It's disgusting because Yumes comes in first, and then here comes Sakai's.
Good stun, by the way, from Innocent. And this is SRG.OG. This is why I say it's so demoralizing. They give you hope. And then it's like, okay, time for game 3.
They're testing, they're just testing another aspect of the game, and that's the mental part of GMXK. They've shown that they can draft, they've shown that they can win lanes, they've shown, more importantly, that they can win games off of SRG. And now, they can't handle this early. Oh my goodness, Monster is just eating it right now.
Oh, look at Jaja, look at Jaja. Yumes found him again. I'm sad, Gideon, because Jaja hit level 4 at minute 3.
Yep, and Sakai's is 3 levels ahead of him. 3 levels.
As a roamer, I get level 4 earlier than... Oh my god, Sakai's level 7, like you said.
He's gigantic.
Okay, GMX, just wait for 70 minutes.
You're gonna ask him to wait to play the game at 20 minutes?
Hey, they've done it just now.
To be fair, they fought the entire way from early to mid to late, you know? This is playing passive and letting them have it. SRG is doing it with or without your consent.
Yumes is trying to get that Gatot win rate up. Jaja dodging the falling star moon. Oh, hold on, we have an in-game fact, but so far there's a fight here. Madines looks like it's gonna get taken down. AOG preemptively all over to Jaja. Stormy gets a kill, by the way. And now Jaja really wants that purple. Looks like he's gonna get denied, gets taunted down, and gets taken down by Yumes. Nothing that Monster can do. Completely missed the fun fact.
And the fun fact was already stating that if GMXK won this game, they will be the 3rd team in history to beat SRG since Season 13.
Well, 16 more minutes.
16 more minutes. The timer is still ticking, and SRG have already developed a 3.6k lead. It's considerably small, but it's still very early days for GMXK, right? So far, it's not like it's completely unwinnable just yet. There's still hope when the first items start rolling through for some of them.
While there's nothing much going on, we gotta talk about the speed of SRG here. Like, every single movement, you see someone setting up the next play. Speaking of which, this is another play here. Sakai's jumping in. Montine's unable to run away, having to use the fist crack just to delay his death. And again, Yumes is the one that gets the kill. As I was saying, while they're doing one thing, another guy is setting something else up. Like Yumes is trying to set up here. Right now, Zaman Force comes in. Sakai's jumps from the back. Kimi is there. Jaja gets taken down by Stormy. And there's nowhere for MQT to go. Gets hit by the SOD. Innocent gets that kill.
Now they're playing pixel perfect. Jaja, unfortunately, his recall got canceled at the very last second. Mad about it, and unfortunately didn't find retribution back at his opponents. 4.7k, the slow compounding interest increases for the Selangor Red Giants. The guys is not going to let Jaja breathe. 3-level lead, and I think that it's generous of him that he's allowing him to have that purple buff.
Watching games like this always makes me consider talking to Simon and be like, have you considered giving your boys anger management class? Because sometimes in game, it's just, you know.
It feels like it's a little personal, or at the very least, they're psychopaths. Oh no.
Yeah, when stuff like that happens, you know.
What a gang. What a gang.
Now Munster is there trying to make sure the mid stays alive, and looks like it is, but will Day still alive? Looks like he's able to catch Cram, but Cram is still surviving. SOD misses, but Stormy still gets the kill. Cram flickers forward, tries to get Munster, and now MQT shuts down Stormy. AOG come in. Innocent actually missing that dash. I saw that, Innocent. And MQT finally gets taken down by Cram.
Finally gets chopped out in the end, and the Selangor Red Giant fans in the arena are going wild. A dominating game. They finally, I mean, GMXK are finally on the board in terms of the kill score, but it's 11-1, a little late, as 3 turtles are already done. A whopping 6.2k lead as we're already looking to close out the early to mid stages of the game. Now this is dangerous, right? GMXK, they're literally too far behind the contest for this upcoming Lord, right? 16.3k in total. Even Cram is like basically impossible for Jaja to actually deal with. Doesn't have the true damage from the War Axe just yet. And now that he's having to, oh my god,
Yums is between tree and a thick wall, unable to get away. Stormy secures another kill. And that's 5 individual kills for Stormy in 7 minutes. 12 kills to 1. AOG blocks off entry. And look at Madins having to run away. Jaja cannot do anything, taking way too much damage and not dealing enough. MQT, he still has that Zaman force. Will he use it here? Maima having to use the Brilliance just to stay alive. And looks like mid-tier 2 is SRGs.
They're demanding respect from GMXK. They don't even have to force an initiation. GMXK must concede their outer turrets. As they all start to collapse, GMXK sees a glimmer of hope down by the bottom side. And they clear that wave. And unfortunately, it has come to a point where IMQT and Jaja are clashing at each other just to find farm on the map.
Right now for SRG, the only one that has been taken down is Stormy. Not gonna be looking good for himself. Innocent tries to 1v1 Jaja. Yums don't get involved. It's a 1v1 and Innocent gets it. He makes sure that Yums like, I know you want to. Don't. You got 2 kills. That's too much.
Yep, and Yums also making sure that he maintains a good amount of distance. Not to just let Jaja leapfrog out of there. And now GMXK so far on the back foot. The checkmate angle has already been set up beautifully by SRG. They've won every single one of their fights. And now even a Guardian Helmet about to be completed by Sakai. Once he gets that Guardian Helmet, he will live in your jungle rent-free, and it finally gets complete.
10,000 goal lead here for SRG.OG. We've seen comebacks from 10,000, but it's very rare, Gideon. So far, so few in between. GMX, I feel like they should not contest this, and they won't. Thankfully.
Thankfully. I don't know. Jaja!
I mean, hate to say I told you so.
Sir, you're not allowed to be in these parts. Sir, get back on the boat. You're not allowed to be in these parts. You're in the danger zone. You can't be there.
That was the red zone, sir.
Oh, God. 9 minutes, 29 seconds. A little slower than I was expecting for Innocent to eventually hit his Trinity build, but good enough. And that should be it. That should be the final nail of the coffin.
Speaking of which, Montines flickers out. Safe. But delayed and inedible here. MQT tries to protect the bottom wave. Looks like still procs that holy shield. MQT is standing quite in front here. He has to be careful because look at that. One jump in, killing spree for Cram. Who would have seen that coming?
Who would have seen that? Oh my God!
Madins gets taken down instantly by Stormy. And now looks like SRG.OG, they want to finish this before the 11-minute mark is there. It looks like AOG out of there. Innocent still gets the kill. Jaja as well as Maima. Don't think they can defend here. Maima flickers forward, immediately gets taken down by Cram. At 10 minutes and 24 seconds, SRG.OG seals the deal.
Smiles on everybody's faces here. GMXK fans alongside with SRG fans, as much as they are happy that their team is winning, GMXK, we've seen them breathe some life into the squadron, breathe some life into these fans. And now, only left with things to fix for the upcoming games. Even Jaja, he still looks like he's in really good spirits. Well done to all the squadrons here. Finally, we get to see a full best-of-3 series at the end of it.
I can see people blaming Jaja, but no, that was on SRG.OG. They made sure the guy did not get farmed, invaded all the time.
They
took his land.
Yeah, they took his land. He was robbed. He was robbed of what he was rightfully owed.
Yeah.
Unfortunate indeed, but it just goes to show, right? Anything can happen here in Day 1 Sri Putra here in the MPL arena. And I think that...
I'm not even going to explain that to the international audience.
Don't worry about it.
That's a Malaysian special.
Oof.
Either way, still an amazing series that I feel like GMX Kelantan can still feel proud of. But now looking onto the stage, looks like Rose is there alongside with both Sakai's as well as Innocent. So we're going to be throwing it over for the interview.
2-1 untuk Selangor Red Giants. OG eSports. Dan sekarang Rose bersama dengan Innocent dan juga Skies. Obsidia, how many? 05. What happened? Kenapa tu?
Keras ya?
Keras? Susah?
Keras, their front.
Their front line is keras.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to pick Obsidia?
Ada banyak slow.
Then ada banyak slow. So you cannot play Obsidia.
Yeah.
Then why you pick?
For pick, didn't expect them to use Eve.
Didn't expect them to use Eve. So will we see Obsidia again?
Maybe. Depends if there's an Eve.
If no Eve, then you guys will pick Obsidia. Now let's talk about Obsidia because yesterday in its debut match, it actually lost its game. And then after that, Mel Cutie picked it and then he won. And then now you lost with Obsidia again. Win rate is not looking too good right now. Is it really that hard to play?
I think it depends on the enemy's draft also because that hero is more into scaling because of his passive. So if he cannot lane properly, it's really hard to passive.
So it's a very situational hero.
Yeah.
And just now just practically caught you guys by off guard, if we could say it.
Yeah.
How did it feel to lose?
So annoying, the slow. I cannot dash.
You cannot dash so slow. I agree. Tapi tak apa, mungkin in the next upcoming matches we will see more Obsidia picks and then you guys at home boleh dapat tahulah macam mana nak main Obsidia. Okay, and of course next week you guys are facing Team Ray. Now, Team Ray has a Filipino gold laner also, Jom is inside, right? And he said, and I quote, the reason why he came to Malaysia is because he said SRG has been winning too much. He wants to put a stop to it. So, what do you have to say to Jom?
Good luck and they can try lah. But he will still win.
Wow! So you're confident to go up against Team Ray next week?
Yeah, for sure, because there's Zac free.
Oh, Zac, you think?
For B5.
Oh, free win?
Zac. Yeah, free win Zac.
Oh my! You don't think Zac is good?
Zac, if Angela can be because he will just ulti. If other heroes, for B5 eh.
4v5.
6v5.
Oh, 6v5.
Yeah, he will play with us.
Adik, you setuju ke? Boleh? Okay. I think next week's match against Team Ray akan jadi sangat-sangat interesting. Tapi guys, kita tengok 3 game untuk match pembukaan hari ini. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Korang rasa siapa? Kenapa tak ada nama? Korang rasa siapa?
Obsidia.
Hah? Bukan. Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Stormy? Ke tak? Siapa? Aduh, Yums lagi. Yums, come up on stage. Semalam Rose dah belanja photocard. Harap-harap boleh jawab ya hari ni. Kita boleh tengok. Hi Yums. Okay guys, harap-harap dia semangat atas pentas kali ni. Hai. Okay, Rose malam dah bagi photocard. So hari ni jawab elok-elok ah.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, here we go. Okay, now Yums, on a serious note, you've been a veteran for a few seasons sudah. Dah pernah experience menang, pernah experience kalah. Is there any advice you would give kepada pasukan-pasukan daripada MAL yang baru masuk ke MPL tengah adapt dengan semua benda di atas pentas MPL?
Saya rasa perlukan coach yang bagi advice lah. Kita orang decide sendiri. Macam tu je.
So a strong coach is what makes a team good.
Ya.
Any words of motivation for them untuk upcoming matches yang dorang ada?
Tak ada.
Okay lah guys, I tried. Okay, yang penting Rose cuba. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Jangan pergi. Adik dulu. Adik.
Hai.
Hai adik. Adik, I wanna ask you, apa pendapat adik tentang gameplay Jajah? Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada awal musim sebelum masuk, ramai team scout Jajah kan? And macam adik, Jajah pun daripada tier 2, daripada MAL. So, what's your opinion on his gameplay today?
Saya rasa dia power. Sebab dia aura Kelantan dia kuat sangat. Makin budu banyak tu rasa. Oh, tu power tu.
So, the Kelantanese power lah.
Ya, the Kelantanese.
As a senior jungler, is there any tips ataupun maybe kata-kata semangat yang you nak bagi kepada fellow local jungler kita?
Oh.
Tengok kalau Yums tak pegang mic, pandai je ajar orang cakap.
Mungkin kena add on sikit kot. Kena add on makan petang ke, makan buah kedah ke, makan poyok sikit. Gitu lah. Jadi secukup rasa.
Sekarang as of now tak cukup rasa lagi. Kena tambah-tambah sikit-sikit baru cukup rasa.
Betul.
Okay, now adik, kalau kita tengok daripada regular season kita punya chart kan, regular season kali ni actually very very close. Kita tak ada lagi pasukan yang officially layak ke playoffs secara mathematically, honestly. Now, kalau adik boleh bagi Rose your top 6 yang you rasa akan layak ke playoffs, siapa itu?
Tak.
Abang lo dekat sana tau.
Okay, sorry. 6 eh?
6.
Okay. SRG, Aero, CG, Vamos. Siapa ya?
SRG, CG, Vamos, Aero,
Untitled.
Aero, Untitled. 5 je tu, satu lagi.
Oh, satu lagi. Apa ya? Oh. Monster Vision.
Monster Vicious. Alright guys. So, kalau you boleh lawan siapa-siapa dekat playoffs, siapa yang you nak lawan?
Lawan Vamos lagi kot. Nak jumpa Gorgeous lagi.
Nak jumpa Gorgeous lagi.
Jadi saya nak tolong jahit sekali kan dia punya poket tu.
Budak tu sakit hati tau. Dia dah merajuk. Nanti adik pandai-pandai pujuk. Adik, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans SRG.OG dan juga GMX Kelantan hari ini?
Untuk fans-fans, terima kasih yang datang hari ini. Untuk Tesat Kelantan, masih banyak datang. Masih banyak mari ke venue hari ini. Tengok game Selangor lawan Kelantan. It's very seru game. Mungkin korang expect 2-0 kan. Tapi 2-1. So, it's very thrill game lah.
Yes, a thrilling game. Semua orang nak game macam ni. Thank you very much and congratulations sekali lagi. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini.
Thanks, bros. The MVP of our game, Yums, once again, finally getting his win on the Gatot. So, I guess
came in with a vengeance. I mean, revitalize.
Revitalize.
Yeah, he revitalized the Gatot.
Dude, I think that.
By the way,
is it a Yums thing? Is it a Gatot thing?
It's a Yums. Like, Yums is the reason Gatot can win. By the way, interestingly enough, I already went on Facebook, and you know how in game 2, both SRG and Kelantan celebrated together.
Yeah,
that was awesome. And then one guy justifying it is like, no, see, those are Kelantanese working in Selangor. So
so they don't count.
No. As in like the people from Selangor that's celebrating, they're from Kelantan.
Oh,
that's what it is. It's like, yeah, we won. Oh wait, we live in Selangor, but yeah, we won.
State pride. It's.
I mean, like, to be fair, I'm Johorian staying in Selangor, you know?
It's true, but it's like the truth is, like, state pride doesn't really come up as often these days in MPL MY. Usually, you would expect most teams to be within Selangor, and especially with last season JP Niners bowing out, I thought maybe we wouldn't see another state back team other than SRG, and GMXK showed up. Now, obviously, if you just tuned in, this kind of looks bad.
Yeah, it looks
18-1.
Yeah. But trust me, game 2 was good.
Game 2 was pretty epic. It was pretty sick. I have to question a couple things. Number one, what are we doing with this build, Monster? What are we doing with the Crest Helm? Why are we doing this?
This seems like I want Curse Helm to actually get buffed a little bit more, because you only use it for 2 things. Honestly, one thing. It's just wave clear, right?
Yep.
Where you're losing wave clear, and the thing is that you reduce your opponent's MR and armor, but honestly, it's so little
that it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter. Because I see, like, in rank, Glue builds the Curse Helmet, kind of a rank thing, just because when you're on top of someone, you can't rely on your team to help you out.
Really?
So you're just hoping that Curse Helmet does enough to just kill the guy.
Okay.
Again,
we're seeing very different builds here. I was seeing the flame shot like nonsense with the glowing wand and the cursed helm.
No. My usual rank, I seen Curse Helm, but the more common one I see is first item glowing wand.
That's
the one. That's the one that I usually see, and then tank But I've seen Curse Helms here and there, but not my favorite. And honestly, I play Glowing Wand, not my playstyle, man. I wanna be tanky as hell. I want all 5 members and their moms to take me down. Maybe just their moms. But other than that, I prefer just the tank.
Ideally, one at a time, you know?
Ideally, one at a time.
Because if there are like 50 of them, I don't think I could take all 50 of them on, but even so.
As a man, I would try. I have tried.
I question myself. Can one man face off 100 moms at once?
100 guys versus 1 gorilla. I'm so surprised. How many people say they can take on a gorilla? Have you not seen a gorilla?
They have no idea. They've never
try to deal with monkeys first.
Monkeys are a lot stronger than people think, right?
And they're so hard to catch.
They are.
And they're annoying. And they're evil. I swear monkeys are evil.
That is oddly specific.
Have you seen Powerpuff Girls?
I have.
Mojo Jojo, man.
Yeah, he was a radiated monkey.
Are you saying the monkeys here are not radiated?
I would imagine they're not. I don't think they would be alive.
Rain is acidic. Could be radiation. I'm stretching, I know, but hey, I gotta give analysis, man. And Cram, stop being the carry, bro.
Yeah,
that's not your role, bro. Stop being rich guy and the carry, bro.
He's doing it all. He's doing it all. The fact that every time I look at his build, and he's just, he goes for the greediest version of his build. He's going for like the additional, like, oh yeah, I can easily go for Brute Force Breastplate. I can easily go for Oracle on top of the Enchanted Talisman. Not everybody gets that luxury, and he apparently consistently does.
Someone asked Cram to sit down. Maybe ask Arcadia to, for 1 week, let someone else play EXP so that for 1 week, we can give EXP of the week to someone else.
Dude, that'd be so funny.
Can we finally give it to like Siska or something?
Maybe that should be our next cold open. Just Cram going like, I miss Gojes. I need a break. I'm winning too hard.
At this point, whenever we see Cram sweat, we just have to assume the air condition is not working.
Yeah.
Because nobody can make Cram sweat.
He just pulls it off. Unless he's playing Dyroth, but even then. that's a coin flip.
That's going to be the meme.
Yeah, that's the meme.
That's going to be the meme.
He's the strongest man in the world, except when he's playing specifically Dyroth. Let's look at the highlights one more time, right? Because if we're talking about execution and the way that we see SRG play this game comparatively to game 1 and game 2, it's just directives, right? Who exactly are we looking to punish? What lanes have priority? And if we're talking about sacrificing a little bit of HP to make that happen, they're more than willing to do so. But all the lanes didn't get taxed for it. Innocent was able to hard push his lane. Cram was able to control his lane as well. Mid, uncontestable with the Kimmy alongside with the Gotham. There's just no way that they can ever be outpushed.
I'm going to go back to the interview just now where Yum said that they need a good coach for good advice and then the players can reset themselves. I feel like watching this game, have you ever done something difficult? Say you're in the gym and you're trying to carry a very heavy weight.
Yeah.
Where you just hold the weight for a while. You kind of like mentally prep yourself.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I can do this. 10, just 10 reps. 1, 2, 3, go. I kind of feel like GMX was not ready for that kind of speed coming in from SRG. They're mentally thinking it's going to be a slow-paced game. And then once the speed comes in, it's like, we're not ready for this. We were not prepped for invades of this magnitude.
Yeah, I think they failed to identify that this entire comp from SRG aren't really reliant on their ultimates to fight.
Yeah.
Which is why they were able to go at such a crazy pace. The fact that they don't need to wait on these big cooldowns, they can just go and keep fighting as long as Kimmy has her passive. You win 90% of these early game trades in the first place. I think that maybe the only adjustment that could have been made, and I think that SRG played it extremely well, was they predicted the initial invade, right?
Yeah.
When Jaja went to go try and steal the beetle on the opposite side of the map, going for a more of a creative solution to the problem, they sniffed that out so quick.
I feel like we got to talk about a good thing here. First, GMXK, they have shown that they can play the game and they can play a prolonged game. The problem is if they get overloaded, right? That's what SRG.OG can do, which is if they lose a game, the next game, they're gonna overload the opponents. But for right now, we do have a moment where we can talk to GMXK with Rose. So let's see what they have to say to us.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai guys, selamat kembali kepada Post-Match Insight. Sekarang Rose bersama dengan GMXK. Kita ada MQT dan juga Moonster yang sangat-sangat happy hari ini. Kenapa happy walaupun kalah?
Happy menang 1 lawan SRG.
Dapat 1 point. Expect ke dapat 1 point tu?
Kita orang memang expect bawa telur hari ni. Tapi dapat bawa 1 happy lah.
Oh, so expect bawa telur lah. So tadi lepas menang game kedua tu, apa comms? Macam mana comms dah? Sebab tadi sampai rusuh-rusuh base solo kill innocent dah Monster ni.
Itu pede fight aja sih last fight-nya karena kita udah power spike juga. Terus winning condition kita juga udah kebayang gitu. Jadi victory di kita lah game 2.
Ya. MQT tadi apa perasaan menang lane lawan innocent? Bukan semua
lane.
orang.
Macam dah rasa goal lane terbaik MPL dah rasa.
Dah rasa macam goal lane terbaik MPL lah.
Rasa macam tu lah.
Dan dah rasa macam apa? Menang MSC?
Macam menang MSC lah.
Patutlah happy semacam hari ni. Okay, now kalau kita tengok di game kedua, diorang actually ambil Obsidia. You rasa korang dapat menang sebab apa? Luck ke? Sebab Obsidia innocent tak pandai main ke?
Sebab diorang main-main je tu.
Oh, diorang main-main.
Game 3 dah serius, dah ada lah kita orang. Boleh main lah.
Apa jadi bila diorang serius tadi?
Ada lah, bawa 1 point je tadi kita orang.
Tak apalah, 1 point pun korang nampak sangat-sangat happy atas 1 point tu. Okay lah, kalau kita tengok pasal game ketiga, apa yang terjadi? Adakah korang masuk game tu terlalu overconfident sudah sebab sudah kutip 1 point?
Early game kita miss komunikasi aja sih, terus miss decision juga untuk movement nextnya, jadi ke snowballnya berat gitu.
Ya, snowball dia berat. Kita boleh tengok Sky sudah level 4 tapi Jaja masih lagi level 2. Yes, that was a very big miscommunication on your end. Now, tadi dah dapat 1 mata daripada SRG. So, dengan prestasi GMXK sekarang ni, korang yakin ke boleh playoffs?
Yakin tu ada lah, tapi still susah kot untuk dapat. InsyaAllah boleh menang lagi next match untuk ke playoff.
Berapa persen confident?
Persen confident harus 100% selalu.
Wow. Selalu. Selalu. Menang kalah janji 100% confident.
Janji confident ada.
Janji confident ada. Rose suka benda tu. And of course tadi, walaupun it's a game yang full house, ramai orang pakai jersey SRG, tapi bila korang menang game kedua, I'm pretty sure korang boleh nampak ramai orang cheer untuk korang. Happy tak bila ramai orang cheer untuk korang semua tu?
Happy karena big match juga kan. Ada yang sokong kita tuh happy lah. Apalagi kita menang game 2 juga ngasilin hasil yang bagus gitu.
Anything yang nak cakap kepada semua orang yang sokong GMXK? Sebab daripada online views pun orang cakap you guys are doing very well.
Thank you kepada fans-fans GMXK. Teruskan support kita orang.
Ya, teruskan support kita orang sampai kita dapat tiket playoff insyaAllah.
Wow, okay guys, dorang ajar Rose something. 3, 2, 1. Gomo Kelate Gomo! Alright guys, let's go back to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. Loser's interview, very cheery for it.
Yeah.
The first in a long while, very entertaining. Man's got jokes.
In case you guys didn't catch that, so Rose was asking, like, oh, you won a lane against Innocent. How does it feel? Oh, I feel like I'm the best goal laner in Malaysia now. I feel like I just won MSC. And then she's like, what do you think are your chances of going to playoffs? My confidence is 100%. Probably not going to get it, but as long as you're confident, am I right? The guy's got jokes. He has a personality.
He does. It's a fun time with GMXK, and I'm very happy to see them in high spirits because they've been down for like so long. This win is definitely going to like make them feel a little sharp. At least progress has been made.
Are they better than Vamos now?
I was about
Vamos
to say.
up 2-0.
Whoa. We don't know whether or not it's going to be the case because now our next upcoming game, it's going to be a doozy. It's Todak, who's currently haven't broken away from that losing streak, facing off against CG, who's currently topping the chart. So it's going to be a very fast comparison.
GMX can win 1 game against SRG.OG. Who's to say?
CG can win at least 1 game.
Nah, I thought I will probably lose 2-0.
We'll see. I don't know.
At
if
least
they're
GMX
together.
tries. Shout outs to any Toda fans that's still there, but either way, get in after this. It's gonna be a doozy. Honestly, if it goes 3 games, I'll be more than happy to receive it. His name is Gideon, my name is Afel. We'll see you guys for the next match, but for now, listen to the mic check.
Boleh lah.
Ni tengok Maman ni.
Clear lu.
Aku dah tahu. Aku mati lah.
Baik bang.
No one. No one.
Send you one.
No. Just help Kram.
How much salty Kram?
Gomo Kelate Gomo. Gomo Nesta ada yang mau.
Gomo SRG Gomo.
Gomo nate domo.
Yeah, but try to take properly.
Aku dengar recall dulu. Tengah recall dulu tadi. Just tower. Aduh. Ini dia. Ada.
Aku pegang obsidian enggak damage, no damage obsidian. Bisa mati dia ni sama gua.
Aku dah.
Apa?
Depan.
Mid guys, kita menang jumlah.
Jom.
Let's do it, boy. Depan orang-orang.
Let's go, menang lawan SRG ni, bro.
Let's go, kasih tahu.
Nice one.
Aduh, second.
Jangan nak fokus tahu dong.
Atang.
Baik kasih tahu.
Atang.
Naminyon.
Atang. Ini mau.
Go.
Atang ini mau.
Apa? Ada Arif.
Ni lens dulu.
Aman. Salty Kram. Bisa lah.
Oh, just take mid.
Baby, don't cry tonight. Down. Let's go to heaven.
Nice one guys.
Beneran nak?
Tunggu makan. Repeat ini.
Boy.
Tak, tadi tu.
Boy.
Janganlah.
Asal.
Macam viewer lah.
Ngamuk dia guys.
Langsung bisa di bed.
Tadi. Try.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus zero. Hey.
CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like? When will we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
What is up, MPL MY? Husky here to give you guys a quick wrap-up of what happened in week 3 and what to look out for moving forward. Now, before we proceed, I gotta introduce you guys to my favorite Filipino. That is...
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be our burial ground.
You get it, it's Lapu-Lapu. This hero from the Philippines has been tearing up the land of Dawn, ranking first in terms of picks in MPL PH and 6th in MPL MY. let me tell you why he is so strong. The recent patches have given Lapu Lapu some pretty insane buffs, but the most impactful buff is actually his second skill in the Bravest Fighter form. Storm Sword now grants him 10% damage reduction for every single hero hit. 10%! I want you guys to quickly pay attention to this clip. Lapu Lapu is being played by Siska from Untitled. He chases the Granger away. Here, he hits 3 people with the Storm Slash. He gains 30% damage reduction, which allow him to soak up some damage afterwards. And CG, they were doing their very best to take him down. Procs his passive 1, heals up with War Axe, comes back, hit by Spread, doesn't go down, goes into lane, heals off the minions from War Axe, and procs his passive back up to get a second ultimate. He still goes down, but the earlier damage reduction kept him alive for long enough for the rest of the event to happen. And that is just Lapu Lapu right now. Sometimes teams even would consider picking him in the gold lane to replace a marksman, but it does open up options and conversations, considering the fact that double fighters meta right now, at least in MPL MY, has been quite popular. Bottom line is, if you want a hero that is tanky, deals a ton of damage, can go mid to late game, and is extremely cool, Lapu Lapu just might be the one for you. And now, for my favorite Lapu Lapu clip. Can Cram make magic happen? Bravest Fighter back up! Cram! With the steal of a lifetime! With some nature outpost forming, Cram swings away! No! And CG bites the damn dust! Chills. Literal chills. And that's it for the MPL Malaysia wrap up. Enjoy your Lapu Lapu games.
Guys, we are back for some more gameplay from the Futures Pros Tournament Phase 2. So, I'm about to show you the top 3 gameplay from the 20 teams, and let's jump into it. Let's go. Wow, there's a very coordinated diving actually. This play I like it. It's very aggressive. They know how to zone from the second threat. Really good, really good. Good diving from the team. Nice and good from the thought. Very cool, very cool. What a counter set for Gatot. Completely dominating them from the 4-man counter set. The Gatot out into the pot out. Very, very clean mechanic. So I would say that there's a lot of good Gatot player upcoming in our Futures Pros tournament.
Vokalis utama PACE, Fanny, sedia untuk memasak. Bagus! Percubaan pertama yang berjaya. Saya ni hebatlah. Fanny baru upload post baru ke? Peminat nombor 1 PACE dah teruja ni. Jomlah! Lambai gloss itu tinggi-tinggi. Tunjukkan semangat kita. Wah! Kamu semua memang hebat di pentas. Kalau macam tu, saya pun nak buat yang terbaik. Kalau macam ni, mesti kekal segar. Baiklah, biar saya uruskan buah-buahan ni. Kata azimat bila terjatuh aku beringat jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula krak 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 jangan patah semangat semarak api bukan calon cadangan biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang 1000 daya 1000 alasan harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan eo eo
kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa, semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa, semangat membara, harungi bersama.
aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30, just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our eSports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. TRON Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. TRON Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch TRON Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase TRON Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
I have created mankind's most advanced artificial intelligence, the world's most dangerous weapon. It can think for itself.
You think you're in control of this? You're not.
I came here from the digital world. I'm looking for something. Something you've discovered.
So, you've been spying on me.
I was directed to kill you. Hacking seems pretty tame by comparison. My world is coming and they are going to destroy yours.
Oh my god, there's hundreds of them.
TRON Ares, only in cinemas this October. Filmed for IMAX.
Hi guys, it's Michelle here from Content Team. Right now we're outside the talent room where casters work hard every day to talk about the matches here at MPL MY. So now let's go behind the scenes and take a look at what goes down behind these discussions. think they're really busy right now. We'll check in another day. Bye.
Alright.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 16.
Our meetings are very productive.
Yeah, super productive. Everybody gets everything.
They get to say what they want to say.
Yeah. Speak their minds. Speak their minds. Truly freedom of speech at its finest. Welcome back, everybody watching locally and from abroad. Keep in mind that TRON is coming out October 9th. TRON Aries, starring the famous Jared Leto, singer-songwriter, actor, superstar.
Dude. That's amazing, chat. Chat, what do you think about TRON, chat? TRON Aries, by the way, even chat was like, hey, I love Jared Leto. That's on you. But look at this, 9 October, TRON Aries.
The tickets are coming out next week. Pick them up while you still can. It is coming out specifically for IMAX, so it's going to be a great time when you're checking it out in local cinema. So get your tickets here today. Remember, 9th October, that's the date. Highlight it if you want to go watch TRON Aries, especially.
Dude, like, here's the thing. If we watch TRON Aries, we'd have a discussion like in that cold opening, man.
It would be very,
if you want to be a
very
caster,
heated.
just letting you know. All of us have very strong opinions, and we're very loud.
And extremely loud.
Extremely loud.
Was surprised how loud we were.
Honestly, even the security, they were concerned. And they were like, no, it's just, you know.
It's a bit, sir.
It's normal.
We're filming. It was kind of hard to explain, to be perfectly honest. But overall, thank you, everybody who has been watching. And please stay excited for TRON Aries. Now, for
by the way,
game,
chat, you guys can say what you guys think. Because apparently, he say there was no aircon in that room. That's why they were that angry. Honestly, it's very cold in that room.
It is extremely cold in that room.
Sorry, I cut you off. Yeah,
hey,
go ahead.
No worries. Our upcoming game, it's going to be TODOC facing off against CG eSports. Now, it's a tough scenario to beat for TODOC, understandably, but CG currently sitting right at the top of the league so far in terms of just raw points.
Yes. Uno. Uno's one.
Wait, are they still at the top of the... Oh, wait, no, they still are.
Yeah, I know my Spanish.
You do know your Spanish. I think that right now, CG is in a phenomenal position, and it's kind of awkward, right? Because it kind of feels like TODOC, facing off against TODOC 2.0.
Exactly.
Just,
one of them is Gideon. Listen to this. One of them is TODOC Prime.
You get to choose which one it is. Because today might be the day.
Is the one with Zayt. So now we're going to see TODOC's lineup, but which one?
Yeah.
Which TODOC are we going to look at here?
I don't know.
Is this the Prime TODOC?
It might just be the Prime TODOC. It's Lolio's Dream, Zyme Senpai, Zayden, as well as Fondir. On paper, this squadron should have been the one that is likely to make it into top 4. But now, even after listening to the post-game interview with SRG, TODOC isn't part of that list any longer. And I think even when we're talking about their fan base, they've lost a lot of faith.
Hey, Gideon, you're talking about how this roster performs on paper. I'll remind you, I don't read and you're dyslexic, so papers don't mean anything to us. Save the trees.
We got to save the trees. We got to make sure
Speaking
we're not...
of which, every country in the world uses bidets. There's more water than trees. Use your resources well, chat. You guys know how it is. Bidet number 1.
Bidets are number 1. I can get down with that opinion. Now, keep in mind that CG is still running the same lineup of... Oh, wait, no. Hold on.
Amzig's playing again.
They're playing Amzik, Balance, Chiku, Gary, or Ye3. I thought maybe they were, putting in AJ. I thought maybe they were going to start slipping in the traps all over again, right? I thought Amzik was not going to see play this week, but it seems like this has to be the roster that works for them.
Not going to be feeling good if you're trapped right now. Because he's like, it's against TODOC, though. I mean, like, but I can win that one. Come on. You let me play against Arrow. You're shafting me, chat. I mean, CG.
Oh, no. Oh,
I mean, boss.
Man. Boss, man. Please.
Boss CG, Boss Chiku, Gary, man.
Boss Chiku, guy, man, boss.
Mary, Gary.
Gary,
Gary Derry.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah.
Gary Derry, Scary Berry.
Oh, I mean, this is not going to be an easy matchup for TODOC, and there's not much we can really say more than that, right? So many failed performances, so many different attempts at rebuilding this rebuilding the TODOC squad to get that legacy. I think that time is long past, and we even saw Moon in the front row checking out TRON.
We gotta look at TODOC's legacy here to see like where it started, the rise or the collapse. Because again, TODOC in their debuting season. It's the season that I debuted as well, season 4. And in that season, they did win, but they really showed up. That time it was still Malaysia, Singapore. And afterwards, it was all like they got podium places so many times. And at the moment they start going 5th, 6th, they couldn't recover up until today.
Yeah, they never recovered from that time. And it's sad to see them in this type of position, of course, but especially when they have legacy players on their side from local, from our own local scene, the Loliels, the Zayeds, the Zymes even. But even with changing their structure and having a coach that legitimately is giving them some decent drafts, they're still unable to perform.
It's unfortunate, Gideon, but in this kind of situation, they might even resort to changing their logo.
Oh.
It's not the logo's fault, but at this point, if you're the owner, you're like, what's going on? If it's like one season, I get it. But it now feels like a lifetime.
It has been a very long and arduous journey, especially for the Patriots out there, the super fans, for the Todak brand squad, but against CG, it feels very unlikely. Which brings us to the question that you guys have to answer. Up in the chat, let us know what you think, because which Todak's lineup is your all-time favorite? A, the Dawn MPL My SG Season 4, the Unbeaten MPL My Season 6, the Climax MPL My Season 11. This one, it's kind of tough.
Why did they have to choose the Climax?
Hey, because that was the Climax in Season 11. That's where
Dude, I can make a joke about the number 11. Because right now it's 67. Back in my day, 69 was the funny number. Now it's can someone in chat explain what's so funny about 67? Because when I watched SpongeBob, the funny number was 25.
25. Yeah, that guy. Okay, all right. This guy gets it.
25.
It's 25. But I think it's just, you know, new generation this time. New jokes coming out. Please explain to us. We're so lost.
This is how you make us feel old. Someone even quoted us, Gary, Derry, Scary, Barry, Gideon, Mary.
No, wow.
Which he is.
Yes, thank you.
Eventually.
I appreciate it. I'm getting there. I'm catching up. But so far,
sorry for that, by the way.
Oh no, it's totally fine. I think that amongst A, B, and Z, for me personally, I quite like B. Personally speaking, I love the Formaze era.
Unbeaten, kind of a good name. Kind of says like probably that one is the best. But now facing his former family, Chico goes up against Toda for the first time. Heck, Chico had 1 or 2 seasons inactive, and then playing in the ML. I'm guessing 1 season, feels like 2. Gary hasn't played a while, also former Todak. Is there anyone else in that team that was former Todak?
No.
If Moon was playing, that would be another one. But either ways, looking onto the stage, both teams, we've bought enough time. Because finally, this family reunion is gonna start off. But before we invite both teams, CG as well as Toda, onto the stage, we gotta call in the marshals in so that they know when to pause the game. Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. We'd like to say thank you to Rez, May, Nuna, and Iza. The way you guys pause the game, impeccable.
Toga. They came with a mission that carries the weight of destiny. This is the match that decides it all. Their final chance to fight for the playoffs. No mistakes, no hesitation. They need a miracle to keep the dream alive. Can the King of the Ocean rise once more and turn fate into their favor? Patriots, make some noise for Toda!
CG eSports.
After suffering 2 consecutive defeats to SRG and Arrow, they're back, bringing Umzik back into the lineup to reclaim victory. History will be made as Chiku faces his former team, for the very first time. Will Chico's new legacy be the one to end Todak's playoff hopes once and for all? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for CG eSports!
Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both the teams, the mastermind behind every game. Shoutouts to Nafari, head coach, and dev coach as analyst for Todak, Coach Rain as head coach, and Coach Cody as tactical for CG.
And now let's keep it going with the fist bump between the teams, a true sign of professionalism, where right now they look all nice and dandy, but once you get into the game, that's where you show no mercy. You make them cry, wait for them to stop, and then make them cry again. This is gonna be a family reunion where brothers fight against brothers.
It's gonna be an awkward time with the, whoa, is that the whole original lineup from Season 4 in front seat for this match?
Not just Season 4, Gideon, this is a Toda reunion. They got everyone. They got the female squad, they got the male squad, they got everyone that's ever been with Toda. I saw a few cleaners there as well.
No pressure whatsoever for the current Todak lineup right now.
No pressure. It's like, it's no big deal. It's just going up against your all-star player.
While you're, I think it's even more awkward for Chiku because now he has to face off against his former team, and not only that, in front of ex-teammates, every single one that he's played with, and the boss himself. We also have Todak head of esports quote from Abang Lord.
Everyone is appointed with our current standing, including the Patriots. The changes this season were quite major in terms of both coaching and players, but maybe it wasn't enough to secure a better position. I don't see it as a mistake, but rather as part of the process. Moon is there right beside him, and of course Moon is happy. Seeing everyone replace him kinda sucks. If I was Moon, I'll be all over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, he's having the time of his life with his streaming career right now. Yeah, like he's playing a lot of UFC.
If Toda loses, he's happy. If CG loses, he's happy. He wins everything.
He wins. He wins no matter what. He's watching brothers fight and doesn't have to be part of it.
Yeah.
He's just, Mom, Dad, they're fighting. But with that being said, though, let's talk a little bit more about specifically Chiku.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak, tapi sekarang gambar CG. So agak pelik juga sebenarnya. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu. Do you miss me? I miss you so much. The bosses and my friend, my roommate Zaid. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
That last line, he was just like, I miss you, Zion, but I gotta move on. Yeah, Gary's my new roommate now.
Hey, the guy knows how to handle a breakup. Good thing he's married now.
I don't want to play with you.
Shout outs to his wife for cooking very good buttermilk chicken, which is Chico's favorite and my favorite too.
Really? Huh?
Yeah, but I only really like the one in Subang.
Okay, all right.
What was it called again?
Go Chili.
Thank you very much. That's the one.
I got you. I had another one ready to go.
Jibril?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very atypical.
Hey, you know what? I stayed not in Subang, but Subang is the place to be when I want some buttermilk chicken.
Hey, man. That's
husband meme?
The what? Okay, just being in.
Oh, I get it. It's kind of like Toda just missing the old times, like Wolverine.
Yep.
It's the Wolverine meme.
I'll miss you. I'll miss you so much, man. Man, wow, they really got everybody from coaching staff to everybody who was behind the scenes, to the original lineup as well to watch this match. And I mean, maybe this is extra pressure. Maybe this is what they need to actually pull off a miracle here. The only way they make it into playoffs, or at least stand a chance, is if they win 2-0 and nothing less.
It's such a good thing that all previous Toda players did not change their email. Because not, how could they contact them? Gideon, they're a professional company. They do emails, okay? WhatsApp, bro. Too casual.
It's too casual, man.
Okay. Dear Formies, we would like to invite you to MPL MY. Why? Hey, just come.
I wonder if they did it extra formal. Yang di hormat Formies.
Yang di hormat. Encik Formies. You go all formal and you use their IGN.
And then you use your IGN as well. Oh God, I wish I could see those emails. Please, Todak, turn that into a piece of content.
Okay, so we need to link Todak's emails and the Epstein leaks.
Yes, those are the two most important things in the world right now.
One is more important than the other.
Guess which one is which?
The one with the list.
Now, straight into it. Todak going to be on the blue side here. They've been struggling on blue side, but an early Baxia CG lock in straight away. Straight into Lance, straight into Grok.
Okay, so Todak, they did half of what's supposed to be done, which is ban out the Gathot and then ban out the CC. Not CC, sorry, Kalia. In fact, CC's open. We can see a CC pick after this for CG, but I'm just going to say this, Gideon. I'm liking the picks from Todak. So I'm worried I'll be disappointed.
What?
Because they just don't play as a team. They don't play like a family. Actually, no, they do play like a family. Just a dysfunctional one.
A very dysfunctional one so far. I mean, based on what we've seen, the track record actually
they play like
it.
the brothers sold the other brother's bike.
They feel like... You know what? I'm going to hold back on my comments.
Let's move on. Let's move on. You know why I can say this? I met Ashi like behind the scenes and he's like, bro, this is the season. If you want to smack Todak, this is the time. I'm not there.
As long as I'm
not there.
Hey, time for a player fun fact with Chiku. Chiku's phone is pink, not by choice, but because the color he wanted was sold out, and that's all. He could have gone for the default color.
No, it's so good that Infinix has a special pink color phone.
It's crazy.
For Chiku, like they have green and blue, but for Chiku, they got him pink.
They got him pink. It was an exclusive, and unfortunately, he just didn't reply the email fast enough. This time round, at least with Moskov, just to finish off that draft from Todak's side. Harith going to be the lock-in for CG, so they've kind of matched it almost
this is weird.
1-to-1.
It's not a Granger.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it was going to be Granger, but then again, if you know Granger, there's a high likelihood you know Harith, because again, they go hand in hand a lot of the time in their matchups and down by the gold lane. But this is Broken Walls, and I am concerned that maybe Todak, we've seen them make this mistake multiple times, especially playing against the Grok. Broken Walls gives you more access into the jungle, but it also creates more choke points. And now that Grok's Iconic Charge covers such a large area colliding with the wall, there's so many times where you see him get 4-man stuns, knockups even.
My analysis for Todak, even though like I'm being serious here, they lost basically all of their matches, but I really feel Broken Walls and Dangerous Grass is the worst map for Todak, just for the fact that their biggest weakness is fighting around neutral objectives. The Turtle, the Lords. That's where a lot of the mistakes, that's where a lot of the blunders really happen. And Broken Walls, as well as Dangerous Grass, really makes those mistakes look much bigger, especially for Broken Walls, because you want to leash the Turtle and Lord because the walls have changed the shape. It really has a lot of weird movements.
Yeah, no, I think that the Turtle and Lore Pit needs to be looked differently when you're playing on Broken Walls. Your structures are genuinely important, right? Holding on to tier 1 to tier 2, tier 1 specifically on that side of the map at least gives you a way to fall back.
Yep. Now we see CC as well as Odette getting banned out. I only ask for one thing, Gideon. Whatever hero Zyme use, for the love of God, depending on which god you worship, please protect Zayed. I'm high-key tilted when there's a tank jungle and your mid is just like, nah fam, I hate you.
Nah fam,
if I don't support you, Gideon, know that something's wrong.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind, because looking at the ban list so far, it looks like they've taken the second half of the draft very seriously from Todak, banning out not only the CC, but also Odette. So CG, making sure that the supports are banned out, lock in the Kimmy, even though Baxia is clear on the opposite side, allowing Farsa alongside with Hylos to get through.
Can we agree that Todak's draft is solid?
It's not bad.
It's
pretty
good, right? It's meta. It's easy to execute. What can go wrong? Tell me truly, Gideon. What can go wrong?
Dealing with balance on this Grok. Grok, so far, is going to be able to zone out very specific heroes, but more importantly, is able to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. And that's something that they don't need the EXP lane to do just yet. They can double down on it if they wanted to, but at the same time, he's facing up against...
Esme's still here.
Esme is still here, but you're up against not only the Baxia, but you have to deal with the high loss. So they're going to go with glue instead. More reliable, and especially if they do get the glue in that back line, pulling a Moskov out of position is the worst feeling.
I would say both drafts are looking good. So chat is not the draft's fault as of right now.
Yep.
We can't blame Nafari or Rain.
No excuses there.
So, if someone's to blame, we got to see what happens in game. Personally, for me, I hope of all the times Toda has played this season, let this be the season be so personal that they want to beat Chiku that they start working as a team. Because I hold this philosophy, Gideon. If you want people to work together, make all of them hate one person.
The common denominator, some may say.
Exactly. That's how you build a relationship.
I mean, that's the way that this game might just work out for Todak, looking for 2 wins. They need every single point on the board. They cannot afford to drop a game for their playoff chance to stay alive. And CG, they're coming in with the strongest lineup that they had so far, proven and tested in the early weeks as we head on in to the land of Dawn. Let's see how these teams are going to play.
That's actually one thing we haven't brought up yet, is the fact that technically Toda still has a chance to actually go to the playoffs. They just got to win everything. The moment they lose one game, just one, even if they win 2-1, losing that one game means that they are no longer eligible for a playoff slot. So this is very important for Toda, and I think out of all the games, it's... Oh, he actually almost got it in time.
Very, very close. Very, very close indeed. But still, at the end of the day, no big punishes, right? Retribution is still active as they fight for Litho.
Yep, now Zayed actually goes in. They managed to get balance, but Dreams taking way too much damage coming in from Chiku. So far, no one gets totally punished. So, at least for the early game, not a lot of big trades here.
Matter of resources, though. It's a little sad that Dreams had to use an early Revitalize there, and they didn't get Balance's Flicker. But Zayed did not want to waste any time. He still has an entire bottom side to clear. On the opposite end, Gary actually making his way full clear top side. Lolio's right in Amzik's face.
I would say Lolio's playing this lane very, very well. As I say that, Amzik got a very good trade in, but overall still looking okay. I'm looking at the EXP as well. Doesn't look like anyone has any major advantages. But now Chiku is making sure that both Dreams as well as Zaim Senpai does get punished quite a lot. He's really flexing his Kimmy, but now comes Zayed. Flicker coming out from Chiku, trying to slow down Valence, but Chiku makes sure the Starlium stops Zayed in his tracks.
Keeping him in place, and Chiku, I feel like him as a mid laner, he's so far forward in comparison to so many mid laners across the world, right? Chiku really wants to make sure that he can get his damage in and that he tries to make it stick, but it always comes at the cost of his battle spells, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him lose his Flicker very early on, pre-4 minutes into the game, almost every single game.
If anyone were to ask me, like, how does Chiku play? Amzik taking wild up, but he gets level 4. Zaman Force comes in. First blood for Amzik.
He wasn't paying attention, and now the Feathered Airstrike is out.
Yep, good stun onto Valence. Now Zaim Senpai actually gets that kill. CG looking like they got trades coming up here, but Gary is now here. Zayed taking quite a lot of damage, and Gary gets the turtle. And looks like Zai gets caught. Dreams trying to run away. Chiku guys still maintaining pursuit. In the backlines, it doesn't look like Ye3 was able to pull anyone in to Gary for him to get more kills.
A 1-for-1, but still a bigger win for CG as they're able to secure not only the turtle, but a solo kill on that top side. Lolio, that was a huge mistake. He is not keeping track of how many gold crabs that he's securing. Oh my god, Zaim Senpai, is he gonna be... Oh,
that was heavily punished. Chiku guys really wants to go in, but he has to be disciplined not to actually go for that kill. And by the way, if anyone internationally never seen Chiku plays and they ask me, how would you describe Chiku guys? I would say he plays like he thinks he never gonna get ganked. That's exactly how he plays.
That's actually very accurate, and especially considering that he's in the mid lane. Oh my god, I'm once again securing every single one of these gold crabs. But yeah, every single time we see him play, it's just as if
there's no way I'm gonna get ganked.
Yeah,
right?
He's like, I can get out of here no matter what. I mean, to be fair, his Flicker is back up, so now he can go back to playing with no fear whatsoever. But sometimes it costs him. We've seen games where he's been heavily punished because of it.
Yep, Zayed thinking about it. He does hit the Grok once again, but he takes so much damage. Where's that damage coming from? The Traction Pulse pulls in everyone. Pondir, Bravest Spider, but Valence is the first to get taken down by Zaim Senpai in the back. Looks like the Lapu Lapu tries to fight against Gary, but looks like he gets caught. Gary gets a kill. Zaim Senpoi, there's nowhere to run. Amzik is the one to get that, and Dreams is gonna get down as well. CG takes 3, maybe about to take 4, but Gary takes something more important, and that's the buff.
Yep, and now they're going to have so much pressure off of this mid, right? They're trying to plow through. If they crack mid-tier 1, that opens a lot of opportunities for these neutral objectives, and Loliel's losing this lane so hard right now.
Loliels needs to calm down. He doesn't have to win the lane. He just needs his items, and then eventually he's got to carry the team. Because as of right now, Toda, they are trying to control the early and mid. Honestly, they play more like a team now, but I don't know. They're just taking way too much damage. Balance charges in, but look at Fondir. Goes 1v3 in the back. He gets Chico, guys. But Fondir might get taken down himself, and now Yetri is able to mount Dreams. Gets out of there, making sure that no mistakes are done. And again, that felt a bit personal.
It did feel a little personal, but I'm not gonna lie. Now this is the second time we've seen, unfortunately, both mid laners walking back into skills.
Yeah.
Flickering in an awkward direction, thinking that maybe Fondir was thinking the opposite side. Zaim Senpoi getting hit by the Tectonic Charge even after going for the Wings by Wings. Is Yetri okay here?
Yetri's trying to juke everything that Airstrike used. Looks like Yetri has given up and just allows them to get the kill so that he can actually come back faster.
A bit of a delay on the cross-map play on the top side, but this is perfect for Amzik, right? Even if Yetri dies, he still will bring a lot of impact into these team fights, and not to mention that his turret is decently healthy. We do see that Gary is going to try and stop that initial push. We'll see whether Fondir gets it, and no, Retribution being utilized.
Yeah, Fondir getting out of there with the bravest fighter. Honestly, I want to look at items, because I don't know how Gary's doing that much damage to Zayed. Traction Pulse pulls him in. It looks like he's still able to get the buff. So overall, still looking good. We got to look at the goal difference here. Big goal difference when it comes to the jungle as well as the gold lane.
Right now, a 4-level difference in terms of the junglers. Just the junglers, by the way. Yetri, despite dying, still hasn't lost a lot. He's still 2 levels ahead of Fondir. So in terms of just capitalization, right now CG have done a perfect job at just that. And with missing tier 1s, these neutral objectives are pretty uncontestable for Todak. There is no safe place.
I want to go for balance. He was able to immune the crowd control coming in from Zaim. He's flying quite close to Yetri. Also plays like Chiku, thinking that he will never get ganked.
Now, see that Amzik is the primary focus for CG. With this 5k lead, Amzik, he can do whatever he wants, right? He knows the Feather Airstrike. Oh wait, hold on.
Founder really wants Chiku, and looks like he's gonna get, misses the flicker charge. And even missing the SOD, Zayed's on a mission, and his mission is Chiku. He gets it, but at what cost? He's gonna give his life to Amzik. Get recalled on. Double kill for Amzik.
Not entirely sure if that was worth it. Chiku doesn't have a huge bounty on him in comparison to Amzik or even Gary. But now, all turtles have been secured, and the snowball is nearly complete for CG. They're currently at the first plateau, 5.5k. That's usually where most teams kind of struggle to find the next part of their lead. One bad fight could instantly flip it, but so far it doesn't feel like CG have been put in situations where they have to take bad fights.
Just get coordinated, because I kind of feel like they all have the same idea, which is dive, but they just dive one at a time. I kind of feel like wait for everyone to get ready. Maybe wait for the Hylos to have his ult first. Bring out the highway and then see what you can get out of it.
Gotta keep it clean. Oh, Lolios forced the flicker out of there. And the Holy Shielding is still... Oh my god, Gary's still willing to go.
Yeah, Gary tries to get a kill onto Zaim. Gets the flicker, deals a lot of damage onto Lolio. He already got a lot from that trade.
Got a little too much here, forcing both of them to go for the recall. The next tier 2 is about to collapse in CG, now taking every other turret, systematically peeling the armor away from Todak's side. And now with a 7.4k lead, this next minute is pretty undoubtedly uncontested for CG. They're expecting Todak to never walk out of their base anymore.
Founder needs at least 2 items to really survive the onslaught that CG has. Lolio needs 3 for damage. And Zayed at this point, I don't know what he can have to actually survive, because look at it, Zayed is taking quite a lot of damage, and here's a Boxia rolling out of there. They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling. That's Zayed. That joke would have worked better with Sky just now.
It would have.
I missed my opportunity. I'm sorry, chat.
I mean, it happens, right? Wait, hold on. He knows. Oh, just at the edge, outside of the hitbox, Lolios gets out. The pincer unable to clamp down on its target.
Right now, CG, they're playing basically perfectly. The only one that really gets punished, honestly, is Chiku. Yetri got caught once, but I kind of feel like he can afford to have that mistake, right?
I mean, he's the EXP laner. He doesn't need as many resources in comparison as the raw damage dealers and carries of the squad, that being Jigun as well as Amzik.
Traction Pulse gets 2, Yetri flickers forward, gets 2 of them, and now he's jumping on Ponder. Ponder flickers into the turret, Chiku gets Dreams, and now Amzik having that Holy Crystal, that's going to be a lot of damage. It looks like he's going to let Zayed free for now, while Gary gets the Lord for free. CG can basically 3v5 at this point.
Yeah, Fondir currently 1, 3, and 4. Zayed on level 9, 1, 2, and 3. Finally evens it out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Gary has been power farming this entire time. He is not only stealing away every single one of Zayed's camps, but has put him so far behind that he can't really play the game. Zayed is at the mercy of Fondir and Zyme Simpoy to set him up for success.
Now Zayed as well as Dreams got their first item here. Gary is able to get out of there. Zayed taking quite a bit of damage here, and now Amzik is in the fray as well. Dreams marching in, able to take down the Lord, but now both top as well as mid has lost their holy defense.
Oh,
good push coming in, Gary. Not in big danger so far. Phantom Execution back in. Thon Rose for the kill, and now Yetri wants to continue the pursuit. He's able to get onto Zayed, pulls him back in. Zaman force from Amzik. Now that the mid turret is not there, they continue to fight. Fondir tries to fight back, but it's 1 against 4. You're not winning that one, buddy. Is he? No, it's not. Chico gets the double kill. Now Zyme Senpai is all alone in mid, and now Lolia tries to get away. Valid. We did not see that one. Lolia 1v1 against Chiku. Hey. Oh my god, it's so cool!
Why?
CG definitely didn't pull their punches trying to give Chico that kill.
They really did everything they possibly could. Literally everything they possibly could. Even Amzik's flicker for it as well. Yikes. Okay, 80 seconds left on the clock for the next upcoming major objective to spawn, and it's 12-5. The checkmate angle has been hit. The conditions are there, but if they want any chance, we need to see Zyme Senpai have some real damage onto some primary targets. Gary has made it so impossible.
There's no way that Zai can survive this. Not against the wall, not against the pool, not against 5 members. A lonely Boxia is a sad Boxia.
A lonely Boxia is a sad Boxia. Poor guy. And now
look at Glue, just wavy. Like, what's up, guys? Are you winning, son?
He's just shouting from across the room. You having fun? Is this fun for you? Anybody need some DPM?
you guys should try winning. It feels good every once in a while.
Oh no. Feather airstrike just to protect the wave, but look at this attack on top side.
Yeah, Ponder tries to clear the minions, but Amzik is just focusing on the turrets. And now Zayed is there, but in the backline, Loliel 1v1 against Gary. Loliel almost did it. If he got that one, that would be actually a big enough shutdown for him to get the items that he needs.
Is it a big enough shutdown?
5-0.
Yeah.
5-0.
Yeah, I was imagining that he was going to get roughly like 300, maybe 400 gold off of it, but he's also got 5 assists alongside it, so it might just be enough. I think that Todak at this point can't really do much, right? Just got to wait for this Lord to come into play, play that high ground, and hope for the best.
In terms of the blade clear, honestly, thought that Zai got caught again. Have we seen this before? I feel like we've seen this before.
Oh yeah, it happened like not too long ago, like literally a minute ago.
Oh, but he's surviving much longer now. Chico still gets the kill. Zyme Senpai gets chased by Gary. The KDA machine able to get out of there.
Yep, he makes it out of there still. A near perfect score of 3-1-0. Back to year 3, just literally watchdogging the outside of their base. No one is allowed to leave without his permission.
Blue is a psychopath, man. He looks so happy messing with other people.
Yeah. Friggin', I don't know.
He reminds me of Faris back in school.
What?
Personal story, man. Personal story. Either ways, right now, Traction Pulse doesn't hit anyone, and now the better S-Strike coming in from Zyme Senpai, trying to protect the waves here. Fondir, Dreams, and Loliel dealing with the Lord. Looks like they're gonna get it. Gary looks like he wants to go for Zyme Senpai, but now Loliel is the target. Monster kill for Gary. In the backline, Fondir tries to deal with Chiku, but Amzik gets Zayed. The front lines cannot survive. Unstoppable for Chiku. There's nothing that Bondier and Zyme can do. Gary just standing in the front lines, and CG takes game number 1.
Nicely played from CG. As expected, the checkmate angle hit so quickly with solo kills on both side lanes to make the difference. Now coming into game number 2, I don't know if they're going to make a quick sub or not, but it feels like Todak, unfortunately, with such a devastating early game from CG side, really had no responses. I mean, they did find that 1-for-1 trade, but they're still losing out in the big picture.
Anyways, I kind of feel like Todak, they had a pretty okay draft. The only real question mark is that Zayed's been left alone all the time. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Although I do have to say, I don't know why he took so much damage in the early game. Like maybe I have to revisit like his build on the emblems or items, but I don't know. I rarely see a squishy Baxia.
Yeah, he got chunked out pretty hard. And to be fair, I think a lot of it just comes down to like true damage coming in from Lancelot, especially when he has like Endless on top of the War Axe.
No, it was early. I feel like they didn't have any items at that point.
Was it the first lethal fight or?
It was level 4.
Then it should be first
turtle
fight.
He took so much damage, like.
Because I know for a fact that he was taking like little to nothing for the Kimmy for sure. I think that was obvious enough.
It was mostly from Lancelot.
It had to be from Lancelot.
Maybe Gary cheated. It's a joke. Don't get me. It's a joke. Learn how to take a joke.
And you can see the people already
67.
on Facebook. They're already on Facebook going at it. They were ready for this moment. They just needed you to pull the trigger.
People still haven't answered the 67 thing. I'm reading chat and I'm just like, bro.
Figure it out yourself, old man. Just another day in the office.
Can you chat GPT that?
You can probably chat GPT it. For sure, yeah.
Later on, you're going to deal with the MVP, I don't know, probably Amzik.
Look, I don't think there's really a big standout there. I mean, maybe to be fair, Valens also had a couple of good sets in general, but I think it's probably going to lean into Amzik at the end of the day. I mean, there's not much of an analysis to do for this game other than to recheck the item build specifically for Zayed's Baxia, but even Zyme Senpai, we're not seeing him rotate as often as I would like. Like, not a lot of lane ganks at all.
ChatGPT doesn't know.
Oh, he had no clue?
It even wrote here, thought for 4 seconds, and it just came up with rubbish. And now we got to look at the MVP for this one, because that guy is not rubbish. I'm guessing it's going to be Gary or Amzik. It's going to be Amzik. Looking so good.
He's looking great.
And showing the team, please don't replace me. But at the same time, he has SPM coming up. Or maybe just skip it. Okay, no, don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Please, dear God, dear God. But it's great to see that Amzik, when he gets his chance to play back up on the stage, he does not disappoint. His Harith and Rangers have been so good throughout the regular season, right? Undoubtedly pretty clean.
And with this, Gideon, not super official, but Todak's not going to the playoffs.
Well, it's not in their control if we're being really particular about it, right? The maximum amount of points have been reduced down to just 10, and that means that unless there's another team that they've beaten or in head-to-head and ties them up against 10, that's their only opportunity to make it into the playoffs.
Amzik 5-0-7, almost dealing 5,000 damage per minute, 4,700. Played well all the way from the laning phase into the team fights, and then eventually ending the game. Although it can be said that CG, everyone did their job very, very well. Like Amzik dealing the damage, Valence either zoning, setting up, Ye3 catching someone, Gary dealing the damage, Chiku being the bait. Everyone did their job.
Everyone did their job. Let's talk about the build that's been puzzling you. Why did he take so much damage? And I think that Zayed went for all components first before settling finally to complete the Radiant Armor. But do you agree with this? The steel leggings on top of the extra armor, like are we really going into Dom Ice? Are we really going to just lean into finishing off the Antique Cuirass?
Actually, I think now I can see where the mistake is. He did not build the Dreadnought early. I think he built the...
Steel leggings?
No. He built the Molten Essence first.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right, and because I was wondering, like, why is the Boxer taking so much damage? Sure, it helps you in clear speed, and you kind of need better clear speed dealing with the Lancelot, but no wonder he invested in 0 defense early game, just putting numbers on HP. And on the leggings part, I honestly feel you don't need it. The only thing that comes in mind is that again, they just want to counter Chiku, so I think he wants a blade armor to reflect all the damage coming in from Chiku, but it wasn't the main problem, right? It was Amzik as well as Gary. You really need either anti-Cuirass first or a Athena shield. Then you can be tanky, and don't build Molten Essence first unless your opponents are chumps.
Yeah, I think that right now it's just inefficient as an item. I guess unless they want Zayat to kind of like deal with the side waves and match up against Gary on that Lancelot, but that's like thinking a little too far ahead when really you just want to protect your T1s. And I think that was a large problem. Once those T1s collapsed, neutral objectives were uncontestable from Todak.
Let me just share you, because ChatGPT gave a lot of jokes with 67. I glanced and I saw one good one. Why did the mathematician marry 67? Because they wanted a partner who couldn't be divided. Not gonna lie, that's a good joke.
You know what?
That's actually a pretty good joke.
I can respect it.
I can respect it.
I think, ChatGPT, they got some bangers out there.
By the way, the carry is Amzik. 66,000 damage dealt. Rich guy carry again, farming it up. Zayat took the most amount of damage. Valence was the best wingman. And at this point, I feel like Toda had a very straightforward draft. I don't know what else can Coach Nafari give them, right? Because you give them the complicated draft, you give them an easy draft, you give them, assassin in jungle, you give them tank in the jungle. At this point, there's really nothing much you can do.
Yeah, no, there really isn't, right? Let's look at the carry goal distribution from Amzik. How did he get to where he was? How did he get the 826? A majority came from the actual minions, but then keep in mind that he was actually stealing away jungle creeps after that T1 on the opposite side of the map, so that whenever Gary was making sure he's going for an ultra full clear, including enemy territory, one side of the map was already covered.
Yeah, honestly, like, the numbers are honestly amazing here. In terms of damage that he dealt in this game, kind of shows why Harif is so good in this meta after the nerf towards the gold, because looking at the minions here, 5,057 gold looks a lot, but if we look at previous patches, that number kind of skyrockets to close to 6,000 or maybe just above 6,000. So this also shows why we're seeing a change in the gold lane meta. That 12% is a lot, Gideon.
It is a lot, and I think that at least for me, I would say that it drags out the game a little bit longer and makes windows of opportunity a little clearer, more defined compared to last time where it's like, oh, you would forcefully double wave, and then you kind of don't know whether he's got it or not.
You gotta look at the highlight here, and again, big mistake coming in from Loliel. I think he should have seen that a level 4 was coming, unless he was miscalculating, thinking, because we saw that he cleared the minions first, so maybe he thought he would get level 4 first, but yeah, just a big miscalculation.
Yeah, and I think the worst part about it is that, again, it comes down to just river crabs. These fights here, the traction pulse coming in from Chiku guys was really, really good, but unfortunately, as much as they want to be able to block the shots from the Kimmy, once her passive is up, it is penetrating damage. And then, yeah, 3, they legitimately had no answer to him. He can kind of do whatever he wants.
I kind of feel like for today, Lancelot is definitely the hero to watch, because everyone that got their hands on it, except for Jaja, game number 2, but we don't talk about that, has been looking pretty good. As I say that, I kind of don't want Zayat to get that, because I don't want him to have a good game and then be like, we still lost. Because his Fanny was pretty good, but still, just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think
heck, maybe get the Fanny again. Like, give Todak solo heroes.
Solo heroes?
Basically, gave heroes that they can make a play by themselves and they can save themselves.
So Zion goes back on like Selena.
Kadita, actually.
Oh, Kadita. You prefer his Kadita over his Selena? Because I think his Selena is like just a wee bit better, because last time he played Kadita, there was way too many whiffs. Way too many whiffs. It's a tough choice, I know.
I think I don't like anything on Zion. Am I being too honest, chat? Am I being too honest?
All right, let's look at the result. Well, I mean, Zion, it's a way to talk. Yes, the unbeaten MPL MY Season 6B takes championships. 50%. Wow, I'm surprised. 31%. I want to know the demographic. Well, like, what is the age group we're seeing here, or at least when did these fans start watching MPL? When did they start falling in love with the MLBB eSports? Because that's where I'm thinking that 50% to 31% difference is going to lie in.
Most of the people that I talk to right now, if I get a chance to ask their age, like when were you born, I would say my mind blanks out when they say 2000 and the moment they say N, I'm like, whoa.
2000? 2000?
There's more?
Dude, we thought we were the last ones. We were like, after the 90s, there's going to be no more. Nobody wants kids, and apparently everybody does.
Well, right now, we want to talk to another young guy. See, young, we're going to be talking to Moon. Moon's going to be all the way with Rose. Maybe she will bring extra Toda players. We'll see, but either ways, it's Rose's time.
Hey guys, Rose here. So, Rose ada special surprise kepada semua orang yang ada dekat Dewan Sri Putra ataupun tengah tengok dekat rumah. Sebab Rose sebelah dengan Moon. Tapi Moon, kenapa ni banyak-banyak orang pakai baju Toda ni? Siapa dorang?
Okay, sekarang ni kita ada Nanas paling kanan sekali. Dan ni X-Ray, saya Moon. Yang ni Momo. Yang ni tak kenal lah. Sana Hangus. Yang sana Ajim. So, kenapa kita orang ramai-ramai kat sini pakai baju Toda? Sebab kalau boleh kita nak support Toda lah guys.
Wesh, gila. Kejap. Rose ada satu soalan kepada Momo dulu lah. Mo, kenapa ada kat sini? Masuk balik Toda ke?
Tak, jagi ada game.
Oh, jagi ada game. Ingat masuk balik Toda. Semata-mata transfer window kan? Okay, now Moon. Kita semua tahu Moon dah tak jadi pro player. So, sekarang ni Moon tengah buat apa sebenarnya?
Sekarang banyak bagi pandangan lah. Banyak bagi pandangan streaming, nobar.
Oh, tengok apa tu? Muka apa tu?
Tengok kamera.
Tengok kamera. Okay, now I rasa kan you ni minggu lepas tercalon legenda. Ciku sebelah Rose dia sebut nama Moon on stage tercalon legenda. Apa perasaan tercalon legenda?
Perasaan biasa je lah sebab dah banyak kali lah tapi tak pernah menang pun.
Kali ni rasa boleh menang tak?
Tak berharap juga.
Cuba suruh orang tu undi.
Undi kalau macam tu jangan lupa undi saya di website MPL MY dalam legenda.
Pandai.
Anugerah legenda je.
Mana tahu kena shortlisted kan. Okay, pernah tak berfikir untuk kembali ke MPL Malaysia?
Hari-hari.
Oh, hari-hari.
Hari-hari.
Sekarang dah kembali. Apa perasaan kembali MPL MY?
Perasaan biasa lah. Tengok orang main. Tak main kan. Kalau boleh nak main.
Kenapa tak main?
Sebab sedar diri.
Sedar diri apa tu?
Nak kena training balik, apa semua tu nak kena ambil masa. So kalau tim semua nak berjaya M7 kan. So bagi ada orang masuk M7 dulu.
Okay, Rose ada satu soalan di mana next match CG is actually dorang akan bertemu dengan Homeboys. And kalau kita tengok daripada mid lane, Homeboys ada Prince of Mage dekat Malaysia. Sebagai King of Mage dekat Malaysia, what do you think and how do you think the playout will be? Ciku versus the Prince of Mage.
Playout
Apa akan jadi?
Apa akan jadi rasanya salah satu tim akan menang lah.
Yelah, siapa?
Tak tahu lah, salah satu lah.
Memang lah, takkan okay, yang menang.
Siapa man? Siapa ni?
Come on,
siapa
guys.
yang menang?
Come on, siapa yang menang?
Momo, siapa menang Momo? Kau kan MPL kan? Siapa menang?
TG lawan Boys. Toda menang.
Mantap, memang kita takkan dapat apa-apa daripada orang-orang ni. Sebelum Rose wrap it up, score prediction. Semua, score prediction. Toda, CG.
Toda, CG? TG.
CG. Nice.
Score.
Mantap.
Kau pakai baju apa sekarang ni?
Okay, dah. Sebelum ni jadi
2-1.
Okay, 2-1. Moon?
Tak kisah, mana-mana je. Lalang.
Memang streamer yang sebenar. Thank you very much kepada Moon dan juga kepada The Unbeaten Toda Era. Tanpa membuang masa, mari kita masuk ke game kedua dalam pusingan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, bros. That's the reunion of the Todak legacy. It's good to see that they still have that playful side to them, right? There's still a little bit of trolls on the side.
Was Momo wearing a Toda jersey?
Momo?
Was it an
No,
MV jersey?
it was an MV jersey.
Okay, good.
I think he's contractually obligated.
Yes. That's why my head's like, wait, can you do that? I love that we have all the OGs of Toda there. If only they could get Yums, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe he's busy today. I don't know if he's around.
Actually, is E1 there? I think
he's there. I think E1 is there.
I didn't catch him on the camera. I was just guessing. I think they're getting a chair for him.
It honestly is pretty cool. Like, if we can do this, like, periodically, just get old players, not just from Toda, you know, like, all, like,
It's Saiyan Reborn!
Yeah, no, legit. Like, get Lung to mid C. Okay, maybe not CeeLo. Okay, you know what? Maybe season 4.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Bring back another legend. Shout out to Artha.
Artha!
Yeah.
I forgot that guy.
He was an ex-player turned caster, now full-time.
You know what?
Burial ground.
Logan, we need to see Logan again.
Oh,
Logan, Chi-Wing. Like they're still kind of modern, but at the same time, we haven't seen them for like 2 or 3 seasons, right?
Dude, the fact that it's been so many years, and now we don't have to listen to people complaining, "Where's Fredo anymore?" God, that's
why
you
you gotta bring it up.
Hey, I think that half the people in the audience don't even know who he is anymore. Think about that. It's
Dude,
a different generation. We are
Chat,
old. What are you talking about?
You know who Fredo is. Can you name which team he played on?
Oh yeah, that Italian one. Oh, I think
Italian one?
I think I'm thinking of
Fredo. I can say that, right?
I don't think it's
Fredo.
I don't think it's racist. I think it's fine. It should be okay.
It's not racist, right?
No, it's not. It's not.
Hey, 67. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kazu, for the explanation.
Shout out to Kazu.
I have no idea how to use it in my day-to-day life.
But we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
We'll
We're
figure it out.
hip with it. We're 67 with it.
Expanding Rivers is going to be played, but now a little bit of a change of comp from CG.
There you go.
Whoa.
Do you see what I'm talking about here, Gideon? Everyone from Todak is using a hero where they can make a play by themselves, and if needed, they can save themselves. Gata taunts in. Bad call, AOG out. Lapu goes in. Bad call, just be awesome and win it out eventually.
Yeah, just kill him.
Fanny, be like a fly. You go on it, and then you poop on them, and then you fly away.
Okay, that's
my experiences with flies.
Yeah. Man, that's oddly specific with flies. We'll get into that some other time.
Okay, chat knows what it is. Alucard God Fredo.
Yes.
MYA. Was he MYA? I think not, but I think MYA is Solos.
Yes, that was Solos. He was part
Good
of...
try though.
I'm thinking about it. It's coming to me. Saiyan
Error.
something.
Not sponsored.
Airplane
company.
Saiyan. Yeah, that's the one. It would have been so funny if they were still around. Because now with all the memes, with the Jet 2 holiday memes, it's literally perfect. Oh well. On the side notes, Kimi, Jushin, Lunox, good bans here coming out from Todox, taking away the invulnerability, taking away some form of stable mid laners.
Damn it! Why'd you have to bring up Jet 2 holiday?
It's stuck in your head now, isn't it?
How did it start again?
Darling, hold my hand.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
Yep.
And right now, you have 50%. Wait. $50 off.
15. I don't know. It's a number. It could be anything.
It's 200 pounds for a family of 4.
Specifically.
50 pounds off. You know what? Chat, give me a moment. I'll look back into the meme and then we're gonna go for it. Right now, my mind is more serious with the whole Flotatia situation. Again, I'm glad that as far as I know, a lot of people are safe. I'm hoping for more people to be reported to be safe.
We're hoping that everybody from that trip is going to be able to make it back home safe. Now, second phase has already begun. Valentina, and they get locked in. I guess they have predetermined that CG definitely going to be playing a double fighter comp.
And again, you are responsible for your own life. This is how Toda should play. Valen has 2 dashes.
He's got 2 dashes.
Now, what the marksman will be? It would be a Claude. Going with the team. You can set up for yourself. You can get out of there. It's every man, woman, uncle, dog for themselves.
I think it's Granger.
You think it's Granger?
I think it's Granger.
You think it's Granger?
Right? It would make the most amount of sense because everything else is either a little too short range, and there is the worry that CG is going... I mean, the Badang is probably not going to go into the lane, but we'll see. Phobius, yep, that's the double fighter we were waiting for, and they've also got Odette as the mid laner. So, pretty difficult to get deep in the fight and to stay there.
But that's very Chiku way of playing, right? He just wants to stand still.
Yep.
No dodging. And gets kills.
Yep. And stand very aggressively so people have to hit him.
Stand tall with Odette.
Stand tall.
That's where all the push-ups come in. What was the one with the barbell where you
What?
pull up?
Calisthenics?
No. Back workout. Help me out. Wait, it's on the ground and then you
Deadlifts.
Deadlifts.
Yes.
Oh, deadlifts, y'all.
Of one thing is the beginning of another.
Esmeralda. Okay, back to the team. Lapu Gold.
Okay, I'm waiting for the. Okay, so Fondir gets Lapu, and then Lolios gets the Esme. All right. So double fighters into double fighters. Some
Everyone for
matchups.
themselves. I like this.
It's gonna be one hell of a brawl here, but I think that CG has a. Actually, I don't know. It depends on how Lolio performs. He can eventually deal with Chiku, but it's a matter of time scenario, right? It's when I get the Holy Glaive. That's when you're like, good. Sorry, the Divine Glaive. I'm like, good luck. Try again, unless you've got, I don't know, an Athena shield, maybe a Radiant armor.
I wonder if Lolio gets a bit upset and he just builds damage, right?
Full damage?
Yeah, instead of, so it's Enchanted Talisman into Oracle or Brute Force, and then everything else.
Yeah.
What if he just goes Starlium Scythe, Holy Crystal?
But then he'll just blow up to the Swan Song, would he not?
Hey. Yeah. Exactly what you thinking, you. I stopped myself at the last moment there.
Yep. That was necessary. The safety protocols have been pulled.
Chat is so good because they're like, Toda Airport, and then someone just replied, this is the local scene. You mean MRT? Now that's funny, chat.
Shout out to our local boys who knows how to make those
out
those
local
jokes.
boys and girls
out there. Not gonna discriminate. In meantime, oh my God, Lolios, he got proxied out of. He got proxied.
No, he's the one proxying.
Sorry, I'm just not used to seeing Lolios.
It's okay, both of them are Todak.
Yeah,
understood.
It's strange to see, but he is gonna get a free reset here with no issues whatsoever. Into the Ruby matchup, it's gonna be a little bit difficult until you hit level 4, and even then, Ruby is slightly favored. We're just gonna have to wait and see, right? For now, we do see the early invade coming in from Zayed's side. He's opting to skip his buff just to make sure that he secures this to full clear top side.
Something to know that Loliel is not using Festival of Bloods, he's using Tenacity instead. So he's really thinking that there's a chance that he's gonna get locked down, and a bit, it's not super punishing. He's not using Purify, he's using the Flicker. He just has to make sure he doesn't get stunned up by Chiku or Amzik. And seeing as it's a Ruby that kind of has CC on every skill, just gotta be careful on that.
I mean, you can say that about everybody, right? Yeah, 3 has a form CC. Valens is going to be the most consistent way. Even Gary, but only with his ult. And he's probably not going to be healing anyways, looking for more for the cleanups. Even so, Lolios has gone through the hardest part of the laning phase and now finally in a position where trading against this opponent isn't too bad.
Now looking for the trade clearer at Turtle. Now usually with a Fanny, you do— oh! Valens just outplayed that, and Zayed taking quite a bit of damage. Dreams already having to pop the Revitalize early. That was almost a solo performance coming in from Valens. Gary actually did get taunted, but still able to traceless out of there.
Yeah, but he's able to buffer it just in time. I think it's good to know these little tips and tricks, and I think Valens very smartly understands that Fanny usually on first engagement likes to kind of blow past you, so he's not dashing forward, he's actually dashing backwards once he knows that Fanny's is right on top of him. That way, no means of escape. But so, Lolios, he's contesting for everything, and now he's got a pretty even matchup against Amzik after that level 1. The first turtle is about to come up here, and we can see instantly, Zayed, right? He doesn't even care about the neutral. They're posting up as if they're there, but really he just wants his buff.
Yep, and now he wants to go for that 1v1 against Gary. Gary traceless out of there. Zayed is safe. And this is the question that I have really, is that Toda, they're using a Fanny. Fanny usually don't contest turtle, at least not the first one. So I don't know how they're going to play this out because they're playing double fighters.
Yep, I mean, both sides are playing double fighters. It's just that Gary scales a little bit better, so the early game is actually up to Toda. Oh, here comes the fight!
Yep, Engage is coming in, but now Yetri's in the middle of it, and Swansong! Tigu gets first blood, Fondir follows up, and now Valens getting Fondir as well. Turtle, Gary still gets it, but Zai doesn't care. He wants that kill. No more energy to prolong the fight, but that's already a first instance of the Swansong getting a kill and an assist.
Yep. 2 for 2 on either side, but the turtle falls into the hands of CG. Now this is expanding rivers. We don't see much of a punish just yet as Gary tries to make the attempt. He saw the family down on the bot side of the map, and Namzik actually winning out this trade pretty heavily against Loliels, but how much are they going to lose from this, right? Shin got pushed out by the Valentina, unable to secure any of the top side camps.
Only good thing that we can say is that it does seem like Loliel has been practicing this Esmeralda because he's been taking trees that he knows he's losing, and yet he doesn't get punished, right? He doesn't outright die. Swan Song used quite early from Chiku, probably thinking that he stunned up Zyme here. AOG is gonna miss the mark completely. Now Amzik is able to stun both of them. Valence is here. Looks like he's just gonna make sure that no more engages coming in, but now Amzik has that War Axe. The next altercation that they're gonna have, Amzik is gonna be much more dangerous.
Yeah, he is, significantly, especially if it's like a long, drawn-out fight, which ideally Todak don't want to be a part of. Mainly because Zayed, he's very in and out, right? Same goes for Zyme Senpoi. Everybody else are the ones who can actually look for those big sustains. Even so, I did see at least the Heptacy is already being built by Zayed. He's going to have a little bit of extra burst, but his targets have to be Gary, have to be Chiku. That's the most value he's going to get. Balance is a little bit harder because now he's already shown that he has protocols and also counterplay against the Fanny if he ever decides to jump in from a linear angle.
I would say Yetri now getting caught up by Zayed. Zayed unable to get a kill there against Phovius, but looks like Zyme Senpoi and Fondir, they want to commit to this. Brave Spider jumps in and Yetri is not able to sustain against three of them. Zayed gets the kill and now they're going to get the turret. And I feel like Toda should do this, Gideon. They got to control the side lanes because of the team fight. Look at CG's lineup. You have a lot of team fight presence here with the Ruby, with... Oh, but hold on. The Turtle's still here, and it looks like Toda, they actually want to contest this one. Dreams actually able to get it, and now Dreams got the Turtle, but Chiku got to kill. Zai continues the killing spree, able to get Chiku, and now going to the back line, Gary gets traded, Fondir gets the kill, 3 members of CG gets taken down, and only sacrificing Dreams.
Big plays being made by Zyme Senpoi. He dashes forward to take the space and quickly goes and steals the Swan Song. Good use of the ability, not as a peeler, but more for aerial denial, because you're already so deep in enemy territory, there's not a lot of wiggle room to work with. They are playing on, wait, hold on. Do see the initial invade and Loliel's coming in too.
Yep. Falling Star Moon not hitting onto anyone. Valence just pushing them away, and now Zai tries to get a kill. He manages to get onto Gary. Zai again, so far the hero that he's been performing is with that Fanny. Easy flick coming in from Anzik, but still that is a very big resource getting taken down. I thought CG would look good with a team fight combo. It looks like Todak, when they don't trust each other and they just go in, they look much better.
Yeah, I mean, they're making more decisive calls, right? That's how Zayed is able to develop this lead for himself. Obviously, he doesn't make enough of an EXP lead, but he's made impact at least. He's 4-0-2 currently so far, and he's made sure that these early interactions are actually pretty winnable, even if they do lose their first 2 members early on.
At least now it's starting to get interesting here. When Toda, like, this is the Langar DNA that we know, which is every man for himself, just make a play, and everyone keeps trying to make a play. It's funny how they had to fight against CG to kind of get that DNA back.
Ironic, some may say.
Yeah, ironic. After meeting Chico's like, oh yeah, this is how it usually has been done. Make a draft that makes 0 sense. Like, I still remember they taunting the casters, like, try to guess our draft, makes no sense, and yet it works.
Season 6 was a hard time. Season 6 was a very, very hard time to predict what their draft was going to be. Actually, Season 11 was also pretty difficult as well. But even so, now we're in a position, Balance, he's more than happy to actually walk up and look for these trades, but he has to be careful specifically when it comes down to opening bushes. Now, the adjustment from CG, they actually give first position over to Todak's side.
Yetri got engaged on, now it's 1v4. I don't think it will have enough. Now Swan Song coming in from Zyme Senpoi. Actually gets a kill. Amze tries to run away, but engage. The boat hits on most members of Toda, but the damage is not there. Loliel's hiding. Amze, even though he gets a kill, but look at Zai, comes in, gets a double kill, gets Gary as well as Valence, and now Amzik is next on the chopping board. He does not have the energy for it, but Zai still continues. Using the cutthroat, gets a triple. And Fondir jumps in to show that he still has the ult.
Jumps in, clears up that wave, and so far, current score 11-4 with the Lord already in Todak's favor. This game is snowballing out of control, and not in a manner that CG will be able to handle. With Zyme Senpoi being 2 levels ahead of Chiku, guys, and how he's been consistently stealing away the Swan Song, That's something that CG need to consider, right? We saw that big wombo combo with Chiku alongside with Balance. We need moments like that again when Chiku has his third item. Because I think right now, he's struggling to chunk out the big boys from Todak. Like, you'll get 50% of your HP, but you need a little bit more.
And now Zion Senpai is where he's at, because now he has the Wishing Lantern, and he's going to take the Swan Song again. Swan Song, Wishing Lantern. You would wish you didn't get Odette going up against Valentina here. I'm going to say, put this down, 5, like what, 5, 10, 25? What date is today? Is that something religious today? Like, GMX won against SRG. Toda might get a win against CG. What's happening here, Gideon? Like, am I crazy? Am I even alive?
It could be.
Am I alive, chat?
Yeah, you are alive and kicking, sir. You are still flesh and blood, but I think it's just Sunday madness. What is going down bot side? It looks like a bit of a trade, but Loliel's hunted out. Dreams now with the Dom Eyes and Zayed also with the War Axe here. The snowball is looking very, very good for Todak. Now, in a previous matchup with SRG versus GMXK, pretty similar scenario for GMXK where they found that lead, and the question was, how exactly do we exploit our opponents to bait them into a fight they think they're winning? Because right now, CG have no reason to actually deal with the problem.
Balance gets hunted up. Right now, CG looks like they're not ready for a fight, which I'm guessing they just don't have enough damage, because in the previous fight, Turtle actually hits onto tree, but again, the fallout was not there. And like I said, Chiku does not have the damage just yet. Zayed saw the conceal. He's gonna dash out of there. CG, I was waiting for more from Valence as well as Chiku, because the combination of Badang as well as Odette, you can see it, right? The Swan Fist combo.
The fisting Swan style.
That's the one. Fisting Swan style.
Yup.
All the way from Europe.
Yes.
Europe and Malaysia.
Europe and Malaysia. Accurate. In all. Oh, wait, hold on. Conceal? Do they know? It looks like they had a rough idea about Balance, but he already reveals himself early on. Look at these positions, right? Feels like Todak, for once, might actually be looking like somewhat of a team. They're looking for different angles, and hopefully this could bait a reaction from CG.
And they're not forcing it. And rarely do we see Gary is in the back foot here on the Eastern Shin. He's been performing all this season. And is this a curse after losing against SRG? Because this happened in a lot of seasons. Only it doesn't happen against Homeboys, where once you have a win streak and then you lose against SRG, all momentum shut down.
And I don't think... Well, if the momentum is going to shut down even further than this, I'm expecting that endless battle to be completed by Gary first, right? Because so far, as we see this game... Wait, hold on.
Yitri is going to make a play. Zai still secures the Lord. Yitri is jumping up, and now he finally gets one. Valence gets Pondir. Chico, even though he used the Swan Song, he has to exit because Lolius is there, and he's tanking up so much. Not enough damage from CG to deal with the front lines of Esmeralda.
Yeah, she scaled up very nicely. Ooh, even a lightning trunk coming in from Zyme Senpai. Yeah, I was about to bring this up earlier, right? Chiku, right now, it's not like the combination is bad. It's just that he's got no damage, and he's slowed down even further because, number one, you got to get a glowing wand for all mid-mages. That's understandable. But he decides to go for the Sky Piercer as his second. So, really, CG is banking on, it's not about long fights. You just want one big one-shot. Hopefully, Gary can clean up after Chiku is done with them. But first, they have to defend.
Something I could say as well, Valence, this is the second time he used the Badang. The first time was with SRG, or against SRG, and it really didn't perform well. Zayed looks like he could have gotten caught. He does not have the energy, still able to get out of there. AOG jumps in, Chiku flickers out. Dreams to get the brunt of damage, taunting Yetri out of there. Now the lore is gonna free hit the base turret. Looks like Toda, they're not gonna force it, but now that the minions are coming in, Yetri is doing a good job. All 5 members of CG is making sure that Toda does not move forward.
Yeah, they're trying to break it open, but it's basically almost as good as gone, but unfortunately it's just not naturally pushing in their favor. At this point, Toda not willing to risk it, and I think it's understandable, but this is the pace that CG actually want. With no missing inhibitors, and more importantly, the Lord coming in about 82 seconds left, CG have a little bit of time to try and find some farm on the map to hit them to that 42k. Wishing Lantern finally complete by Chiku, guys. So he's taking a very cost-efficient build.
Piercer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just in case he needs to clean up.
I can see it working. I can definitely see it working. And now Dreams exposes the position of CG. Amzik pulls him back in, same as Yetri. But again, they just lack the damage here. It looks like they're double fighter here. Even the Phobius has the War Axe. They want a prolonged team fight, but Toda really denies that.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about like, oh, let's all keep on fighting, that's perfectly fine with Todak. They can fight for days, and I think with Zyme Simpo and Zai being so maneuverable, like, it's tough. They can get in and out of these fights. They've got plenty of peel. Their composition to take on CG has been catered and engineered very well by NFR. 4K at this stage, 20 seconds left on the clock, and the farming game continues. Gary, full 3. Oh,
what was Balance doing? He walked in front of Dreams like Dreams was not there. He had to flicker out. Amzik actually gets a good catch, and now Swansong coming in from Chico. But look at that AOG catching both of them back is Zion Senpai. His Swansong was cancelled out by Yetri, and now Yetri moves forward against Dreams, and Zion gets a shutdown. Gary kills Zion. Zion has to run away. The KDA God is trying to make sure he keeps it, but Gary finally slays him. And Valens, that might be the best bait in his life, because even I did not see that coming. I thought it was a mistake, but he baited Todak, and now they got a wipeout. What a master at baiting.
Yep, it's 3K differential at this point. They lost so much gold off of that. The worst possible case for possible scenario for Todak actually happened. Let's look at the instant play one more time, right? Because it all started with Valens face checking the bush, but Amzik, with the help of that flicker, which is probably why Todak played the way that they did, the counter engage can be dangerous, and whoever drops that swan song and finds a kill has already won the fight without having to do too much.
There's a lot of details that we have to drop in that fight. Like how Zion, his swan song was cancelled by Yetri, how Valence made sure that everyone got out of their own position, Amzik being in position to actually use I'm Offended to pull in 3 members, and now Yetri gets caught. Lolio finds Gary trying to get a 1v2 there, so that no one really got caught. The Lord is still down bot. They got to make sure that they don't lose any members here, because with that draft, actually holding out against Lord might be difficult without trading their own HP.
That's fair, but right now, with the way that things are looking, with nobody really able to siege in the AOG off cooldown, they can do it again. Try and guarantee at least this opposite, the long lane's inhibitor.
Wander from the back, it looks like he's looking for an angle. AOG might hit 3! Chico still killed Lolio, and now the fight continues, but Zai gets caught in the walls. Balance, a clutch catch, triple kill for Chiku. Can he get the Maniac? Can he get the Savager? No, Yetri gets that kill. And now the second wipeout for CG. And that's GG. Now we just gotta wait for the minions to come in.
Yep, waiting for the final blow. This is sad to watch, right? The hopes and dreams for Todak fans out there crushed by their opposing opponents, their brothers-in-arms, CG eSports. My goodness. Man, 2 fights is all it took. 2, and to be fair, I thought that the first fight, not the worst for Todak.
I gotta say, CG played like Todak, where it's always that crazy comeback. We've casted for years.
Yep.
Only with Chiku in the team do we see all these crazy comebacks that we call them the comeback kings. We finally saw it again, and again, ironic, it's against Todak.
Dude, I was having flashbacks so hard that I couldn't even tell the players.
I remember Vietnam.
They were looking like everybody was Todak there for a moment. Everybody was wearing the same jerseys. They're all the same colors. And it was tough, but even so, only one team can move on, and CG, more than happy to do so. Not luck, just CG. That's the way, and their fans are just as excited for the interview happening up on stage. Let's throw in Rose. How you doing?
Pasukan pertama yang akan layak ke playoffs untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-16. They want triple try. Give it up for CG eSports. Dan sekarang Rose bersama dengan Amzik dan juga Chiku. Amzik sebagai rookie MPL musim ini, ada apa perasaan Amzik layak ke playoff? Salah, pasukan pertama pula tu.
Saya rasa happy lah sebab ni first time saya main MPL. Lepas tu saya dapat playoff pula. Saya macam, wish, rezeki saya ni alhamdulillah.
Kenapa match sebelum ni Amzik tak main?
Sebab match sebelum ni saya busy sebab saya ada kelas tambahan and then semua saya nak kena fokus study. Jadi saya terpaksa korbankan game tu untuk saya ambil masa sebagai study lah.
So selepas ni macam tu lah, kalau busy dengan study memang kena ganti lah sebab kena fokus dengan study.
Mungkin, tapi kalau coaching staff perlukan saya, mungkin saya akan main kalau diperlukan lah.
Chiku perlu ke? Perlu Amzik ke? Bukan dia yang decide. Dia nak play safe hari ni. Amzik, Rose nak tanya sebab bila Rose tengah scroll dekat social media kan, ramai orang tengah macam joke ataupun meme pada you know lah, CG Cuman Granger. Apa perasaan Amzik bila Amzik dapat baca komen-komen macam tu? Bila diorang selalu cakap Cuman Granger.
Saya rasa apa yang diorang cakap tu betul lah. Saya ni cuma Granger je, tak power pun main hero lain.
Baik, tapi tadi Rose nampak main Harith, fighter pun tiba-tiba keluar.
Yang tu semua luck je.
Semua luck je. Budak ni agak humble ya hari ni, which is actually very very cute. Now guys, tadi kita sudah saksikan game yang agak menarik, and especially since CG adalah pasukan pertama untuk layak ke playoffs. Tapi korang rasa siapa MVP-nya?
Ciku.
Tak, audience macam siapa MVP? Okay, ada beberapa nama. So mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Amzik. Alright, Amzik.
Yes,
Rose nak tanya, you cakap tadi luck kan? Tapi kalau kita cakap betul-betul, you rasa EXP Gold ni senang ke susah?
Apa?
You rasa?
Saya rasa agak
Fighter EXP Gold.
agak susah lah sebab kita kena main gold lane tu, macam mana kita main EXP, kena zoning enemy, kita kena jadi agresif lah orang kata kalau main fighter ni.
Adakah kita akan nampak lagi banyak Fighter Gold untuk side Amzik?
InsyaAllah akan datang.
Alright, so guys, untuk semua orang yang tengah kecam Amzik tu cakap Cuman Granger, jadilah budak baik. Tengok budak ni sangat-sangat baik sebelah Rose, sangat-sangat humble. Thank you very much Amzik. Good luck on your studies ya. Dan sekarang belum. Rose nak borak dengan Chiku. Chiku, how are you?
Ya, alhamdulillah sihat.
Selepas 2 kekalahan berturut-turut tu, macam mana momentum team, confidence level team?
Rasa lama pula tak naik atas stage setelah 2 match. So confident, kalau nak cakap terlalu bagus tak juga. Selepas kita orang kalah lawan Aero tu, Scream tak adalah memuaskan sangat. Tapi lepas kita just gamble with Amzik lah. Sebab kita orang trust yang Amzik ni ada chemistry lebih sikit.
Betul tu, I rasa sebab itu adalah satu risiko lah bila kita ambil player baru di transfer window lah kan. Now speaking about chemistry lebih dengan Amzik, kita boleh nampak that you guys took on 2 new players di transfer window, iaitu AJ dengan Trap. Maybe you could ceritakan sikit kenapa you decided to pick them?
Kenapa nak ambil tu, saya tahu pasal Trap je. Yang pasal AJ saya tak tahu. Pasal Trap sebab Amzik kemungkinan dia tak boleh nak fokus dengan kita orang. Kalau dia ada pun maybe dalam seminggu tu 2-3 kali je kita orang boleh scrim dengan dia. So agak susah. So sebab tu kita orang nak cuba dengan player lain lah. So tapi keputusan tetap di tangan coach lah, siapa yang main.
Alright. Tapi in your opinion, do you think Trap akan main lagi selepas ni? Ataupun Amzik ke, role change ke?
Kalau personal saya 50-50. Tapi saya tahu SPM dia penting juga. Tapi kita pun tengah menang, so saya tak tahu nak pilih mana satu. Tapi nak tak nak, keputusan tu memang di tangan coach lah.
Kita tengah sampaikan SPM tu penting, tapi kita pun penting tau.
So dia macam 50-50.
50-50, okay lah. Kita kena tunggulah on the upcoming matches apa yang akan main. And of course, since sudah dapat slot playoffs, adakah upcoming matches korang akan santai ke? Korang akan serius ke? Test meta ke? Test chemistry ke? Macam dululah. Kodak punya DNA kan?
Saya rasa tak test apa-apa. Kemungkinan kita orang akan cuba mainkan AJ atau Trap. Sebab kita orang still nak ke upper bracket supaya jalan kita orang lebih mudah lah ke dekat playoff nanti.
Wow, so that is your main goal lah, upper bracket.
Yeah, upper
upper bracket is the target. And of course, last question, Ciku, apa perasaan jumpa your old team di pentas MPL, kalahkan dorang depan your ex-teammates pula tu?
Perasaan happy, dalam masa sama kecewa sebab tak sangka yang dorang maksudnya merudum sejauh macam ni. Saya tak pernah expect yang Todak akan jadi macam ni lah. So kecewa tu ada, tapi dalam masa sama saya happy sebab saya menang kan. So saya kena happy. So itulah, kecewa dengan happy lah.
Syarat menang, happy.
Apa?
Kalau nak menang tu kena happy.
Dia happy sebab saya menang. Tapi kecewa sebab dorang kalah.
Is there anything yang nak cakap kepada Todak sekarang ni? Sebab dorang in a very very tough situation kan?
Good luck lah untuk kedepannya, just reset lah apa yang patut. And saya rasa dorang main lebih ke arah pressure lah, tak more fun lah.
Dorang dah terlalu pressure, dorang dah lupa nak have fun in the game lah kan?
That's why.
I agree, mentality tu sangat-sangat penting. And of course, guys, mentality brings you very very far in MPL. Ciku, words for your fans, tengok. Ramai yang datang, masuk playoffs pula tu.
So, untuk fan-fan CG dengan fan-fan Todak, terima kasih kerana datang hari ini memeriahkan MPL Season 16. And terima kasih juga sahabat kita orang daripada ML sampai ke sekarang. Jangan lupa datang ke playoff juga. Sebab kita nak pergi ke playoff, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, CG dah layak ke playoffs, so jangan lupa datang untuk playoffs. Thank you very much, Ciku dan juga Amzik. And of course, congratulations. With that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Once again, playoffs basically secured for CG. They've been winning 2-0s, and now all of their hard work from MAL has led up to this moment.
Yeah, we got to look at the standings here just to, basically secure, to show everyone what's really going on. And I want to just translate a bit the important part that Chiku said, where Rose said, how do you feel going up against Toda? And he said, I'm happy that I won, but I was very disappointed to see that Toda, yes, you fall, but you get back up, but they fall so hard, and he, in a way, is speechless. But now we got to look at the standings here. CG number 1 with 17 match points, basically making it so that even if they lose every single game right now, they would at least secure 6th place.
They will be in a very comfortable spot overall. I don't see them bowing out anytime soon, considering that they only have 2 games left. Even so, there's plenty of other teams looking to try and knock them off that place, SRG being one of them. For Todak's side, now potential maximum points for the last 2 games that they have is only going to be maximum of 9 if they 2-0 both of them. So really, no chance whatsoever.
Speaking of which, we got to look at the other teams here. SRG, Vamos, Homeboys, Envy, as well as, that's it. All those teams are only losing 2 or less, right? So I kind of feel like CG, for them to maintain that number 1, is that Vamos can't lose another game, right? Homeboys can't lose another game, because Chico also said he wants to stay in the upper bracket. And for upper bracket, you need to be top 2 here. SRG looking pretty good to be at number 1. CG is kind of hoping for Vamos to drop 1 more game, Homeboys to drop 1 more game, and then CG playing perfectly after this.
Yeah. So it's really between those 3 right now.
And MV, I guess.
And MV, yeah, who's also in contention. But that means every 2-0 makes all the difference right now, because if they get those 2-0s, then maybe they can be like CG eSports, which now officially the first team to secure a playoff slot in MPL Season 16 from MAL to MPL. And now the first to qualify for the playoffs, proof that hard work never betrays the result. Inigai Chiku as our hashtag.
I wonder if he approves for that one. It looks good. And for you guys, especially for CG fans, because now that you know that CG is going to the playoffs, I'm sure you guys had no doubts. You always know, you guys are 67 with it. Get the playoff tickets. Get them now. Because you know what's going to happen? Someone's going to buy them all and then sell them at 10 times the price. You're lucky.
You don't want to be paying 10 times that price, man. It's no fun. We don't like those botters. We're trying to avoid it, but please scan that QR code. Remember, 3 p.m. at 10th October. That's when the playoff tickets are going to be available. So, gotta be quick on it, all right?
5 more days. And if my experience serves me right, it's gonna be overloaded, where even the system's like, y'all hold on, right? Berhenti sebentar.
Please wait, as our servers are currently packed.
But try your best. Try your best to get them tickets. I feel like at this point, if you're a SRG and CG fan, it's a pretty safe bet they're going to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that it's yeah, you can comfortably say that they'll make it there without much of a issue, whether it's upper bracket, lower bracket. I think that would be rather interesting to see if, you know, maybe if SRG goes down, don't get the upper bracket slot, that would be quite the run.
It's pretty interesting here because, again, basically like the teams that we talked about, Homeboys, MV, Vamos, CG, they can't lose another game. As of right now, according to the standings, this is how the forecast is going to be looking like, where basically we're going to see MV going up against Vamos as basically like number 6 and number 4.
Yep.
CG being number 1 right now. We'll be at the upper bracket. SRG being in the upper bracket as well. And then Homeboys, they're just basically waiting for that 6th team. This is just an early representation of if we take the bracket as is, this is how it's going to look like.
Yeah, and I think this is a good shape to see because keep in mind that we still are on the double elimination system, and making sure that there is an opportunity to make it to the grand finals even if you get knocked down. But keep in mind, it all starts with the upper bracket quarterfinals, and it's still a dangerous position to be in, right? Even so, our teams haven't stopped fighting just yet, and for some reason, playoffs is always such an interesting time for MPL MY, especially. We completely see a 180 for some of these teams. Others suddenly just grow a spine out of nowhere.
I would say for last season, DX Seoul, like big glow up, and then every single time. No matter how good their regular season looks like, they had a season where they straight up beat SRG. And during playoffs, we're like hyping them up, glazing, and it was like, this is the second coming, man. They're gonna win this one. And then they lost the number 1.
Yeah, they didn't even make it through the play-ins, which definitely hurt the soul because a lot of people were putting their guest coins there as well. I don't know. I don't know how the playoffs is going to start looking like, but so far it's still very exciting. Now, keep in mind, we still have to look at our MVP of the game, Amzik. He played a strong Ruby here. Again, the final play was him finding the I'm Offended flicker combination. His flicker got blown so many times before the fights that the one time that he was able to pull it off, that was the game-winning play.
And in case, again, international audience didn't catch the interview, the reason why Trap is subbed in instead of Amzik, it's not that Amzik has been performing bad. It's just that, you know, he has exams. And he also added information that we don't know, is that he's been having extra classes as well, making it so that even during weekdays, like at nights, for example, where usually you have scrim, you have to go to tuition, right? So, hey, education is important, right, chat?
Education is important. Just finish. I mean, once he's done with high school, he can do whatever he wants, right? From that point onwards. But overall, looking at how this game played out, 15-11 is the final kill score, even though Todak had the lead. Zayed 7-2-2. He was cleaning fights up, but just couldn't get over the edge. They pushed them all the way into their inhibitors.
Everyone played well, honestly, from Todak, right? The one time we see them play as a team, and it just blew up in their faces, right? Like that one botch engage, because you have your first instinct that this guy's throwing, man. Like you're a badang and you just show your face in front of Dreams and then gets caught, and then they're like, okay, easy, we're just gonna kill them and then end the game. Who would have thought Rui would come in, I'm Offended flicker, and then lights out. Even Todak couldn't respond.
Yeah.
They don't know what happened. I didn't know what happened.
Oh, Valens honestly should have died there. He should have died, but
I hope it was intentional.
I
hope what Valens did is something that him and Chico are like, okay, make it look good.
Yeah,
make it look like you made a mistake. We'll do the rest.
Oh, if it was, that would be a high IQ play. Knowing Valens, there's a good chance he probably wasn't thinking about it too hard before it happened. But even so, they still recovered very well, whether it's a mistake or not, and honestly led up to the big play at the end. Oh, dude, I'm looking at the side. 2 Lords. 10-5 in terms of orange buffs, 12-7 in terms of purple buffs. Like Zayed was taking everything, and it still just wasn't even. It wasn't even that close.
Looking at the damage here, yeah, honestly, Zyme Senpai, like this could have been like either Zyme or Zai could have had the MVP showcase here, right? Because both played very well. Zyme taking that swan song, dealing quite a lot of damage and surviving. The moment he dies, twice, and he only died twice, and the wipeout only happened twice. So it just shows that he actually had a perfect game, right? The KDA God maintained his position until the very end. Heck, he's the carry, man.
He is the carry. He was dealing some good damage. He was stealing those swan songs and giving CG a taste of their own medicine, which doesn't happen very often because not everybody looks to play Valentina or even Odette for that matter. And even Gary, right? That early game, not exactly the best for him too, but he still ends up with 718 gold thanks to his side laners kind of giving that pressure for him. There were moments where he was about to get solo kill, but still manages to pull an escape. Even so, I think that CG right now, in dire situations, they know how to respond better to scenarios in comparison to Todak, and I think that's the main factor which gave them the victory.
At this point, Todak really has nothing to lose. Again, you can't get a playoff, so I want to say the other thing that you could say during the interview, which honestly, Gideon, I like that a lot of players, they're giving a lot of information and insights. Like he said, Todak, they're playing under too much pressure. They forgot to have fun, right? So I hope now that you don't even have to think about playoffs, right? Just have fun and see how it works. If it works and you guys don't continue to stay in Todak, at least let that be a lesson for future generation. If Todak still stays, like maybe try to have fun, right? Maybe being too uptight, too, I don't know, like I don't know how Todak culture really is, that Chico said they're under pressure, but just stop it, man. Just have fun.
Just stop it.
Just troll if you have to. Be 67 with it.
Yeah, just be a little skibbity.
Am I using it right, chat?
I think so. I would hope, I would imagine that you are, but I mean...
It sounds right.
It sounds right, but look at that gold grab. Right at the very end here, just the huge dip into CG's favor after everything that was going right for Todak, right? And in the highlights, you can just see the Beyblade battle that ensued between Zion Senpai and as well as Chiku. Well, the IMU into the Swan Song versus the OG Swan Song. And then there was this moment here that just didn't really make enough sense. Like, you would have imagined that, yes, this is the moment where CG turns it all around. They scramble, and then Zayed shows up and realizes, wait, Zaim has done more than enough damage. I can clean this up, no problem.
Yeah. I kind of feel like Zai can only really have fun when he has the Fanny, because again, this is the best performing hero that he's had out of all the assassins, out of all the tanks. Really does look like, as long as he can do pretty much anything by himself, it does look good. Like, we say it as a joke, but really though, like if he doesn't need anyone else to set up, he can do it quite well.
He's got the mechanics for it.
Yeah, he has the mechanics for sure.
Yeah. It's sad to see, right? These are all promising players, and even their imports as well. Dreams in particular, I was excited to see what he had to bring to the table. Fondir, a little less so, because it's kind of like it's a toss-up, and especially in a meta that used to demand a lot from the EXP, now allows you to purely focus on those team fights with good lane management. Oh, wait, where is it? Yep. Swan Song, where's that big pull? And there we go, the combo here. Beautifully done. And I think, at least for Valence, despite the moments where we think he might be autopiloting, at least he makes the big impact plays as well.
Yep. What's the combo name again? The Fisting Swan.
The Fisting Crane style.
The Fisting Crane style, yeah. Fisting Crane. Honestly, Crane or Swan doesn't make it any better.
Yeah, no,
it's
just
the same thing.
After
this, though, my boy, the homeboys.
The homeboys, humble boys, coming back at it.
Humble boys going up against MB. Now that's going to be a matchup that I honestly can't call, because both teams have been pretty good. MV only losing once. Honestly, it feels like they lost much more than that, but they've only lost once. And homeboys, they've lost twice. Vamos as well as SRG. And again, if they want to get to the upper brackets, both teams really cannot have that loss. Homeboys, if they lose, I think they will still get to the playoffs, just maybe not upper bracket.
We'll see. They still have a couple more games to go. If they get to, well, I mean, ideally they 2-0 both of them, and I think that it's getting very close to it, but it won't be up to their control. But at the end of it all, right? Again, MV on the up and rise. Their stonks are looking great after week 2, and homeboys, even better now that they have their, well, technically their original, their intended support player playing with them. The chemistry is good. The vibes are immaculate there by the homeboys sides, and the humble boys are going to be coming to play soon.
The only thing that we will be talking about later on is that they keep saying Daniel is way too aggressive, which is a good problem to have. Still a problem. We'll see if that impacts the game at all going up against MV, which, mind you, MV is also sometimes too aggressive kind of team.
Too aggressive, they like to say. We're going to be throwing it over to the mic check for these two teams. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back with more Mobile Legends right after this. Catch you later for MPL MY.
Situ aku beli guys. Tengok. Dapat 2 guys. Dapat. Aku sendiri. No fit. Baja guys. Jangan balik. No fit lapu. Baja. Mi lagi. Tahu guys. Dia anti zoning. Baja. Nice. Baja. Aku ikat Baja. Aman. No fit dia. Pasal no burung guys. Nice one. Pasal no burung Boleh bawa atas guys. Tengok aku. Atas lagi guys. Aku tengok iPhone kau. Aku ikat. Dia bantai aku Kosong. Nice one. Lapu bantai aku guys. Tak apa. Lari je. Aku dah menang. Kita dah menang. No. Nice one. Lapu guys. Dapat. Nice one. Nice boy. Terus guys.
Ruby guys, jangan ngumpul ada Ruby guys. Nice.
Flicker badang. Datang.
Gua reset skill dulu.
Boleh tak?
Tahu guys, ratain guys.
Gua atas dulu.
Pada lu. Diorang bersatu guys. Boleh tu. Dapat 2. Nice one. Okay, Gatot. Tukar jaga Gatot. Depan kata. Aku Mati. Nice.
Boleh.
Nice one. Go guys.
Go.
Gatot.
Go.
Kata load Box. Aku tengok melt ya. Ya. Esme. Aku ikat Esme guys. Ya Esme. Tarik Esme. Nice one. Aku stand di sini. Nice. Boleh.
Oke, sir.
Nak save guys. Ambil. Bukan, aku yang ni. Go. Aku pecahin mau.
No.
Nice one. Habis dah. Kan, lagi time belum habis. Habis dah. Fokus dulu guys. End. Nice one. Nice.
Bye.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Dapatkan harimu dengan 100 plus 0. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus 0.
CeraVe baru Blemish Control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk
talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when will we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY SG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nun bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
What is up, MPL MY? Husky here to give you guys a quick wrap-up of what happened in week 3 and what to look out for moving forward. Now, before we proceed, I gotta introduce you guys to my favorite Filipino. That is...
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be our burial ground.
You get it, it's Lapu-Lapu. This hero from the Philippines has been tearing up the land of Dawn, ranking first in terms of picks in MPLPH and 6th in MPL MY. Let me tell you why he is so strong. The recent patches have given Lapu Lapu some pretty insane buffs, but the most impactful buff is actually his second skill in the Bravest Fighter form. Storm Sword now grants him 10% damage reduction for every single hero hit. 10%! I want you guys to quickly pay attention to this clip. Lapu Lapu is being played by Siska from Untitled. He chases the Granger away. Here, he hits 3 people with the Storm Slash. He gains 30% damage reduction, which allow him to soak up some damage afterwards. And CG, they were doing their very best to take him down. Procs his passive 1, heals up with War Axe, comes back, hit by Spread, doesn't go down, goes into lane, heals off the minions from War Axe, and procs his passive back up to get a second ultimate. He still goes down, but the earlier damage reduction kept him alive for long enough for the rest of the event to happen. And that is just Lapu Lapu right now. Sometimes teams even would consider picking him in the gold lane to replace a marksman, but it does open up options and conversations, considering the fact that double fighters meta right now, at least in MPL MY, has been quite popular. Bottom line is, if you want a hero that is tanky, deals a ton of damage, can go mid to late game, and is extremely cool, Lapu Lapu just might be the one for you. And now, for my favorite Lapu Lapu clip. Can Cram make magic happen? Bravest Fighter back up! Cram! With the steal of a lifetime! Wisdom Nature out for Stormy, Cram swings away! And CG bites the damn dust! Chills. Literal chills. And that's it for the MPL Malaysia wrap up. Enjoy your Lapu Lapu games.
Guys, we are back for some more gameplay from the Futures Pros Tournament Phase 2. So, I'm about to show you the top 3 gameplay from the 20 teams, and let's jump into it. Let's go. Wow, there's a very coordinated diving actually. This play I like it. It's very aggressive. They know how to zone from the second threat. Really good, really good. Good diving from the team. Nice and good from the thought. Very cool, very cool. What a counter set for Gatot. Completely dominating them from the 4-man counter set.
The Gatot out into the pot out.
Very, very clean mechanic. So I would say that there's a lot of good Gatot player upcoming in our Futures Pros tournament.
Vokalis utama PACE, Fanny, sedia untuk memasak. Bagus! Percubaan pertama yang berjaya. Saya ni hebat lah. Fanny baru upload post baru ke? Peminat nombor 1 PACE dah teruja ni. Jomlah! Lampai gloss itu tinggi-tinggi. Tunjukkan semangat kita. Wah! Kamu semua memang hebat di pentas. Kalau macam tu, saya pun nak buat yang terbaik. Kalau macam ni, mesti kekal segar. Baiklah, biar saya uruskan buah-buahan ni. Oh. Hah? Wah, ada skin. Amboi, teruja betul mereka ya. Sampai saya pun jadi bersemangat juga. Acara? Penny! Sisi! Masa untuk melepak. Yeay! Masa untuk lepak! Wah! Terima kasih beri segala sokongan. Terima kasih beri segala galakan. Terima kasih beri semangat dan kekuatan. Tahniah atas 9 tahun yang menakjubkan MLBB. Selamat Hari Jadi!
Saya boleh ni. Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Try, chase, 100 plus, 0. Menyuarakan harimu dengan 100+0. Cuba, try, taste 100+0. Hey!
CeraVe baharu blemish control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon, kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baru muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baru MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
What is up, MPL MY? Husky here to give you guys a quick wrap-up of what happened in Week 3 and what to look out for moving forward. Now, before we proceed, I gotta introduce you guys to my favorite Filipino. That is...
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be our burial ground.
You get it, it's Lapu-Lapu. This hero from the Philippines has been tearing up the land of Dawn, ranking first in terms of picks in MPL PH and 6th in MPL MY. Let me tell you why he is so strong. The recent patches have given Lapu-Lapu some pretty insane buffs, but the most impactful buff is actually his second skill in the Bravest Fighter form. Storm Sword now grants him 10% damage reduction for every single hero hit. 10%! I want you guys to quickly pay attention to this clip. Lapu-Lapu is being played by Siska from Untitled. He chases the Granger away. Here, he hits 3 people with the Storm Slash. He gains 30% damage reduction, which allow him to soak up some damage afterwards. And CG, they were doing their very best to take him down. Procs his passive 1, heals up with War Axe, comes back, hit by Spread, doesn't go down, goes into lane, heals off the minions from War Axe, and procs his passive back up to get a second ultimate. He still goes down, but the earlier damage reduction kept him alive for long enough for the rest of the event to happen. And that is just Lapu-Lapu right now. Sometimes teams even would consider picking him in the gold lane to replace a marksman, but it does open up options and conversations, considering the fact that double fighters meta right now, at least in MPL MY, has been quite popular. Bottom line is, if you want a hero that is tanky, deals a ton of damage, can go mid to late game, and is extremely cool, Lapu-Lapu just might be the one for you. And now, for my favorite Lapu-Lapu clip. Can Cram make magic happen? Bravest Fighter back up! Cram! With the steal of a lifetime! Wisdom Nature outpost for me, Cram swings away! No! And CG bites the damn dust! Chills. Literal chills. And that's it for the MPL Malaysia wrap up. Enjoy your Lapu-Lapu games.
Guys, we are back for some more gameplay from the Futures Pros Tournament Phase 2. So, I'm about to show you the top 3 gameplay from the 20 teams, and let's jump into it. Let's go. Wow, that's a very coordinated
terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our eSports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas.
TRON Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action-adventure. TRON Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch TRON Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase TRON Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL Season 16, and Week 4 is about to end with our final best of 3 on the line here. My name is Gideon Q, of course, again, LaFell here at the desk. Now, Week 4 has been kind of interesting. We've seen new resurgences of Lancelot. We've seen the picks and bans kind of shift focus from not only punishing the EXP lane, but going and holding off until the mid. Maybe CG was already onto something before everybody else.
Something about Chiku, I would say Chiku Valence especially, right? They have Gary as well as Rain, but Chiku and Valence, you know how people try to explain, like, there are people that are smart and there are people that are creative. I would say that Chiku and Valence, they're smart, but they're also very creative, right? Where they see combinations that people don't usually see. But now we got to talk about MV here, because MV has the biggest chance to chase the upper bracket because they only played 4 matches so far. If they remain perfect, not dropping another game, CG will not be in the upper brackets.
But here's the thing, the one common denominator throughout week number 4 is that every single team, when they're going into this, it's not about the meta picks and bans, it's what teams specifically are good at. And with Homeboys, now that they have their dedicated roamer Daniel ready to play, we've seen him on 3 heroes so far. Cho, Chip, and Kalia. Does he have anything outside of these 3? Does he have a mean Grok ready to go? Maybe he has a Gathot ready to go as well.
That's a very good question, and I wonder if, because he keeps using the Cho, will we see other, like, fighter roamers, like something like a Khalid, you know? Maybe even a Hilda. But the real thing that I want to see is that, again, I think I said it yesterday, the thing that I like about Homeboys, especially as a caster, is that I can define their identity. And they are the closest to what MPL ID looks like, where they're very good at skirmishes. They know how to start fights, and more importantly, they know how to end it.
I think the weakest point has to be closing out the games, because there are a lot of times where it's like, oh, they're closing out the games. It's getting really, really tight. But overall, the Homeboys, I think this is a good look for them, and I think this is truly a good challenge. In case you were wondering who the Homeboys are, here's their lineup here up on the screen. Say hi to MelQT, Daniel, Izanami, Emal, and Reza.
Let me just say, I'm just going to talk about their coach here, Coach Jasmine. If there's something to praise about him, I just want to praise his scouting abilities. Because last season, he got Ivan and Vel, and he got number 2. And this season, no matter what placement that they have later on in the playoffs, the fact that he got Reza as well as Daniel, it feels like it's an upgrade, which is crazy to think considering how Ivan and Vel did so well last season.
I think Ivan and Vel really laid the foundation for the Homeboys into not only what style they want to play, but making sure that their fundamentals are strong. And now that they have Daniel and Reza, they're trying to incorporate them into their identity. It can be interesting, especially against a team like Monster Vicious, because so far with Ruff, Leone, Bondos, Uni, and as well as Momo, now that Uni is feeling better, he's not sick anymore, his calls have been great. And Leone and Bondos have been winning the 2v2s in the mid lane.
Yeah, honestly, like I like that you bring up Uni because he's the reason the team wins and loses, which is good and bad, right? It's good that the team really commits to whatever he says. So we win as a team, we lose as a team. So a lot of weight is on Uni's shoulder as essentially the leader of the team, but he's got a stacked roster with him. You got Momo as well as Ruff on both sidelines, which by the way, both have been with Toda before, and we know the reputation of people that went out of Toda. They've been very consistent. Ruff sometimes plays with his emotions a little bit too much that causes them the game. Momo not so much. He's steady as a rock.
He is steady as a rock.
Steady as Dwayne Johnson.
And when Uni is calling for him, is like, I need you now. Say his name and he appears, and Momo is there to execute. And I think what also gives them a little bit of diversity is the fact that Ruff is actually pretty mean on like a fighter gold lane. Like one of the meanest ones we have.
Yep. That's why he's named Momo, not Nono. Which is funny because actually there is a cosplayer named Nono. So maybe that joke did not do well. I hope she doesn't hear that. Yeah.
Clip it, we got it. We got him on tape, boys and girls. All right. With that being said, though, we have a bit of a video to show you guys, just to introduce to you the potential epicness of this matchup. It's Homeboys versus MB. Let's have a look at the video.
Semua orang tengah tumpukan dekat kita orang Aero, Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan buat lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3. Go.
Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lah. Lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa ada cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan. Semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main lah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang. Tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa Team Ray sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. Saya rasa sebab tu lah kita orang kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun we relegate right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
Yikes. Ooh. And with week 4 already coming to its conclusion, week 5 has so many more games that are even more high stakes. And you would have imagined that it would have happened here in week 4, but things have definitely shifted.
Team Ray, whenever they play, they always have a joy coming with them. Kind of like their mascot. She's been sad for a while. Going up against Vamos and SRG,
it's really not helping them.
if I was the team owner, I'd be like, maybe you could take a break this week.
Yeah,
you know what? Here's some money. Go to Terengganu, go to Penang, like have some fun.
Go check out the world. Just skip this weekend. Yeah. You know, it's gonna be rough anyway. Save the mental.
Not enough money to travel outside of Malaysia. Hey, Malaysia's great, but it's around. Maybe Subang.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nice vacation. That's probably the best way to put it. Oh man, these teams, they've got some tough teams ahead of them. Arrow facing off against some of the best as well.
Yeah.
Untitled have to face off Homeboys. And I mean, depending on how this matchup, it could affect the mentality for next week.
For sure. And now we got to continue on the conversation here where first win or fourth fall. Because looking at Homeboys, there were earlier games, I believe in week 2, where we're really questioning, like, are they strong after the lose against Vamos? But after that, Homeboys have been looking amazing. But MV, here's the thing. Now that Homeboys is looking amazing, MV has never won against Homeboys in the regular season. And to make things more interesting, they never met in the playoffs for 3 seasons. MV and Homeboys, they just never met.
It's either they are not within that same bracket or they just bow out too early. Every single time we see it happen, it does get a little frustrating. I'm not going to lie. We've wanted to see this matchup. We see that the regular season is always a good time for the Homeboys. And then we have that statement for MV where it's just like, I want to play Homeboys. I need to fight Homeboys. Never gets the chance to do it.
And Homeboys, like, again, I like that both teams, they're really style, like, I don't like when people say we're playing aggressive because that seems a little bit too broad, right? The thing that I like for both MV as well as Homeboys is that for Homeboys, they have this DNA that kind of like old Toda, every single player is willing to make a play. Izanami as a mid laner is the kind of guy that doesn't care if he dies, right?
Oh, yeah.
If he gets a good set for his team, especially for his jungler and gold laner, he'll take it. After the SEA games with Chiku, and Chiku like basically scolded him, was like, bro, don't save your ult. After that, he's like, oh,
I should push more buttons.
Yeah, and then after that, completely amazing. And I would say the same thing for MV. Bondles has been very consistent as mid. I rarely see him make a mistake, which is amazing for the team, right? But yeah, MV sometimes they do make that mistake where they just overcommit.
Yeah, and I think maybe, I don't know whether it's just like the blinds start to come over as the fight is about to happen, or whether or not they're aware of it, but they're already too deep that they can't back out. So either or, it's going to be pretty difficult. I think that MV right now is going to be slightly in favor. It depends on where you're looking at, but it's based off the track record. But for you guys, Homeboys, pick-off style versus MV's team fight style, which do you favor? It's either A, Homeboys pick-off style, strike fast, strike smart, or B, MV's team fight style focuses on strength in numbers. Or
and that's
C.
it. That's it. No C.
No C.
Just A and B.
I swear, we're going to get like a 3% on C again.
Dude, what if like 33, 33, 33?
I'd be a little more upset, actually.
I would be very upset. Do not vote C.
Make a choice.
A or B.
Die on this hill.
Which is your favorite child?
Ooh, wow, yikes, ouch. That one.
That's the reason I never asked my parents that.
Hey.
Because I know my other siblings will be upset.
Hey. Get on my level, they say. Even so, I think that at least, who do you think is going to come out on top? Because I'm leaning a little bit more to MV, but I see the uprise of the Homeboys now that they feel like a solid squad.
I feel like, so there's two sides here. I feel like Homeboys has the edge for one reason. This pick-up style really works against a team that becomes over-aggressive, right? Because I really feel like Uni is the one, whenever he overextends, when his positioning is further ahead than Momo and Leone, that's it, game over. But the reason why MV could have the edge is that, remember, MV going up against an, was it a title? I can't remember the last opponent they faced up against. The Ruff popped off, especially on that Granger. They tried so hard to catch Ruff, and he was never caught. He only caught once in the laning phase, and then after that, he was untouchable. So honestly, same thing. If Daniel or Izanami or anyone cannot touch Ruff, that's it. Like that's over. That's over.
You're totally right. It was against Untitled, as a matter of fact. But even so, it's going to be a difficult matchup no matter what. Because, I mean, I think that the Homeboys right now, with the momentum that they are bringing to the table, makes a lot of sense. But the drafting is going to be the most important thing, because there's a lot more flexibility with MV. That's just me.
Yep. And right now, we're going to invite all the teams on the stage. So let's first invite the Marshals.
Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you for your hard work, Rez, Mei, Nuna, and Izai.
Homeboys.
Homeboys start their week with a spectacular win. After the Kings of the Ocean Toda, their focus are now set on the ferocious beast. With a playoff spot becoming their axis, getting the full 3 points would be their ultimate goal. Will they reach their true potential? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Owls, Homeboys! Woo! Get it? Because Owls who? I'll shut up now.
Monster Vicious.
With a clear draft direction and a fierce but controlled gameplay pattern, Monster Vicious closed their previous match with a clean 2-0 win. For today, obviously they're aiming for that sweet 3 points to advance themselves further up the standings. Can this monster rise up and tear the Owls' wings apart? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Monster Vicious! Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. From Homeboys, it's Coach Jess and Naz as analyst, Sora Payong for head coach of MB, and Kenji as their assistant coach.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the team, a true sign of professionalism. Now both teams, they'll be playing to make sure that they have a chance to get to the upper bracket. The question is, will the Owls win with Homeboys, or will Monster Vicious bite them down? Damian Gurr. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know how monsters sound like. That was the first one. That was the first thing that came to my head. I was not ready for that walkout. Damian Gurr. That's NV. There it is.
Oh, that one hurt. Oh, that one hurt. All right, Homeboys, blue side 80% win so far. That stat could change here today facing off against Monster Vicious. I got to give it to both of the masterminds here, both the head coaches, because they are going to be the leads for their draft. But we also got a quote from Ruff. Last season we didn't have luck, but this season can confirm that we will win 100%. To my friends from Tier 2, Mel QT, I hope we can both give our best as local gold laners.
How do you know 100%? How do you know this time luck is on your side? What if luck doesn't like you?
Who knows, man? Who knows? Something's giving them that confidence, whether it be the coaching staff, whether it be the fans. Something is making them believe here today that they've got this in the bag.
Maybe you got a girlfriend.
Could be. Could be.
Because sometimes, girlfriends sometimes they can make you confident, but sometimes, they can make you be very humble.
Hey, don't let me get started on the quote-unquote superstition of a girlfriend buff, especially if those come to the arena, usually lose their games.
No. Usually it's a nerf, because most guys, they're very funny. The moment they have a relationship, they start making lame jokes. Look at us. I said Damian Gurr. Okay? I don't know if I prefer if 5 watches this or not. Anyways, we talked to Mel Cutie and said people say not to look at the past, but the past matters. So to MV, you didn't beat us last season, so don't expect to win this season either. Woo!
Very different outlook, and also very different from the portrait. Got rid of the blonde hair, but I still think that it is going to come down to Ruff and as well as Mel QT. Again, they came from the Tier 2 scene. Well, they started off with Mel QT at the Tier 1, dropped down to the Tier 2.
Oh, yeah.
And alongside with Ruff, who's been loaned out to Tier 1 teams multiple times alongside with Nova X Kobar, coming back to his original to face them off. So again, they want to show that Malaysia has some local talents cooking. I think this time is going to be the perfect example. Unless it's like a fighter v fighter situation, then I think Mel QT's at a disadvantage.
If Mel QT uses a fighter, I wonder if it will go back to the Mincetar. Like, it would make sense to go up against Uni. And if I was Mel QT, I'd be like, that was a fluke. Just give me one shot, okay? I had 700 games on Mincetar. And then the coach would be like, why do you have 700 games on Mincetar?
Coach would be like, what's the win rate? What's the win rate?
I can't show it. I can't show it. I can tell you I played it 700 times, Coach. That's all I can give.
Coach, it's on my Infinix right now. It's in the other Infinix, not this one, this one, Coach.
I have 2 accounts, Coach. You don't understand.
I have 2 accounts.
Right? Sometimes I tell my friends I'm going to sleep, but I'm not.
I'm just working extra hard, Coach. It was for you.
I can't let them know what my dark system account is. Some may even say dark system.
Oh no! Anything but that. But it's time for the random map draw. Let's see what we're going to get
Broken
here.
walls.
Match 3 game on. Broken
I'm so
walls. Good call
I'm
here,
so good.
LaBelle. 100% win rate so far for the Homeboys. 50% win rate for MV. As the draft starts, Arlen chip instantly gone.
Now that's a Momo respect, because this is, again, I feel like the top coaches, they have this one thing in common, which is they understand the meta right now is so open that you don't have a must ban, right? You just know your opponents, and that's where you really have to focus the bans on. So Coach Jasmine, Arcadia, I would say even Sorapayo at times, when he really understands the opponents, he will go that route as well.
Yeah, but he does take a bit of a softer approach as well, because there is consideration for what the team actually wants to play. That's always been the MV style, right? It's not 100%, I don't like this person, let's disrespect him in the drafting phase. No. It's an all-encompassing focus here. But Fanny is going to be the follow-up for the side of the Homeboys. They're running out of priority picks, right? Because what else do they want to get rid of?
I just want to see if MV get rid of Kalia and the Cho. I feel like Kalia you have to get rid of, because I would say he is more scary on the Cho, but at the same time, Kalia is... Now that I think about it, no, his Cho is much scarier.
His Cho is a lot scarier. He's way more decisive on it. I feel like the Kalia, you can kind of see it coming, and then it's a battle of like, who chickens out first?
Yeah.
Kalia ban, there's the respect. Are they okay with dealing with the Cho, or is there going to be a follow-up Cho ban from MV?
I feel like Homeboys, they're okay with picking Jushin first. So I don't know if they're going to ban it out or MV is going to ban it out. If they ban out the Jushin, maybe I'm looking at a Yisun-Shin or a Lancelot, because so far Homeboys has not played tank jungle, and if they have, it was so bad I got it out of my memory.
I think Amal is done with that season.
Yep.
He played way too much for Edrin, way too much Boxy, and it's like, finally, I get to play Assassins comfortably. Esme gets banned. I feel like this is a Granger, Harris setup. They're going to get the Cho, and then they're going to be like, which one do you want?
Yeah, and preventing Ruff from actually playing a fighter, because he played with the Esme. We don't know if he can play with other things, because so far, both his goal we've been seeing on different teams, and honestly, none of them work. None of them work so far.
None of them have really made the impact that we were hoping to compared to like last season. Season 15 was a good time for Fove. Now, it's a different case. Final ban of this first phase, going over to Sora Payong. What is his choice going to be? He sees the Fanny already missing. He sees the Arlet already gone. They've already dedicated 2 in terms of just raw bans towards Daniel. It could be a third here, and yes, it is. All 3 towards Daniel.
So now it's really Jushin, Lancelot, or Yisun-Shin. I would say take the Jushin just because I already said 2 other junglers, so you can just take either or.
I feel like the Yisun-Shin might be the pick. Oh wait, no. Jushin is a little too good in these cases anyways. It is one of Izanami's but you gotta give it.
Yeah.
Like, coach, come on. This is me.
Or they just say like, okay, we're running out of roamers. I don't know.
Grok pick the Cho?
Cho ban. So
sorry.
What other things that catches people? I am thinking of the Grok. Grok is the most meta thing right now. The other is like Franco, but maybe like that. Maybe pick 3 or 4.
If not, you avoid it now. Go for your high priority pick. Lunox, okay.
Makes sense, but it does show that they still want to play pickoff.
It does show that they want to play pickoff, but at the same time, I think it's way better if it fell into the hands of MV, because they know Homeboys wants to play pickoff. Therefore, having invulnerability is always going to be a big thumbs up for them. I would imagine that MV wants to pick up something like, Lancelot for Uni.
Yep.
But then they have to worry about the Hayabusa attacking some susceptible side lanes. Are they okay with the Farsa? Are they okay with playing artillery, or must they lean back into something more traditional, like even a Kadita?
I feel like Leonie will pick up a Grok here. A Grok plus 1 more. Maybe Lapu? Grok Lapu would sound good, but no, Grok Lancelot.
Okay. Lance already locked in very early on for Uni, and now Homeboys must look for a reply. I mean, we're finally going to see something else from Daniel's hero pool.
So in terms of catch, technical, right? Edith, Glue, Kufra, Grok is still, no, Grok has been taken. Franco, technically Akai as well.
Kaja,
yeah. So there are a few choices, and seeing Daniel's performance so far, I'm more interested to see him using this off-meta pick-off heroes to see if he can make it. Oh, and Jawhead. How can I forget about Jawhead?
Why not play Badang, right?
Oh yeah, Badang.
Look to create space, look to create those big setups. I think Kaja is the most direct way to say, I want to play through the Lunox no matter what. But now we get the Yishin Chin. They look to set up for a double fighter potentially. They've already got one part of the mix.
This is interesting. They're not picking up the roamer here. Very interesting. It means that it's very niche towards the point that they feel like is not going to get banned out.
Helcurt? Hilda?
Hilda makes the most sense. And right now, they pick up the Kimmy, one of Bondo's special as well. Having the Kimmy as well as the Grok kind of says that Homeboys will lose mid-prio. I just hope they don't go for a boring hero on Daniel, something like a Hylos. I can see it work, honestly, but you know, I prefer something else, something with catch. Maybe, honestly, maybe the Franco.
Maybe the Franco. The only reason why I'm a little hesitant on that Franco is because a lot of his impact comes through, oh, I have the threat of the Bloody Hump, but it's mainly that Iron Hook that people need to be careful of. But when you have Grok on that side, you can easily telegraph it, right? As soon as they throw it out, as long as you're using the skill, you will block it. And Hilda gets banned out. MP already one step ahead.
Now let me cook Gideon. Will you allow me to cook?
Sure.
Okay. I have another hero that's like a Cho.
Oh.
Very fast.
Okay.
And you can, like, position your opponent closer to your team. Cho uses a kick. This guy uses a spear. What about Zilong Tank?
Not where I thought it was going. Not where I thought it was going to go.
Yeah.
But only benefit is that his chain CC isn't difficult to execute. Dash on a target, you flip him over, you can basically one-shot a guy with the help of your team.
Guinevere.
You know what? That's not too bad.
Yeah. It seems like him kind of hero, you know?
Wait, is there... Okay. If you do go for Guinevere, you have the Lunox on your side, is there any other ways to get a knock-up on your team? The EXP is kind of predetermined. Is there a double fighter that could fall into that category? Khalid gets banned out, unfortunately.
The Dark Wave is a knock-up.
It is a knock-up.
So you can do that. Or Charizla. That's the wombo combo, right? And we've seen Reza use the Charizla before. Okay, like, I just like that we're just theorizing, because now that we think of, there is a few off-meta picks here when you're talking about pickoffs.
And they're good picks, right?
Yeah, they're good picks.
It fits the build, it fits the current meta game. More importantly, it fits the personal styles of the players alongside with how the team's identity is going to be. First pick going over the red side, however, with Granger as the final ban. Ruby alongside with Esmig is gone, so I'm curious to see whether Homeboys is going to double down, because right now we don't see a very tanky lineup, just a very slippery lineup.
My kiss will grant
Alice! Now there we go. Oh, by the way, why did I talk about Phobius? That's right, we already have the CC.
Yeah.
Unless CC Gold.
That's the thing. That's the only thing. When you have Yishin Chin alongside with the CC, you cannot predetermine that matchup. But Alice here for the side of MV, the only time we saw it was with Smooth.
I fought against it.
How is it after the hotfix?
Honestly, very good. Because, and the thing is, when does it get very good? Because I really feel level 3 about to hit level 4, it was so oppressive that as a roamer, I don't know how to protect my backline. Because the movement speed increase, you can actually feel it. Where even as a Grok, I'm trying to push away with the Mighty Swing, and she's relentless. She just stays there.
She sticks on to you really well, and the 2v1 potential is huge without anti-Kaja. Here we go, the Kaja along.
And Hyla.
Oh.
So it is a CC Gold.
All right. The Hylos makes a lot of sense because
it's
really uninteractive with Alice, right? I clear the wave, you try and trade against me, I walk away.
Oh no, think about this, Gideon. Alice wants to be around you. And Hylos wants your opponents to stay around you.
True.
And then there's the Angela. Oh no, I'm liking Envy's draft. Dude, Alice, Angela, it really is Anjingla, you know? It's okay. The international audience will get it. But, you know, there's the combo.
That's one for the locals. That's one for the local books for sure. It is a interesting combo, and I think that as a team, I'm worried that they're not going to have enough damage if Uni starts to fall behind. That's my only worry right now. Because at this point, really?
Nah. I really feel like this Alice, especially
it's going to 1v9.
Momo is going to be the one using it. Let me remind you.
He's just going to 1v9 this.
And Bondles is one of the better Kimmies in the league.
That's true.
So I feel like if Uni has a bad day, you know, take off your headset, go to the toilet, and then just let the rest of your team. By the way, he can't do that, but if he can, that'd be cool.
He would. If he had the option and it was allowed in the rulebook, he definitely would for this style of composition. Now, the boys are getting ready up on that stage to head on into the land of Dawn. Luckily, no tech pauses are going to be called, I hope. Fingers crossed.
I'm looking at the Marshals, and the Marshals are looking at me. No, they're not. They're actually looking at the crowd. But still, I like this Alice pick, Gideon, and I like it because I want to see if it's good in pro play or I just suck in rank.
Maybe.
Hey, watch it.
Maybe.
Watch it. I wasn't the one leaning against the Alice. If it was me, the Alice ass whooped and whacked. I don't know. It's new. It's still very, very fresh. And Monster Vicious, I want to see how hard this Alice is eventually going to scale. Their whole damage profile is going to be magic in comparison to the multiple different options and plays that can be done on the map in small skirmishes. Gideon.
From the side of the homeboys. I jinxed it. I know. I know.
What? Like, bro.
Yikes.
Bro.
Pain.
The one time when I introduced the Marshal and I did not mention a pause, it was perfect. Now I don't mention the pause in the walk-in, they pause.
Look, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, be fair.
Momo, I thought Momo was the one that was having the tech issue, but apparently Ruff is the one, and it's a type 1 issue based on what our Marshals is telling us. So we will fix that up real quick. Thank God we've never had more than a type 1 issue.
Malaysia is great, bro.
Yeah.
Like we got them nasi lemak. We got them good toilets.
I love that fat rice and toilets.
The fat rice and toilets. And I gotta say, the men and women here, the cars are great. cars are great. Taxes are good, right? And then we got the players.
You guys didn't get that. If we had a picture-in-picture, that moment-long pause felt like forever. Oh my goodness, the eye contact.
In person, they're great. In person, you know?
They're great. They're awesome.
We are known as one of the more toxic online countries, so...
Now we are. We used to not be.
Hey, we got to take pride in something, right?
God.
We got to take pride in something.
God, I don't know if we want to be known for this. I don't know why we turned such a huge 180 after winning MSC 2024. It was like one time, dude.
Oh, there you go. We got May or April or June. Honestly, it looks like Chantel. Huh. Chantel's in MY.
Yeah, she left MPL.
And she works in this game again.
Yeah, she's back in. It's like, we're doing back end this time. All right, let's jump right into it. Homeboys on the blue side facing off against MV on the red. Mirror side starts. So we're going to eventually see Amal end up towards the EXP in comparison to Uni, who will end up towards the goal.
Please, Daniel, do well. I've been saying this since week 1 that Kaja's a good hero. Be my boy.
Do the thing.
Do everything. Be my boy.
He's going to try, but now they know exactly where Uni is going to be starting early on into this
wait.
game. Yes.
It's not Bondo's on the Kimi. It's rough.
It is rough on that Kimi. And it's going to be a hard time. Ooh, good cutoff there by Leone. I mean, Leone has done so well on the rock. I'm surprised that Homeboy is willing to give it to him. Hey, yo, Izanami, let's call it. Let's not get any lower than this. I know Emal is here and it gives you security, but dying now would be very uncomfortable.
Yep. Only had a brief moment to see the emblem set just now. Momo is using not only the Brave Smite, but also the Festival of Blood, so he can be sustaining quite a bit. There are a bit of cooldown in terms of the healing coming in from both emblems, but still it's going to be pretty good, especially considering that Alice has consistent damage.
Good reset from Leone. Really, really good reset. He knows the Brock attacks and the angles. More importantly, once level 4 starts to come on through... Oh, okay. As expected, Uni showing up into the mid lane, adopting a very similar strategy of poking out the mid lane early on before these neutral objectives.
I guess that's the meta. You know what? After this, eventually we'll see mid lane tank.
Mid lane tank, baby.
Yep.
Teams were concerned that the mid laners die too often.
Yeah.
So we put them on tanks.
Actually, you know what, Husky? If you're hearing this, let's try it out. Mid tank, EXP, mage. Which mage does not want to get levels quickly? But now, looking at a turtle here, Uni has no HP left. Amal gets the turtle, and first blood. Uni dived too deep. Leone trying to run away, but now Daniel's there. Good, but not good enough. Daniel secures the kill. And now look at this. The Alice combo, they got Izanami, but the kill went over to Bondles. So far, good trades coming in from both, but big mistake coming in from Uni. Virtually no HP still going in.
Yep, and now the worst part is that Homeboys not only have tempo, they got the turtle on top of this. They have the Divine Judgment ready to go. Where are they going to deploy? I feel like topside is a pretty good shout here because what is Ruff realistically going to do? He also blew his Flicker super early on, so now he's kind of dead in the waters.
And now the Divine Judgment being used. Leone having the Harker coming in, really not enough to deal with the damage that Izanami is putting out.
Chaos Assault, very, very good here, as Momo doesn't have to worry about his mana any longer. It's all about that pressure. Speaking of pressure, they've already caught out where Uni is supposed to be. MelQT leaving that lane super early on. Oh no.
Pressure pulse, not hitting onto anyone. MelQT already using the Vengeance, so still pretty good coming in from MV. Like, even though they use the hard guard, but again, 20 seconds, like, I talk about this with my friends. 20 seconds is very short.
It's a little too short, to be fair.
Yep.
Give her back her scaling. Make her shield big again.
Yeah. There was nothing wrong with Angela. The only thing that's wrong with Angela is that people use her, you know?
They need to care about Angela like a person.
Yes. She's not a number, guys.
She's not one of your tools.
She's not data.
She's not
she has a
toy.
name.
What?
It's a City Angela.
Nur City Angela.
Nur City Angela, okay? Is the SNA.
God, when are they gonna give Angela like a own skin? That's what people have been
Ruby
asking
has it.
for. Yeah, Ruby has it. Why can't Bundles but also play a hero that does that too? Now, see this next upcoming fight, this neutral objective. Homeboys, you have to be very careful. Their composition does require them to really capitalize on whoever Daniel does pull in with a Divine Judgment, but that counter engage from Momo is just dangerous.
Oh, look at that. Leone already hitting onto Ama. Ama has nowhere to go. Bondos gets the kill. And look at Uni. Uni tries to get into the turtle pit. The turtle is up for grabs. Bondos gets it. This Angela is taking everything, and Reza gets taken down by Rub. Izanami has nowhere to go, doesn't even have the brilliance anymore, and Bondos secures another kill. But look at that Daniel, being the roamer that he is, he secures the kill for himself. And MelQT gets Leone, but now MelQT and Daniel has to get out of there.
Still a 2-for-2 trade. This time, Homeboys able to get just a little bit of the lead back. However, tempo denied by MB. They don't mind even up for that score. Gold lead isn't running away from them just yet. And more importantly, they're waiting for the big power spikes. They don't mind taking their time with this.
Yep. And honestly, looking at both teams, it really feels like the thing that you have to wait for is the engages coming in from your opponents, which I hope doesn't delay the game where both team catches on and they just like wait for the opponents to make the move first. But again, it's something to know that whoever gets caught first eventually does lose the whole fight.
Yeah, it's gonna start looking like volleyball real soon, right? But hold on, MelQT, it's a little bit of life. He only bails him out of that lane for that early rotation to pick up those double waves. The only advantage that Ruff actually has in the lane against MelQT is the fact that he can clear those waves, but at a life tax. He does go for the concentrated energy to maintain his life, but now Uni really deep.
Hard guard in, making sure that Angela is keeping this Lancelot alive, but now they're in trouble. Throne of Ruin from Momo catches Reza, and now Reza tries to get away. Even using the Revitalize, but so far MV, barely any HP gets taken down. This Alice is already starting to show why she's going to be a problem.
Yeah, but while this has been happening, MelQT was able to get some damage onto the mid lane. Wait, hold on. Is this going to escalate even further? Yeah, oh, it almost does, but MelQT jumps out just in time. And now neutral states for the junglers.
Yep. Like a kid skipping school, jumping over that wall, making it look clean. And now Izanami already using the Chaos Assault. But there's no follow-up there. Momo looks like he doesn't have the Throne of Ruin, so not going to be a big engage. But again, he just wants to stick on to Homeboys.
Yeah, and so far, it's going to be a little shorter for Izanami to get that Chaos Assault back up. Momo now, his ult ready to go. I think now this should be the time for the initiation, but MB, and especially Uni, not in position just yet. Everybody conceal!
And now they go for Momo. They're trying their best. Momo still survives. Throne of Ruin, making sure that he gets the stun and the life still in. Daniel has to get out of the away, and now Reza is going to be the next target. No one can kill Momo so far. Amal gets caught, and now the chase continues. Uni secures the kill. This Alice, this is the hot fix she needed.
Yeah, she now can catch up to her targets. Doesn't need an Ice Beam wand any longer. It also helps that Leone knows exactly what he's doing here. Amal, unfortunately, making a huge mistake. Unable to cross the wall. Took 2 Tracelesses for him to get over it. Now Homeboy's on the back foot. They still have the gold lead in hand. We haven't seen big conversions by MB just yet. But with a dead even score of 6-6, these teams are equally matched.
Now this is worrying, Gideon, because the fact that Daniel got a catch onto Momo, and Izanami and Amal, both damage dealers, still damage, but it wasn't enough, right? Honestly, at that point, I feel like even if the Angela didn't get inside of Momo, Momo would still survive. Interesting here. Looks like Cursed Helmet will be the first item for Momo, making sure that he can survive. He just needs to deal the damage. And technically, the damage from Cursed Helmet does consider as damage that you can spell Vamp off of.
Yes, yes. And the best part about it is that it also starts shredding down your MR, which actually works in favor when Bundles gets right on top of him, right? It seems that Bundles this time, again, traditional Angela build. He's got the Flask of Oasis already purchased. He probably will get a glowing wand alongside it. On the opposite end, we do see that Ruff finally finishes that Sky Piercer. He's already struggling to get in on these fights because MelQT can completely zone him out, but if Amal keeps on making those mechanical mistakes, I think that MB might just have this in the bag.
They might get Momo, but I think Momo kinda don't care. He's got the Crimson Stacks now. He can deal with the wave, and I feel like Bundles, this is the right itemization, going for Flask first, because every other Angela here in MPL Malaysia, they built Glowing Wand first.
The anti-heal is always good, and I think it's understandable for most mid laners. But this time round, Bundles, he's 4-0-1. He's pretty far ahead of most Angelas that we've seen in the mid lane so far. And not to mention that Uni level 13 to Amal's level 12, so there is a bit of a XP differential for Uni.
Homeboys, they're trying their best to actually like proxy waves to make sure that they have first rotation over to the Lord. But I kind of feel like going up against Angela, no matter what, Envy will always have a good position, even if they don't have all the members there. They just think about it, he goes for it, he got Uni, and this target, oh no! Uni gets away! Traction Pulse gets Daniel from the back. We have Reza as well as MelQT flanking, trying to get a kill, but Throne of Ruin from Momo hits them, and Leone with a Tectonic Charge knocks everyone up. MelQT is stuck between a wall and a hard spot, nowhere to go. Bundles is 5-0-3. Homeboys cannot kill anybody.
And that's a Flask of Oasis diff. Uni now secures with the help of Bundles. Wait, how did Bundles get it from so far? Probably the glowing wand, I'm going to assume. But even so, this is looking really, really good for MB. Look at how far Momo can get into the enemy territory without having to fear anybody.
I can't believe I saw the Alice and completely forgot about the Angela. Because again, Angela hasn't been all that great, right? Because of the scaling has been so bad. But this is apparently how you play the new Angela. Something with a CC. As in CC the hero. Or Alice, someone that can stick to your target. They just need extra movement speed to stick around. Meaning to say that they can survive themselves. They just need more movement speed, that's it.
Just a little bit of an assistance, right? To knock down their targets, get a little bit of damage through, maybe some anti-heal when you don't have it in the early game. But now with Lord pushing, I'm expecting these T2s to start to fall. It looks like they're going for a two-pronged attack, right? They allowed the mid wave to naturally move in, focused on those side waves to make it collide early on. They should get this T2.
Yep. Mana Reza gets caught. Momo as well. We'll see the Throne of Ruin is there, but Momo is the first to die. MelQT secures the kill when he's trying to run away, but MelQT still from the flanks. Hasn't been targeted so far, but now he finally gets targeted. Double kill for Ruff. Amal trying to save him with the boat. Not gonna be enough. And the Lord still marching in without Daniel as well as MelQT to help them out. Holy defense, making it so that the Lord gets taken down. Uni jumping in, going to the back lines. Looks like MV is really trying to get this bottom inhibitor. And so far, Homeboys has managed to save that bottom inhibitor, but again, it's so low. The moment they caught slacking, it's gonna get taken down.
Yeah, it's gonna break just a little bit. At least they don't have to worry about the super minions just yet. With 72 seconds left on the clock before the Lord actually spawns, 12 minutes into this game, it's now looking good for MB. Really, really big conversion off that very first Lord of the game, which is exactly what they needed. But now the question is, can they push over the edge? Because Amal, he's also level 15. He's already built up to that third item. Izanami is the one who's been taking the most amount of punishment by far, especially since he can't deal with Momo by himself unless he has the Chaos Assault. And even then, there's a good chance he might not be able to cut through all that HP.
I do agree. I feel like even with the Chaos Assault, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be weird, but Homeboys, their identity is fighting. Their identity is catching, but maybe they got to split the map. I'm thinking 2-3, right? 3 with Kaja, 2 without Kaja, and try to split the map. Try to get as much turrets as you can. At least you get some gold.
Speaking of, MLBB now in some trouble here.
Yep, with Vengeance trying to survive, going up against Uni. Uni actually taking quite a lot of damage, and now Daniel catches him and shut down. Melcutie secures it. Now Bondo's got nowhere to go. Shut down Izanami gets the kill as well. As I say, split the map, and they did. Daniel gets taken down, but again, as the tank is fine, Izanami still survives. Aemon gets kill onto Momo. Without that Angela there, all problems are solved. Homeboy split the map, but they still go for that team fight. But Ruff is still there. Ruff dealing damage. Reza gets caught, and now mega kill for Ruff. Ruff keeping MV alive. Melcutie getting a kill on a Leone, and now Gold Leaner versus Gold Leaner. Ruff, Melcutie 1v1, and Izanami is there to make sure that it's not fair. Ruff is still there, Ruff is still there, and now he almost got caught, able to run away, and finally dies to Amo. That's almost a wipeout.
So close, nearly outplaying it as well, just doesn't have enough tools. He was thinking about the flicker, but again, getting sniped off the screen. Some good range. Just look at that instant replay and break down that fight one more time, because again, it all starts with Uni getting caught here, right? The initial delay on the attack with Izanami in position for the Chaos Assault was already good, but what's worse is that Divine Judgment gave a 0% chance of outplay for Uni.
And this is how Homeboys plays, right? The reason why they're good at team fights and catch is that they come in many different angles. So their team fight is more dynamic than most teams here in MPL MY because they go in at different angles. Even if you're a mid laner, if you can get a good flank, you know, of course, you need the right hero to do it, they're gonna do it. That's why heroes like the Jushin was favored by Izanami, because he can actually flank and don't make big mistakes that cost the team the game.
The next mistake, if I had to predict what the next mistake is going to look like, probably if Homeboys stick too close together. The last time we saw MB actually previously losing the fight beforehand was when Momo was super low, trying to flicker with the Throne of Ruin to make something happen. He died mid-animation. So it's about timing, right? MB's level of execution, as much as they want to depend on Momo, who's going full tank, by the way, alongside with Oracle and Radiant Armor. Curious to see what that third item is going to be, but maxed out for Uni, and he's going for the Bruiser style. Not going for a BOD, but does go for a Malefic Roar.
Looking at the itemization here, I kind of feel like the most amount of damage will come from Mel as well as Amon, and now Momo. He goes in, and looks like Bondos hasn't used the hard guard just yet. They're just waiting for it, and we do see a big difference when Bondos is and not in the team fight. So I feel like if they get inside Uni and they get a good catch, Envy will lose the fight, which is something that we predicted in our pre-game just now.
We did. But at the same time, right, it's assuming that they're able to... It's assuming that Uni is able to outplay Daniel, which, again, he has iframes to work with, but his spacing, he needs to know where Daniel is going to be. If not, it's really difficult. And even for Reza, he's got a point-and-click stun with the Law and Order as well, so that's 2 big CCs that you have to kind of maneuver around. Everything else, I think, is kind of like give or take. Maybe not the turtle boat, of course. That's not, oh, that boat does way more damage than it probably should. But at this stage, can MLBB pull it back? 16 minutes into this game, both sides just managing the waves, but a little sneaky tactic coming in from Izanami as well as Daniel to maybe pick somebody off if they show up on the top side of the map.
I don't get it. I kind of feel like getting hit by a boat would hurt. If you're in an iceberg, sure, you might be fine, but other than that, it's going to be a bit painful, you know?
Too many tragedies. Too many boat tragedies in one lifetime.
Yep, and now the lore here, it looks like Envy is first to the scene. Melcutie is still far away, but being broken walls, it's very easy to reset lore, which honestly can be very annoying. And right now, seeing Momo looking for targets here, looking for Mel, looking for Izanami. But look at that, look at Daniel and Izanami. that's an angle that you don't usually see. They're waiting for Uni to open at the top side of the map. I wonder, I feel like they have conceal here.
Yeah, they do have a conceal, but do they have the right angles? The first wall has already been thrown up, and Momo is looking for an opportunity. Oh, wait, God, MelQT, look at that damage!
That's more than I thought. Momo has to flicker out of there. And now Ruff trying to deal as much damage as he can. MelQT, he's not a marksman, but he knows he needs to deal the damage. But now Uni gets caught! He is caught by the Defying Judgment, and Emma gets the kill. Leone overextends as well, as Izanami secures that kill for them. And now the Lord is free. MB, I almost can't blame Momo. I'm like, what the heck? Is that damage from CC?
Yeah, MelQT melted him down, taking 2/3 of his health bar. And with such a decisive team fight victory, now they're looking to crash into the inhibitors. What are you going to do? Clear the waves? Give it your best shot, MB.
Oh, it looks like he used the wind turn, but still not enough damage. Momo gets taken down, make a kill for Amo. And now Homeboys advances, but there's no minion left. Making sure you're not making a mistake here. Ruff pushes Homeboys away from their turf. This is looking good for Homeboys because they're coming back into this game. I feel like for the Flame Boys, the Humble Boys looking at this and be like, hey, our team's legit.
They pulled it back. They definitely pulled it back against MV. The early game was a little tough, but they adjusted very nicely. They know that Momo is not invincible, and honestly, his damage is not very high because he's building full tank anyways. He's just a really big setter here on the Vampire Queen herself. Now they go for the final push.
Rizza finds Ruff in the backline. Rizza taking quite a lot of damage. MelQT attacking directly to the turret. Looks like Homeboys want to end it now. Emaldo looks very low, gets shut down by Ruff, but looks like Homeboys, they end the game. Game 1 goes to the Humble Boys.
Homeboys very happy, of course. Flame Boys in the crowd. Humble Boys all around. This has been an exciting game, right? We've seen how Homeboys have kind of managed to pull that back and adapt on the fly. This is something new that we're seeing from this freshly made squad. MV, they're not bummed about it. It's like, okay, 1 or 2 bad decisions led us to this point. I probably shouldn't have died before that lore, but that's something we're going to remember for game number 2.
Thank you very much to MelQT for reminding us why CC gets banned. Gold lane EXP doesn't matter. We got to look at the itemization because I kind of feel like he has 2 damage items, and I'm feeling one of them is C Halbert. Because I gotta say, if I was Momo, it's like, dude, I'm a Vampire Queen, you got yo-yos. Cute damage. And I was like, oh my goodness, where's my Angela?
That turned into cute damage to that's cute very quickly. And gotta keep in mind, right?
More like MelQT to be like, be my cute Vampire Queen. I didn't execute that well, but at the same time, I was cringing as I was saying it.
He's looking to tell Momo to sit down just for a moment, right? Oh, this is going to be a more intense game. You can see that from the player camps itself, they were already getting pretty deep in intense talks with how it should be played out. Makes me excited for game number 2, right? With this, again, another Alice has been shown. Unfortunately, it ruins her win rate now, down to a 50% win rate for 2 times that she has played. 1 win, 1 loss. 1 by Smooth, 1 by Momo. But there is a little bit more focus on this strategy coming in from MV.
I feel like it's actually a good game coming in from both. It's really just those surprise elements. Homeboys was surprised by the early game of the, what's her name again? Alice, right? They were surprised by the early game of Alice. As I was talking to you, like, in rank, level 3 to level 4, you're surprised by how tanky and the, I would say, chasing ability of the Alice is. It really does catch you off guard. But then, they also forgot the damage that comes from CC, because let's face it, everyone keeps spamming out the CC. It's very easy for you to forget, like, this girl deals damage, you know?
She does. She does, especially if you're very generous with your ult, which is on a relatively short cooldown. It's comparable to arguably even Lapu Lapu, right? 20 seconds, give or take. But let's look at our backstage MVP. Who's it gonna be? We're gonna give it to somebody, but only one person can be the most valuable. It goes over to MelQT with a CC gold lane.
I gotta say, man, like, everyone did work, but without MelQT melting Momo down, like, we gotta talk about the effects of that play, right? Number 1, giving confidence, right? Giving confidence to the Homeboys, be like, we do have enough damage, because I know, okay, never mind, not 2 damage items, 3, no wonder the CC melts.
Yep, he wanted to be all damage, and he got exactly what he wanted, right? Ooh, man.
Almost 5,000 damage per minute.
Yeah, man, MelQT, I gotta give it to him. Like, this is one of the few times being greedy actually worked in his favor. He didn't get outscaled by a full tank Alice, but now with the true damage, and more importantly, oh, you got hotfix to get some extra movement speed? Well, naturally, so do I with the Brute Force Breastplate.
Yeah, we gotta talk about this build here, because usually we will see a War Axe. If the game gets long enough, we do see that Sea Halberd. Rarely do we see a Hunter Strike. It does happen, but again, having those 3 damage items, basically a marksman-ish build, because usually marksmen go for 3 damage items and more. So yeah, MelQT, I think in the middle of the game, he's like, what am I doing? I'm not an EXP. Like, I'm a goal laner. I do damage.
Like, what are they gonna do? Burst me when I have vengeance?
Please. Be funny, my friends.
2 Lords to 1, 8 orange buffs to 10, 9 purple buffs to 10 purple buffs. In a lot of these stats, MV was ahead, and even in the kill score, 15 to 17, you would imagine that this would have worked out differently.
Something to note as well, we saw Bondles building the Holy Crystal, trying his best to make sure that the shield is big enough, but honestly, even at full build, the shield was not big enough. I feel like it's mostly from Flash, that burst heal and burst shield is the reason why most of the team survived in the early game. But this is Angela, right? You do so good before 11 minutes. Once 11 minutes comes, it really is like strike midnight. Most of your wonderful things goes away.
Yeah, the carriage turns into a pumpkin and rats.
I appreciate you know my reference.
Oh, of course I do. What do you think I am? A dirty 2000s? Oh boy. I wonder how long.
I saw a video where this kid don't know what cartoon is.
What?
As in like don't know the concept of cartoon, like drawings and stuff. Like, what's a cartoon? I live in the world where a kid can be like, I don't know what's a cartoon is. And it's not like a kid that's like underprivileged, you know, not having that experience. This is like from the States.
What is he doing? Trading for a living? Like a day trader or something?
Hey, you know what it is, you know? Go into the sauna, wake up at 4 a.m.
Take off my mouth tape.
Take off my mouth tape, you know? Push-ups and then meditate for 4 hours, you know?
Yep. Ice bath.
Yoga.
Gotta be on that grind set.
Die, and then revive, and then do ice bath again.
Yep, one more time. Yep,
that's the grind, man. That's the grind.
That's the grind.
That's so 67.
Now you're just throwing it out there.
Yeah,
now you're just hoping that it works.
By the way, 93,000 damage by Mel.
It's ridiculous. I don't know how he gets away with this. Like, really, I genuinely don't. Like, where's he getting it from? And it's not like he tied down, like, 2 people at once and was getting, like, maximum amount of damage. He is literally, I'm gonna look at one guy, I'm gonna make him suffer. And it's either, unfortunately in this case, Uni or Momo, who happens to be the sandbag. But let's give it up for our rich guy in the carry. It's gonna be Amal and as well as Ruff. Leone as the best wingman, understandable. His Grok tech is good and did slow down Amal.
But something that I do have to say here, Gideon, I feel like Alice works. Alice really works, especially when you put her in a category where you're kind of a backline diver, you know, something like a Lapu as well, and your job is really to create chaos. And her power spike is, funny enough, no items, level 4. So maybe if you want to build a draft that really want to punish teams that have like a Kimmy, Granger, you know, something that has low mobility, and you really want to play around those turtles. Around the Lord, I think we need to see more from Alice, but I feel like especially those turtle fights, her impact is actually pretty big.
But here's the thing, right? Now that they've kind of taken away her mana,
yeah,
a lot of her old builds don't necessarily function. Like, I can't get a Clock of Destinies. The Gleaming Gem doesn't give me any benefits whatsoever, even though Clock of Destinies realistically makes a lot of sense to build on top of things like concentrated energy, right? It's sort of that fighter style of sustain, but even with full tank, look at how Momo in the earlier stages is able to kind of plow through the raw base damages of the homeboys.
Which makes me think, right? Because most meta EXP laners right now, they have 1 damage item, which is the War Axe, right? The equivalent in terms of magic is that concentrated energy where you have Spell Vamp, and the longer the fight goes on, the more damage you do. So what if we're just going to adjust the build of Alice just a little bit? We try to get a concentrated energy and then just full tank and see if that works. If it doesn't, then fine. Continue experimenting. But I feel like Alice has potential.
She does. I'm thinking like concentrated energy into brute force or
Force Oracle, yeah.
That's the hard one. The order matters a little too much because when we're looking at this game, just look at the amount of damage that MelQT is providing out. If you can't even sustain through one guy, then it's like, what was the point of building full tank in the first place?
Yep. The thing that I noticed here is, again, I think I brought it up before, where the main damage dealer is going to be Mel as well as Amal. And the reason being, Momo builds heavy MR, right? And I feel like that may be the reason why they lost, because I feel like instead of going for the Radiant Armor, maybe change it up for a Blade Armor or Anti-Cuirass might save them in a lot more instances. I get that Izanami wants to burst him down, but maybe just imagine that Izanami is not your problem.
That's also true, because Curse Helm doesn't really give you like a lot of raw stats. It's like, oh, here's a whole ton of HP. Here's a little bit of armor, a little bit of MR, not enough to really make the difference.
Now that I think about it, maybe that's why MelQT really burned. Because again, it's percent HP, and you build a lot of HP. Now that I think about it, we should have stick on that itemization. So there's a lot of interaction there.
I mean, it's still very early days, but let's see what you guys have decided to vote upon. Homeboys, 48%. What? 50% for MV, but 37 on C?
Okay. They wanted to vote for Homeboys, but they want to be nice with it. They want to be political.
The Humble Boys are back. The Flame Boys are like, they're 48% of Flame Boys, 37 Humble Boys ready to go.
Or they're one of those people, you know, where they're like, whenever I hope they win, they lose. So I'm just going to say, maybe. You laugh, but I met those people.
Why? Why would you do that? It's an e-sport, for God's sakes. There's no point sitting on the fence.
That's true. That I agree with. But again, apologize for not talking too much on the items, because only now we thought about it, right? Maybe building a lot of HP and building MR for Momo in that specific game is not the right build. And this is why even when I'm live streaming and people ask me like, oh, what's your build on this tank? And I'm like, there's no fixed build, right? As a frontline, there's no fixed build.
Yep. It's really just thinking about how exactly you're going to use, like what types of damage will you face most common, right? And reduce that down. Now, it's been us old people, of course. We've been here for a long time, and luckily for MLBB, they turn 9 this week. You're invited to the MLBB 9th anniversary celebration. Don't miss your chance to become our lucky 9th anniversary winner. Get ready, feel the beat, watch the moves, join the fun, and dance with us. Come celebrate together. There will be a lot of exciting surprises waiting for you that day.
MLBB is 9 years old.
Right? It's crazy. It's crazy.
MLBB is a baby.
It's, well, I guess, I mean, it's a small child now.
No, I mean, like, I know, like, 27-year-olds that are still babies.
That's a very wide description for babies these days. All right, let's go look at the player cam, see the vibes going on with amongst the players. And I think for MV side, yeah, touching on the item build once again, I think there is like the how do you test it, right? You can test the numbers and say one is technically better than the other for its raw numbers, but then it also comes down to the item passives itself. I think that Momo was thinking that like, all right, having more HP is good. Yes, they do max HP, but in the early game, it's not that bad. Maybe I can, you know, survive until I have 3 or 4 items before it even works. Just a little late, just a little late on it.
What?
Max HP.
Oh yeah.
2 people able to cut you down. Yeah, maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the rest of the items, but even so, it does give it a bad look when both Nox and CC do max HP.
Yeah, I really feel this is especially Momo, right? As a professional player, they really shouldn't do this, where they autopilot the builds. Because I think we advocate for normal public rank player, like, if you're a damage dealer, fine. You know, go with your preset builds. As a frontline, you can't do that. Rivers, by the way, so we saw Double Fighter coming in from Homeboys. They might want to do that again.
And they're also going to get blue side one more time. So Sora Payong is going to make a slight adjustment to their red side draft. Fanny once again, chip as expected. But let's see whether Sora is going to be, you know what? All of these bans are dedicated to one guy.
Interesting here, we're looking at chat, and they're basically saying that Alice is trash late game. especially CC on the other side. Again, I kind of feel like it is more on the items, but it will be an interesting experimentation for us if we can see that where Alice really shines. Because in my personal experience, she really shines early game. Late game, I can see the argument saying that she's not that big of a deal because she doesn't deal damage. If she doesn't deal damage, she's not really a threat.
Yeah, I feel like we just haven't cracked it open.
Yep. Haven't
That's
cracked
something
it.
that we gotta figure out over the time being. I don't know, maybe some of the other MPLs have maybe cracked it already, but we'll just have to wait and see until those games are played. Arlet, once again, gonna get banned out. Same exact pattern for the side of Homeboys. MB, I'm hoping for Kalia. Alright, that third pick should be Cho, that third ban should be Cho. And from the Homeboys side, where are they gonna make a bit of an adjustment of their own?
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe one of the bans later on might be Angela. Never mind, right now. Right now, they're just gonna ban out of Angela.
Keeping it simple.
Yeah.
Keeping it clean, keeping it simple. Now, MB, what's their final ban? Are they getting rid of that Cho or nah?
I mean, like, to be fair, it works, right? Because Kaja did work, but at the same time, not as scary as the Cho, not as scary as the Chim, not as scary as the Kalia.
I think that there might be an argument just to ban out the Lunox, right? Make mid lane just a little bit more unstable.
Yeah,
make it a little bit more punishable for junglers.
I'm with it.
I'm all down for that.
Let EXP laners play the game.
Yeah, let EXP laners play the game.
EXP lives matter, except when they dive you. At that point, they can die.
At that point, I hope they die.
At that point, I hope they die.
All right, here we go. Cho gonna get banned out. Exact same drafting pattern here. I don't know why they were taking their sweet time deliberating on it if it's going to be exactly the same, but now first picks for Homeboys.
They have no reason to change unless Izanami really feels like, okay, I'm not feeling Lunox right now. Can we just pick up the Jushin? The only person that might not like that is just Daniel, right? Because it's like, where's the damage, Izanami?
My boy.
Are you Izanami or are you Easy? Easy. Never mind, I spoiled it. I'm sorry,
I wonder
chat.
if Daniel ever calls Izanami his boy.
So far, I'm the only guy that does that, and I'm happy.
Or Izanami.
It would be very creepy if someone else calls him my boy.
Just you wait. The next time you go say hi to Izanami, Daniel walks by. You're like, hey, what's up, my boy? Daniel comes up to Izanami. Yo, my man. They dap each other up.
My brother B.
My brother B. every teammate has a different nickname.
Yo, the big E Amal.
Oh, man.
Lil Amal. Lil Amal.
Nah.
Big bro Ezza. Just skipping the R. Big bro Ezza. Anyways, right now the Lunox is picked up. This time changing out for Eason Shin. I feel like the Lancelot wasn't that big of a problem, though. I think the Lancelot wasn't that big of a problem. Maybe just denying that Eason Shin.
Yeah, I think it's all about access to double fighters. At the end of the day,
True.
At least for MV, now it's like, what are you going to do, Homeboys? Play double fighters without the Eason Shin this time? Homeboys might have to rethink their strategy this time, coming this time. Pretty sure that Kaja is still a priority here, but we'll see whether or not MV is going to double down on that in the second phase.
The question is, does he actually go for the Lancelot? Sometimes he does go for the Haya in this kind of situation. Oh, this time it's like, you know what, screw it. Another fighter. Give me the Khalid. And now the CC again. And maybe Daniel's just like, yeah, Kaja's good bell, but nah, not feeling it.
Let me fight. Let me fight, sir. I just want to fight. And now with this slight adjustment, MV, they gotta think about it again, right? Because Yishin is very susceptible in the early game to this Khalid. The high base damages and especially the threat of that raging sandstorm. When your Traceless is down on cooldown, oh, just like holding a gun in a public space, people are going to be nervous around you.
And this time they do pick up that Jushin, so I think it's a good pick against Homeboys because they do like to fight. The only thing is, come mid-game, Homeboys is going to separate themselves. So at that point, the Jushin is going to have a bit of a problem. You're going to be okay surviving, but I'm not so sure if she is going to be okay like lifting anyone up. Like, you know, which person you want to prioritize.
Yeah, and to do it in a comfortable manner, right? Considering that Homeboys, this Khalid doesn't necessarily have to just live in enemy jungle territory. They push out in the mid lane very, very quickly. Not to mention that Zushin kind of sucks at doing just that.
Yep. And now they ban out the Hayabusa. The problem is, if they ban out the Lancelot or Joy, Amal's just gonna get either or. Because again, Amal even used the Benedetta. In terms of hero pool, Amal is set. He's not worried at all.
Yeah. How would you set that up? No. Polita as a double fighter doesn't make sense here. They could eventually end up with a potential Esme. That's another food for thought.
I kind of feel like for MV, looking at the lineup right now, the only reason that Alice will not work here is that maybe there's no backline, like stationary damage dealer, right? So if they do want to pick up an EXP for the possible Alice, maybe pick it at 5th pick and just pick up your gold laner here. If the Granger is in ban, just pick up the Granger.
Okay, all right. Let's see if it's going to be just as honest, right? Like, keep in mind that Lapu Lapu is still in play.
Oh, that's true.
Ooh, the Phoveus is really, really risky. You're playing into the CC, and that's not a fun matchup to deal with.
CC and Lunox.
Yeah.
Maybe not Phoveus.
Phoveus with vengeance.
Unless you just wanna show off aura.
It could be. That could be the way to play. I'm thinking whether or not vengeance is going to make enough of a difference in that laning phase, because it does do pretty well later in the game, but the timing of it is key. Let's see another high loss pick here from Reza for all intents and purposes, but Hilda is going to be the follow-up ban.
So it does look like a Lancelot pick is coming up. Because why else would you ban it out? It's only assassin junglers that really doesn't like Hilda.
Yeah. And banning Hilda with Grok has already been locked in as well.
Oh wait, that's true.
That's kind of okay.
That's true.
Those are gonna be like the. Oh, it could be Reza. I mean, no. That doesn't make sense. Momo
you
would do okay.
Yeah, it looks like Homeboys is considering double fighter, so they ban out the Ruby and then banning out the Masha in case he goes EXP. Maybe Masha. I'm trying to think back. I think Masha has a favorable trade against CC. At least she doesn't lose in the early game, but again, Hilda late game just like non-existent.
Yeah, you'll never die, right? Realistically, you shouldn't get solo kill, but Lapu Lapu is going to be the pick of choice for the side of MB. A lot of good all-in potential. They now also distribute their power curve a little bit better from early into mid. Now it's Homeboys' turn to decide what their final lineup is going to look like.
I feel like Lance Granger or Lance Claude would be okay. Harif maybe, but I'm really not entirely sure how Harif favors against the lineup that Envy has.
Yeah, I think it could be... oh, does he need to take Verify? I don't think he needs to take Verify. Flicker is probably going to be the best one here, so Ranger makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm only with the Granger because, again, there will be situations where Lapu chases and he's just going to die. Alpha was not one that I was thinking of, but it is one of Amal's previous specials, and then the Granger. So, triple fighter. Homeboys has brought this kind of lineup before. If it's Amal, I'll trust him. Like, not entirely sure. Is it? Maybe they just want to punish the Grok, or okay. Imagine this, Gideon. Jushin picks up the Alpha, gives him a free flicker, and then he just dashes in.
Just catches 4 people with a spear of Alpha.
And then pause the game, go to Bondo's face and be like, thank you, my guy. You my B now.
All this while Marshals are just like, it's type 1 issue.
Type 1 issue. It would resolve very, very quickly.
All right, final pick here for MB is going to be Obsidia.
That's
actually really good.
I mean, against a Granger, though.
It is up against a Granger that does suck, but as soon as we get into the later stages of the game, there's going to be a lot of utility. There's plenty of dash options for Homeboys, which Obsidia can just say, no, you're stuck. You cannot get out of this.
Do you want a fun fact here, Gideon?
What's the fun fact?
This is the debut of Alpha in MPL MY.
God.
And ID. And Philippines.
Really?
Alpha has not been used in any MPL so far, so this is the first for the Southeast Asia region.
I'm surprised that's going to be the case. Apparently they want to get pressure. Apparently they want to start invading, and Alpha is really good at sustaining through that type of damage. It's time. Currently at match point for the Homeboys, they could be looking at a 2-0 3-point victory against MV, but they have to topple them here and now. Dealing with an Obsidia, first with an Alice. Things are gonna get spicy here in the land of Dawn. Let's jump right into it. Blue side gonna be covered by the Homeboys. Red side covered by MB.
Emal cannot lens no Kaiser. Emal has a nasty lens. But if he's using the Alpha, the moment a PH team or ID team uses it, Emal can be like, hey, you're welcome. Thank you for copying me. he can have that, you know?
He can have that. Oh.
Just like Innocent can say with the Bane.
Of course, gotta be playing the best skin possible for Alpha. In terms of emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary. A lot more movement speed being picked up though. First the Wanderer goes over to Uni, but that's about it. Both sides taking a good amount of like mobility and making sure that they have Wilderness Blessing to keep up with one another.
They're taking quite a bit of damage, but should be fine still. Able to heal up with a quicksand guard. I will be looking at Ruff though, because today Innocent could not make the Obsidian work. If Ruff can make it work, then hey, pilot issue, you know?
Yep. It's not, don't blame the plane, it's the pilot. Ruff, he is holding it well. He wants to steal it, but nicely played by MelQT, leaving the damage numbers just enough for him to sneak in that auto. Now, as this game progresses, I am a little curious, right? Because why did Leone... I mean, I would have liked to see Leone actually take the Concussive Blast so that he can maintain pressure alongside with Mondols in the wave clearing department. But also having the Quantum Charge has its uses.
Personally for me, I play my Grok with Brave Smite, so that every single time I knock people away with my Mighty Swing, I actually get a heal. So I can sustain quite long when I'm zoning people away. That's my personal build, because I kind of feel like I don't need Concussive Blast because I cleared the waves fast enough.
Oh, fast rush down from the side of the Homeboys, and Momo's already deep in there.
Oh no! You recall! Not gonna lie, Daniel, you deserve it.
Oh yeah, he deserved that one.
You deserve it.
Oh, this 1v1 currently from Ruff, not looking good.
Oh, nice flicker coming in from Ruff. See that from a wild way. Not level 4 yet, could not use to the bone.
Hunt the bone. Oh.
And now Leone catches him and Hunt the bone. Gets MelQT and yeah, over the wall. Now that's the cool interaction that we see. Daniel not yet level 4 just yet, but Emal jumps in. Leone having to use the flicker. Good engage coming in from MB. Oh, Ruff wants it again. Oh, you don't have the Hunt to Bone.
Yeah, please don't go back in, sir. Please don't go back in. The next wave is about to collapse, and now he's going to go straight onto it. A good kill coming in from MB's side, especially in the early game. Hunt the Bone is such a useful ultimate. The only problem is that it has a weird interaction, right? And
Yeah, speaking of that, Daniel secures another kill. Mel might be upset with that, but nothing food can solve.
It's a good old meal. Cover up the mistakes of the day. Yeah, as I was saying, I wasn't expecting Obsidian to get pulled over the wall. Usually, I would expect it to look more like a CC curtain call interaction where they're kind of like both spazzing out because there's no legal space for them to move.
Yep. Either way, right now, Ruff is looking more comfortable as well as confident on this Obsidia. Gotta admit, haven't used the hero so far because in rank, no one wants to use Roam, and I just want my game very, very fast. Mel now having that Hunter Strike, freezing the wave, not giving an advantage towards Ruff, but now that the Turtle has spawned, this being the Rivers, I wonder if Mel's just gonna be joining the team fight or just gonna make sure that Ruff stays in lane.
I think Mel is gonna double wave after he hard shoves in, right? It doesn't make sense for him to not utilize the expanding Rivers to its full extent, because the mid wave will clash first, and if a fight so happens to break out, at least he's within range to do something about it.
Daniel, losing quite a lot of HP, having to use the Raging Sandstorm defensively, and now just trying to heal up. Reza is there, trying to zone people away. Izanami does not have a lot of HP. Momo dives in, but the Bravest Fighter flickers forward, able to get Emal. Emal gets taken down, same as Izanami, but Daniel kills off Uni, so now there's no retribution in the match. This turtle is going to be free for everyone. Daniel using the flicker to run away. MelQT is here in the fight. We got to look at the turtle. Oh! Secures it for the team. Mel, after an MVP showcase in game number 1, is showing up in game number 2.
Steals it away. The homeboys have no reason to be in that type of position. But now Ruff quickly going for a lane swap just to get the initial push and get as many stacks as he possibly can as he continues to farm. This early lane swap, interesting from the side of MV. He knew he was in a losing lane, but now he might be able to breathe. Momo should be able to sustain for the time of being, but more importantly, he wants to be opposite to where the turtle is going to spawn.
We'll see if there's any difference here, because Amal now having the War Axe dives onto Leone, completely melted down. And now Bondo's taking quite a lot of damage as well. MV, their front line is going to have a hard time here. Izanami as well as Amal and Reza, they're melting them.
It's really hard to tell for Leone whether or not Daniel is just there to look for small little trades or a full all-in. Either way, he should not be getting hit by the Raging Sandstorm when his abilities are up. He can plow through. The timing is a little awkward, and I think that's what Leone is trying to figure out right now.
Gideon, this is a great thing when it comes to rookies, because usually veteran players, they want to play it smart, but rookies are like, no, you're in front of me, I'm taking you down, right? So you always like, there's no way he's going to engage on me, right? I mean, like, that doesn't make sense.
That wouldn't make sense right now. And I think even better yet, I think it's just hard. It's just difficult to tell, because this is what Daniel's been doing the entirety of the game, right? He's kind of conditioned Leone to act as such every time he opens the map. Look, he just takes a quick, short little trade, backs up. Is he going to all in? He doesn't know.
He's like a sociopath. Like, whenever he's moving, you're like, what are you doing? Are you zoning? Are you catching me?
Are you trying to just fit into society? What's going on, sir? Oh. All right, reveals Leone.
See, what is he doing?
He's just matching Leone, I guess.
Damn, Daniel!
It's going real fast right now. As the turtle spawns, this is going to be a dangerous trip for Amal.
Yep. And Izanami gets attacked by Ruff. Ruff actually wants to get that 1v1. Daniel now having the Thunderbelt. We got to look at here. Reza using the Vengeance, staying alive so far. Moment to the backline. The tectonic charge already being used. Uni kills on Reza. And now Daniel focuses onto Uni, trying to get him down. Traceless out of there, but Amal is still full HP. MV is still going for the fight. Actually, Ruff gets Izanami. Is it going to be worth it? Momo gets Daniel. But now Amal secures a kill. And actually, Ruff gets a double kill. What's going on?
MelQT, he's trying.
This is much closer than I thought. MelQT trying to run away, but Bondos gets the kill. I thought that was Homeboy's favorite. What happened?
Yeah, no, I mean, you got to give it to MelQT, right? He saved the scenario, finds the low targets, and is able to take him out. He did have to sacrifice his flicker. He had no charges of Death Sonata ready to go, no resources to work with, not even a Rondo to play with. Unfortunately, it does mean that they lose out on their T1s. All of them gone. But still a close game. 16 stacks so far for Ruff. He's getting there. He's getting there. Slowly but surely, he'll max it out.
I'm sorry, I was confused because I was like, is MV throwing? Why are they going for that fight? Especially Ruff, because again, we don't know the power spike of Obsidian, but looks like for Ruff, 2 items? Like, he went for it. Like, he was very confident on that play.
He was extremely confident. I think he's already done with the Windtalker by now, right?
He already has Windtalker and Hotsclaw.
Yes, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Windtalker does provide a good amount of damage for you. Not to mention that, at the very least, Homeboys, a lot of resources dedicated towards the bot side for a T1. I don't know if this is going to be worth it, but at least they've got the scouting party here with Daniel.
I kind of feel like they just want to open up the map.
Whoa!
Oh, ults for ults. Both roamers having the same idea. But yeah, I kind of feel like that was actually for Daniel or Amal, because I feel like they really want a flank play, and those darn turrets kind of prevent that from happening.
I think that Amal honestly could have won that fight entirely if he just caught Uni with the Spear of Alpha. He was just slightly off the angle. Very small things here that make all the difference. Now, Queen's Wings already being purchased by Amal as well as Momo. Reza does have the Brute Force Breastplate. He should be a little bit more confident to start walking in and out of these fights, but Reza gets pulled in.
Yep, looking at the positioning of MV, they are ready to fight. Daniel coming in from the flanks. Momo already using the Bravest Fighter. And Momo looks like he's taking quite a lot of damage here from Amal. It looks like Momo gets taken down from the back line. Izanami flanks by Leone with the tectonic charge. Stops the engage. And now Reza chases after Bondos. Bondos flickers out but still gets killed. Ruff is there. Ruff gets on Reza. Ruff can you 1v3. Looking at the damage that Ruff is taking. He cannot. Get engaged coming in from Amal. And once again, the famous Homeboys flank takes down MB.
They are adapting so well. They saw what happened in the previous fight one time, how they initiated, denied it entirely. And to be fair, I would say that a lot of the blame really comes down to the decisions being made by MB. Momo jumps into the fight against an Alpha. An Alpha. Yes, he's got high burst damage, but Alpha has ultra sustain. It's not easy to take him out in one fell swoop, especially when he's max HP. So again, I think that MV really need to recalculate how they're going to utilize Momo in these cases. They want to take out MelQT, and they're expecting Daniel and Izanami to be working together to find the initial engage.
I feel like Coach Jasmine taught Homeboys the art of Shinobi, where if you want to protect your loved ones, stab your opponents in the back. Because every single time they take a fight, it's never fair.
Yeah.
It's always in a position where you catch your opponents with their pants down.
And they're also getting really good at kiting here as well. Not to mention that there is like a pretty unstoppable combination of Reza's Curtain Call and the Raging Sandstorm. You'll have a bit of time to react to it, but if Daniel has his Flicker, you're basically going to get hit no matter what. Now, even Leone here. Man, how come it's really sad that every single hand cam we've seen, it's just, I'm farming camps, I'm taking the Lord, I'm being chill. We don't get to see all the fancy shenanigans you can do on this phone.
Yeah, the bad influence is teaching ranked players that, yeah, just farm. You got the Lord, the enemy is wiped out, farm.
Just farm. 10-10 scoreline, 11 minutes into the game, nothing to escalate here.
You win by getting 20,000 gold. You're full build, but have you got the 20,000 gold? No. Keep farming.
Keep farming. 3K lead for Homeboys.
And for ranked players, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If the opponents die, do something. No need to farm unless you're stealing away their camps. That's fine.
You'll never know. Uni eventually needs to hit level 15 before this next neutral objective eventually spawns. Just to find a way to start working with it. A space and see how much both sides need to respect it.
Yeah, Momo really needs to get onto Mel, because if Mel gets taken down, then that's going to be much better for MV. Actually, no, it's very difficult for Momo, actually, because Mel, Amal, Reza, and Izanami, this is something that Homeboys does. They overload in damage, making it hard for you to target down. And I believe you mentioned this, where Homeboys, they like to spread. It's hard for you to catch all of them at the same time.
Yeah, they haven't made that mistake in a while. So far, looking at the stacks, Ruff, he is in good position, right? He's got the damage, ready to go. He's fully built as well, but the same can be said about Izanami. Let's compare the gold laners so far, because the average KDA is 4 to 3.5, but gold per minute is where we see the big difference, right? Oh, hold on. This might break into a fight here. Both sides are just poking.
Reza gets in the back line. They go for bundles. Good engagement by Izanami and Daniel, immediately taking down the mid laner of MV. And this has happened time and time and time again. And they don't see it coming.
And they got all three flickers out of the hands of MV. Luckily, Ruff was anticipating some kind of flank angle. Wanted to come in a little bit late, but with the conceal from it, Daniel, the extra movement speed, despite it being nerfed, was enough to close the distance, zone him off, and find the Raging Sandstorm. MV, they got to be careful of these flanks, right? Because of their lack of structures, they don't have the vision, and neither do they have the movement speed to keep up with people like Daniel in this particular position.
I gotta say, the way that Daniel plays, every roamer wish they can play like this. Honestly, maybe even Yunes looks like that and be like, I want to do that.
That's a pretty cool flank angle.
I want to flank from the back and them like literally never see me coming.
Here we go, cracking on into inhibitors now. Should be only one inhibitor lost, and look at MelQT just sieging them.
Yeah. MelQT having that win of nature as well. So he's ready in case if Ruff, Uni, or Momo wants to dive in. They might even get punished here. MelQT dealing quite a lot of damage from bundles, and I guess this is a good situation for MV because at least there's not going to be any weird flanks. Unless Daniel proves me wrong.
I mean,
he will come from the fountain.
He might actually, because I feel like all the focus is towards Izanami and Amal in 90% of these fights. Oh!
Yep, Daniel getting focused down, but he does have that immortality. Okay. So he doesn't mind being a little bit more aggressive.
Whoa! Where did half of Bundle's life go?
I think that's Amal actually, but now, look at this. Conceal coming in from Leone. Amelia gets popped. Reza revealing basically everyone, and now the boat actually hits onto Izanami, is safe. No big deal, and Daniel will be like, what you doing, bruh? bruh, look at me, bruh. What you doing, bruh? Bruh.
Just look at him dance. Look at him dance.
Bruh.
He loves being in front of the faces.
You know what my name is? Oh, he gets caught! He's trying to run away, but killing spree from Mel.
What a
Everyone
sell.
was looking at Daniel, and it's like, there's no way. Daniel's like, there's no way they would think you're there.
Dude, he sold it beautifully. Beautifully so. He pathed out. He came from the orange buff side, walked out into mid, held away for a second, and made sure that everybody... Oh!
Daniel actually goes in and gets onto Momo as well. Daniel might pop his immortality, and he does, but Ruff takes down Ema. Ruff having to use the flicker and the Wind of Nature. A lot of resources from the gold lane here. But they get a lot. Izanami using the flicker, but he don't mind.
Finally,
he don't mind.
He doesn't. And finally, Homeboys having to use their battle spells to actually close the distance against MV. It was a really good disengage from Leone, but unfortunately not enough. 4-man knock-up off of the Tectonic Charge really didn't do much there. They still lost members. They still lost battle spells.
Oh my goodness.
Look at these items.
Look at Daniel.
Yeah.
Look at Daniel.
He should not be allowed to get away with this.
Blade of Heptases.
Thunderbelt.
To get on, like, Daniel reminds me of Prime Zorn. Like, he plays good, but he tilts you.
He tilts you.
I will get tilted if I see...
Wait. Does MB see this? Do they know that Daniel's up there?
Oh, now they do, but look at the Lord. Lord is so low. Leone wants to get that Tectonic Charge. Melcute's in front. Reza gets stunned up. Look at the back. Daniel gets caught. The Lord is so low. Ema taking a lot of damage. Ema gets the Lord. And Melcute continues to kill everyone in front of him. Ruff gets onto Izanami. And look at Uni trying to fight it out. But Mel bursts him down. Uni still shuts down Melcute, but now my boy builds the Wind Talker, taking down MV all by himself. Go back all the way to MPL Philippines Grand Finals. Same aura.
Woo! Man, down to the wire at the very end. Everybody else taking off their headset, fist bumps, and hand daps all around as Izanami finishes up the job. A 2-0 victory for the Homeboys, securing themselves 3 full points.
There's one thing about playing clean. There's another thing where your opponents have no idea what you're doing. Homeboys, they're the strongest right now. I'm worried if teams start to figure them out. Why didn't Daniel come in so that we can see them going up against SRG?
Yeah, that would have been something else.
Or CG.
Or maybe even CG, yeah, both of which would definitely winnable games. Not saying anything about Kaden, but overall, Daniel just seems to be the better fit as of right now. MV, they were so worried about it, right? They saw Daniel's angle, they were all like, whoa, let's take a step back here for like half a second, right? Let's just slow down for the moment.
Let's talk about that interaction as well. Hunter the Bone gets onto Izanami. He just brilliantly like, what are you gonna do? But now looking onto the stage, I see Rose, my boy, as well as Mel. Let's get on it.
3 mata penuh untuk Homeboys dan sekarang Rose bersama dengan Izanami dan juga Melcute. Boys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, amazing play hari ni.
Alhamdulillah.
Did you guys honestly expect to clean MV this clean? Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada prestasi 2 minggu ni, Homeboys dan juga Monster Vicious tengah on form, tengah win streak juga. So, did this come as a surprise ataupun memang dah expect dah korang boleh menang hari ni?
Kalau dari saya memang saya expect lah. Cuma memang akan hard game sikit lah.
You rasa hard game ke tadi?
Hard kan? Hard.
Kenapa macam tak yakin je hard?
Sebab late game hard lah.
Sebab late game hard. Okay, now let's go back. Sebab semalam adalah hari yang Obsidian baru debut dekat MPL Malaysia. Tetapi as of now, based on my recollection, 4 games sudah and hanya 1 je yang menang. And menang tu Mel yang main. Apa sebenarnya yang jadi salah bila orang lain yang main Obsidian ni?
Kalau dari saya sendiri memang hero tu tak meta pun. And ikutkan hero dia tadi, dia tak counter sangat ulti dia dekat kita orang punya hero. So macam pelik lah kenapa dia pick hero tu.
Sebab dia punya hero biasanya kalau nak lawan assassin kan, kalau tak silap bro?
Ya, assassin and yang dash.
Yang dash lah, banyak zigzag.
Betul.
Now sejak daripada musim ke-13, Monster Vicious tak dapat menang lawan Homeboys. You rasa tu curse ke luck? Curse untuk dorang, luck untuk korang ke? Ataupun memang korang lah yang counter sebenar Monster Vicious ni?
Fakta. Tu fakta. Memang dorang takkan menang.
Dorang takkan menang sebab korang counter dorang?
Sebab Homeboys.
Sebab
bukan kita orang, sebab Homeboys.
Homeboys je. Nampak nama Homeboys dorang dah. Kalah ni macam tu.
Betul.
Betul. So not about you guys lah. Not about you guys.
Ya, betul.
Bukan sebab player.
Bukan.
Okay. Alright guys. So tadi kita nampak perlawanan yang dia cakap susah, tapi korang rasa siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP? Ada satu nama yang agak kuat. So with that, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Izanami. Kita punya Prince of Mage. Izanami, Prince of Mage with an amazing Lunox play dekat Lord Pit 2. Last fight, last war. What was going through your mind? Apa comms yang tengah berlaku masa play tu jadi?
Comms kami sebenarnya just macam game pertama tu sebab saya ada kajar lah, boleh combo dengan Lunox kan. Tapi game yang kedua tu sebenarnya saya tak ada combo pun. Cuma saya just cari space lah untuk flank sendiri apa semua sebab target saya backline dorang, bukan dorang punya frontline. So saya bagi tim saya main dulu and then saya finishing lah dekat belakang.
Tapi tadi dekat Lord Pit tu kan, dia macam korang, it was a very 50-50 war sebab ada yang kena pick off, ada yang kena stun. A lot of things were happening at the same time. Apa comms dari Izanami masa Izanami brilliance dekat belakang tu terus masuk dengan ulti?
Kalau saya rasa yang last war tu saya tak ada comms pun. Saya just ikut insting lah. Just go jalan belakang.
Insting, Lafel. Memang your boy lah, Lafel. Tengok tu. Proud dad dekat sana. Now Izanami, pada minggu depan korang ada 2 match di mana match tu pun back to back. Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada schedule, on Friday last match korang akan jumpa Untitled, di mana pula on Saturday first match korang akan jumpa CG. In your opinion, siapa yang you lagi excited nak jumpa?
Kalau excited mau jumpa tu sudah tentu Untitled lah. Sebab setiap season saya akan excited je lawan dengan Storm.
Lawan dengan Storm. Yes, I forgot your ex-teammate back then. And kalau kita tengok daripada musim lepas di playoffs, it was, I rasa semua orang punya jantung tu nak stop dah masa tengok game korang lawan Untitled di playoffs tu. It was a lower bracket match and it was a 2-2 and very, very long game, very, very close game. Apa expectation you leading up into that matchup? Do you think the same thing will happen? Kita akan main full series ataupun Homeboys boleh tapau Untitled 2-0?
Kalau pendapat saya lawan Untitled, saya mungkin akan expect 2-1 lah, 2-1. Sebab bagi pendapat saya Untitled dorang tim yang dorang makro dorang bagus lah. Cuma kalau dorang dapat perform macam season lalu, mungkin boleh jadi 2-1. Tapi kalau dorang macam
season ni
tak dapat untuk maintainkan gameplay dorang, mungkin akan 2-0 lah.
Okay, you cakap tadi setiap season you excited nak jumpa Storm because he is your ex-teammate after all. Is there any message yang you nak bagi kepada Storm?
For Storm, good luck next game. I will beat you.
Wow! Ini adalah satu statement daripada Izanami. And of course, Izanami, wrap things up. Wrap week 4 up. Anything yang nak cakap kepada fans?
Kepada fans-fans Flamboys dan fans-fans Homeboys. Tidak lupa juga kepada fans-fans MV. Thank you sebab datang MPL MY. Thank you sebab support kami. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much Izanami dan juga Mel QT. And once again, congratulations atas 3 mata penuh hari ini. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, bros. The MVP of this game going over to Izanami, the Prince of Mage, with 2 back-to-back games on Lunox. Don't be confused by the in-game equipment. He had other things. He just sold it to speed up to crack that crystal.
Yeah, people might think TRON is not trolling. Like, there's many a times in MLBB history where It's very close. You got to end the game. Windtalker is one of the best at actually ending the game because clear minions, attack speed, taking down the crystal very, very fast. But again, Izanami has really evolved, and Daniel really improved his game style because it unlocked a different play style for Izanami, because now we see a lot of flanks coming from him. And I think Izanami wanted to do this for a long time. But he doesn't have that. But I want to shout out one other person. It could not be done without Reza. The way that Reza positioned really acted like a carrot on a stick, where he positioned himself front enough that everyone can see, close enough that they could potentially catch him, and yet able to escape from certain death. I feel like Reza really played the part and be like, I'm a damsel in distress, distress me. No, that's not how you phrase it. Like, I'll work on that.
Yeah. We'll work on that in just a little bit. But I have to agree that Reza played a very big part of it, right? Because I think without Reza, they wouldn't have been able to like discover all the positions on the map. And I think during these tunnel fights, Reza, he spots out 3-4 people at once. He keeps Leone very honest, because no matter what, Leone can't just sit in front of Reza and just tank that damage. Only Bundles has to be that anchor. But if the anchor keeps on shifting further and further back, it makes everybody else's life difficult. Ruff and as well as Uni could not find positions, and Momo just gets left in the front line.
I can understand if people blame MV, saying they played it bad, but at the same time, the crazy thing is Homeboys told everyone their strategy in an interview with Rose, which is basically like at least 1% has to flank, right? And yet they've been able to do this successfully, because I kind of feel like the way that they flank is not always the same. It's not a predictable pattern. They take different bushes, and makes me feel like Homeboys would perform the best in dangerous grass. But it looks like broken walls as well as river, it's actually really good for them as well.
It works out perfectly, actually, right? Broken walls makes the most amount of sense, because now you have multiple different paths to get to one spot, making MV's life a little bit difficult if they were trying to track that pathing. The expanding rivers, though, I think that it was a little bit of a give and take, right? It went back and forth for a little bit between the Homeboys and as well as MV. No major leads being obtained by MV, unfortunately, but it's not like Uni fell super far behind. It didn't feel like Ruff was in a position where he could not play the game. He did get full items and nearly clutched a couple of those fights.
Shout out to Kazu. He said both game ended with 17-15.
That's a good shot. That's
interesting.
Good call.
Game 1 and Game 2, 17-15. But yeah, look at Mel's damage again, doing quite a lot of damage. And Ruff did 62,000 damage, which is, I actually feel like it's really not bad.
Yeah, again, Obsidia does good damage in the late stages of the game. It's just, how can you weave those auto attacks in consistently?
Oh, look at this.
My God.
Only 2 players.
Leone and MelQT. MelQT, our rich guy in the carry, of course. Leone, the sandbag, and the best wingman. It's interesting to see, because I'm not going to lie, I think Leone did the best of his ability to try and isolate his targets and try to disengage, but Homeboys just had better tools.
Again, Homeboys is a magician, man. They really catch your opponents off guard, because not only talking about the gameplay here, I'm pretty sure every single time a fight ended, they're like, why do we die so fast? And you open up the items and I'm like, why is Daniel having played off Heptases? Because even if it's me, it's like, I thought I would survive much longer. And then when you look at the items, be like, I don't know if I want to be upset or happy.
And it just sucks for any of the squishies on the opposite end. Even that's why, like, Jushin, as you like to call it, one of the tankiest mages, was also getting chunked pretty hard. We look at the gold graph now, and we can see the storyline of what happened. By 6 minutes already, Homeboys were developing small leads, but at least for Monster Vicious, they pulled it back. But after 8 minutes, that's where the problems started to arise. Consistent fights all across the board, and the maximum amount of gold that we saw was getting close to 4.9, never breaking into the 5K.
Honestly, now that I think about it, Malaysia is a good representation of Southeast Asia, where Homeboys feels very Indo, and SRG feels very Philippines. Right? We have other teams like CG that really plays like Malaysia, you know?
Yeah.
It's nice to see like the top teams. You can hide the names and you can tell them, oh, this is MPL ID, and they'll be like, yeah, I can see that.
I feel, well, at least it does help us be more of a cultural hot pot, right? Sorry, mixing pot, some may say. It's it's great to see all the different styles come together. It could be a representation. I mean, yes, it is a little unpolished around the edges, but that's to be expected for a regular season. However, I think the one thing that Homeboys does have an edge just in general is their conditioning. Every single time you see these fights occur, just notice that Homeboys, not only do they not back down, but they always come from a different angle like you mentioned. Izanami as well as Daniel both were visible on the map when this flank actually happened, but the conceal gave them so little time to react.
And again, you always have to be like, there's no right choice. You go to the back line and all of a sudden, now Reza and Amal are in your back line, right? Like, it's all a matter of perspective. You can say you got flanked by Izanami and Daniel, but the moment you chase after Izanami and Daniel, suddenly Amal as well as Reza, they're the one flanking you. So I believe that Homeboys was in a position where you lose on any situation, basically.
Yeah, I think the only winning scenario is when Momo actually finds good initiations, right? If he's able to force out brilliance from Izanami early, if he's able to zone Mel QT from a fight. He got pretty close to killing Mel QT there if it wasn't for that winsome nature. But even so, it's not all up to one person to carry a game.
And I don't know, I'm really liking this season of MPL. Not only is the meta quite open, but the playstyle is quite open as well.
It's diverse.
It's not fully micro, it's not fully macro. Definitely one of the best seasons we've had.
Yeah, I think it's really polished up, but I think now it's a good time to start having some hot takes here, LaFell. I'll give you a little bit of time. Guys, there's a minute left on that clock. LaFell's going to take it away. By all means, here's your minute. Cam, zoom in.
Thank you very much. And in my hot takes, honestly, it's not one thing. It's just a few small things here and there, because I mentioned this before, and we even have confirmation from Chiku. For the professional teams, you don't need to put so much pressure on your players because you play this game to have fun. The moment you stop having fun, it's going to feel like a job. And when it feels like a job, these are young players. They will rebel, whether they know it or not, and they will start to suck. Looking at you, Todak. Loosen up. Loosen up. Maybe get rid of Zion, but that's on you. I'm gonna move on and actually talking about how since now the meta is so open, start to embrace your own identity, which is something that not all the teams, we can see top 3 teams, CG, Homeboys, as well as the SRG, they really have their own identity. They know who they are. And that's the problem with most teams. When we hear these loser interviews, Team Ray, we don't know why we're playing. We don't know who we are. We don't know what the draft is. Every single time you hear the losing team, they don't know what they're doing. So coaches in Malaysia, time to step up, find the balance. Be strict enough that your players don't just do silly mistakes, but be loose enough to let them be themselves. So
there's your minute.
That's it.
There's your minute. Hey, thanks, LaFell. This is it's an interesting idea, but I also think it is very necessary for the rest of the world to start catching on, especially within Malaysia, if we want to up the quality of our games. What I do agree is, at least on a fundamental level, there's a lot of things that teams need to work on. Once you figure out those fundamentals, finding the identity becomes a little bit easier.
Those items is not Izanami's full items. That was just for pushing. But now we got to go backstage with Rose, where she's talking with MB to see like what really happened in the game. So Rose, now it's all yours.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita dan selamat kembali ke dalam post-match insight bersama dengan Rose and dari seorang daripada Monster Vicious iaitu Sora. Now coach, dah 3 season berturut-turut tapi masih lagi sama bila lawan dengan Homeboys. Apa sebenarnya yang masalah?
Kalau mungkin bila kami menentang Homeboys, mereka mungkin ada lebih sebenarnya the structure of Homeboys tu, bila diorang decision making tu lagi better daripada kami, lagi laju, lagi cepat. So I think sebab itulah mungkin 3 season berturut-turut kalah dengan Homeboys.
Okay, now you're speaking about decision making. Kalau kita touch pasal decision making in the game, bukan sahaja selepas kalah hari ini, tapi dah beberapa minggu yang lalu, kenapa your players, or more specifically Uni, suka buat gerakan tambahan yang tak sepatutnya dibuat pun?
Apa yang saya perhatikan, dia lebih kepada bila dia buat move tu, dia tak
tak cakap dengan, dia tak inform teammate dia lah. Kalau suka certain move tu okay dia buat, cuma tak cooperate dengan teammate, so nampaklah belanda tu teruk sangat. So I think kita orang kena improve lebih kepada tu lah. Kalau nak buat decision ataupun move dulu, kena inform teammate, communicate, boleh ke tak. So I think that's the problem lah.
So apa yang coach dengar daripada backroom ni is that tak ada comms masa dia buat extra moves tu. Masa dia masuk bush yang sama tu, dua-dua kali tak ada comms.
Betul. So kena lebih cooperate dengan teammate, I think. So this is like dia punya reality check lah untuk lebih peka.
Yes, another reality check for you coach is that I would like to touch on pasal draft game kedua. Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada statistik, beberapa hari ini Obsidia sudah dipilih 3 kali and termasuk Raf 4 kali. Tapi in those 3 games hanya satu je yang dapat menang, iaitu Mel QT. And Innocent pun cuba main tu pagi tadi tapi kalah. Kenapa coach tiba-tiba nak suruh Raf main Obsidia, especially since diorang tak dapat main Assassin on the other side?
Kalau Obsidia, my honest opinion, lebih kepada situational pick. And kita boleh tengok juga, kalau mungkin kat MPL Malaysia tak berjaya, tapi dekat Indo, dekat macam apa, daripada Dewa United, mereka bawa dengan sangat bagus. So kami cuba juga di training and berjaya. Sebab tu kita orang ambil last pick, tapi tu tak dapat buahkan hasil lah juga.
Will you guys try it again?
Let's see first lah. I think for me, Obsidia still can play, cuma too situational.
Very situational. So kita kena tengok daripada hero comp opponent juga. Now that we've talked about Obsidia, mungkin kita boleh cakap pula pasal Alice. Why did you decide to pick Alice di game pertama?
So kami sebenarnya keluarkan macam chick strike juga, sebab pindahkan Kimi ke goal, and then Angela mid and Alice. So quite sinergi antara Alice dengan Angela, and it worked. Dekat early game kita dapat kill 2 kali, hampir wipe out. Cuma bila bawa ke late game tu, kita orang tak terjemahkan dengan sangat baik lah. Kena dengan Pok Cici, flanking daripada Daniel. So a bit late decision to engage first, that's why we lose. So I think pemilihan Alice tu tak bagi impact disebabkan kita orang kalah. Sebab early game bagus, cuma late game punya decision making untuk agresif tu agak lambat sikit.
It was more towards the decision making of the team in game. Now, coach, ini adalah kekalahan kedua untuk Monster Vicious sepanjang 4 minggu regular season. And kalau kita boleh nampak daripada pasukan-pasukan yang akan layak ke playoffs, hanya 5 slot sahaja yang buka. And 5 slot tu, ramai teams tengah kejar sebab points untuk musim ini sangat-sangat rapat. So, apa sebenarnya Coach Sora akan buat dengan team untuk ensure that korang boleh mendapatkan satu slot di playoffs?
Untuk Monster Vicious, I think we have the upper hand. Kami punya match yang paling sikit sekarang 5 kan. So ada tim yang tinggal 2, tinggal 3. So kena tengoklah minggu depan macam mana. Minggu depan bila kita tengok result baru tahu kita dalam keadaan yang selesa ataupun pendek. So buat masa sekarang still ada banyak game lagi.
Coach, bila you cakap selesa tu, so you tak marah lagi players lah?
Kalau menang lah minggu depan.
Kalau menang. Tapi kalau kalah
minggu
tu,
ni memang kena.
dah kena dah?
Dah kena tadi.
Alright. So Uni, dengar-dengar jangan buat gerakan tembahan yang tak perlu. Sebab kalau tak, nanti Coach Sora yang lebih stress. Thank you very much, Coach Sora. Hope to see you next week. And with that, let's throw it back to the casters.
There you have it. With Rose and as well as Sora firing on the insights of what happened to MV. But at least they don't change spots. They're still in their 5th place. They still have 9 points. But for everybody else, some good and happy moments. CG currently sitting at number 1 with SRG hot behind their tail. Homeboys now jump up right into 3rd place with 13 points, with Vamos just under them with 11. After MV, it's Untitled, Arrow, Team Ray, GMXK, and finally Todak.
I can't believe SRG forgot about Homeboys when Rose asked them who's going to be the top 6 teams going into playoffs.
I don't know. Maybe they're just too used to playing against them, you know? It's one of those things where it's like...
You can see it in their face. They're like, we're forgetting about one team. One team? Like, who is it again?
Which is that one team that we don't scrim at all?
Which is that one team that went with us?
Yeah.
To EWC? Did we go alone?
They forgot. Oh, they forgot.
I feel like after watching the schedule, they're like, right.
Right, those guys.
Those guys, yeah. kind of a pseudo rival. But is anyone really a rival to us?
So far, nobody comes close to SRG, right?
Nobody.
It has been time and time again.
Few teams take one game away, which I think step in the right direction. You know, if you're not happy with one win, you're not allowed to be happy if you get a full match.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I think out of all the wins that we saw, the games that were taken away from SRG, I think the GMX one by far the most interesting.
Yeah. CG was quite a stomp.
Yeah, the CG one was quite a stomp, and I feel like that one, like SRG is like, okay, that's on us. But the GMXK is like, what can you do?
Not as stompy as CG, but it's like in between.
Yeah, a good in-betweener, a good balance between the two. Now, we have to talk about week number 5. You already saw the promo, so you may get excited for these upcoming games. On Friday, we have SRG playing once again, facing against Team Ray. Untitled must face the Homeboys on that same day. But on Saturday, things get even spicier. Homeboys versus CG, Aero versus MV, Vamos versus Todak. Finally, Sunday, SRG versus MV, TR versus Vamos, Aero versus GMXK. So at least a lot of the teams who are in the middle of the standings will have plenty of playtime in week 5.
I'm working on Saturday, and I'm liking the matchups that I'm on.
Yeah, it's good. Some of them are looking really, really nice. Which are you most excited for?
Vamos and Todak. Because Vamos with mask off, going up against Todak, if Todak is bad, Vamos will make sure they know they're bad.
It sounds like you're more excited for the post-game interview more than the game itself.
Oh, no. They haven't done the V recall in a while.
Oh, God.
What if they do the T recall?
They're probably... No, you're calling it too early.
Okay, here's the thing. It can go either way, right? Either Vamos is going to put all their energy, because they only played once. They went twice that week. What if they're like, we don't care about losing other games, but we want to win Todak? And then it's either two. Either they're going to stomp them, or they will feel so bad that they're like, it's okay.
Here's a game. Here you go, sir.
A bit of a throw. And then on the interview, they're like, good luck next time.
Good luck next time. We wanted your KDAs to look nice before it all ended. Poor Todak. The storyline.
Can't catch a break.
Can't catch a break. Keep getting strays everywhere. But GMXK is going to have a pretty tough week ahead of them. And I'm hoping if they can take a game off of SRG, even if they're taking just one game from every other team, I'm down for that.
Just go for the DX run last season. And I'm liking the quality of MAL teams. CG-ish MAL, they came from the MAL, but were they really looking pretty good, right? And then honestly, GMXK, not bad. I'm happy. They don't get stomped.
They don't get stomped, but even so, what about you guys at home? Tell us what you think about MPL MY Season 16. We've been looking for feedback here, and the best place to get it is from you guys at home, whether you're a part of the local scene or from abroad. What do you enjoy about the English broadcast now that you're here? For the BM side, they're probably doing the exact same thing.
Tell us if you guys want pizza, cheaper food, cheaper drinks, and etc. And now, hey, want to hear the mic check?
Yep, let's go into the mic check. Thank you so much for watching. That's it for us. We'll catch you next week.
Tengok aku. Kita jalan ke? Lag. Aman. Lagi kita kasih. Ayo. Go. Boleh tu. Kaca. Depan. Kosong lagi. Depan. Depan guys, saya depan. Aman. Go ilmu. Ayo. Target. Fokus target. Mati. Let's go. Langsung kita lawan. Oh, baik. Jom. Mati. Aku pegang Eli. Eli tadi masuk. Mana? Mati. Eli. Gua mati ya. Jangan guys. Sudah mati kornya guys. Tengok. Nice. Mati. Johnny. Eli lo. Lagi guys. Kembali. Loncat guys. Jangan ngejar. Lo. Aku nih. Gua bisa loncat nih. Tengok loncat. Boleh. Aku saling slot. Lanjut. Mati loncat. Nice. Bro. Nice bro. Aman. Torong. Bisa. Torong guys. Boleh tahu lo. Boleh. Nice. Alhamdulillah. Lapor. Los baru. Orang. Yes, mati. Yes, mati guys. Jom. Target guys. Hero ini. Sini.
Mati.
Nice boy.
Ada orang ni, push ni.
Ada. Jom. Pelan-pelan.
Nodes.
Jangan buru-buru. Nice boy.
Nice. Dia flicker kan tu?
Kelas banget guys, Sabar. Orang ulti. Orang ulti guys, udah ngedes, yes.
Kita punya kena zoning lah belakang tu kan.
Orang kita. Nice.
Mas main dah free hit guys. Tak ada flicker.
MM dia. Nice.
Ada tau.
Recall lebih guys.
Bak kata MV season lepas. Aku nak sebut ke tak?
Sebut.
Ayam bos. Jangan bagi aku end dulu.